Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Nephilim Mutation Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Life was always torture for Midoriya Izuku. Ever since his mother and father had died when he was younger, he'd always been alone. It was a foregone conclusion for him as he'd never been around anyone who ever liked him, and because of his orphan-like state everyone made it his problem to deal with their anger. Izuku was not one to take these things without at least trying to give the people some kind of reason to not fight him all the time. But ever since his quirkless diagnosis getting out to those within his school district, he was treated as though he were a blight on the world. Every time he was walking home from school, he'd find himself being followed back by bullies. Sometimes people who had wanted to kidnap him, but due to his small stature he was always capable of getting away without getting seen by those who chased after him. He'd always been a very fast runner. It was the one thing he decided to do after the death of his father when he was the man had been a Japanese-American fitness instructor. And the man had taught Izuku that being fit was the only way to make sure he could escape those who bullied him at school. The man never taught him how to fight back due to him being a literal 5-year-old. But when his parents were both killed when he was 5 years old, he didn't know what to do. Nobody wanted to adopt the quirkless 5-year-old child and went after those who had a quirk, so that made Izuku far more distant with those who really didn't want to associate with him. Even the orphanage he lived within had been very distant with him concerning the whole quirkless diagnosis he had on his medical file. Back to life being an absolute CNT to Midoriya Izuku, the young man was currently 13 years of age and walking to his local middle school of Aldera Junior High. It wasn't a very good middle school, but it was something for him at least. If it taught him anything useful that he didn't know at least. The fact that Izuku learned more about the things he had tested in class due to the library not too far away from the orphanage spoke a lot about the life he lived. He was hated in the orphanage he lived in, he was hated at school, he was hated by his peers. And his bullies always made comments about his parents hating him enough to allow themselves to be killed literally 8 years ago. He never let their words get to him though, because that meant they would be getting a rise out of him. But he never let them know that their words hurt, entering the classroom with nothing more than a dulled expression as though he were waiting for his bullies to do something like usual. The teacher came in before they could. The teacher spoke about how everyone needed to choose their own career profession that they wished to do when they reached the age of around. Izuku had originally wanted to become a hero, he still did. But after all these years of training himself via running around Musutafu, he was beginning to doubt his own strengths. He had trained himself both mentally and physically so that he could at least take the entrance exams for UA. But when he thought about it, he'd never be capable of even destroying a single robot due to the fact that he'd never trained himself in physical strength to increase his maximum damage he could potentially do. Shaking his head at the teacher, Izuku had forgotten that when the teacher was talking about who wanted to go to UA that he had signed up for UA as well. Oh, Midoriya. It says here that you wish to join UA as well. Is that true? The teacher asked, a bored expression on their face. Why yeah, but I am only going for the G General Education C course. Izuku stated, as the teacher blinked for a moment. Wait, really? The teacher asked, before looking over the paper. Sure enough, written under the courses within UA's high school, Izuku's name was written under the General Education tab. Well I'll dash, the teacher went to say before being interrupted. Okay, what the hell is wrong with you, you DMN nerd? You were always spouting about becoming a hero without a quirk, now you're not wanting to. What gives? Bakugo called out, as the other students looked at him like he was crazy. Now you are mad at him for not wanting to become a hero? What in the hell are you talking about, Bakugo? He's quirkless, he can't become a hero even you say that. Last time I checked, being smart doesn't allow one to get into UA, but whatever. Random students called out. I just don't wish to be a C competitor. Izuku mumbled as Katsuki bounded over. Tell me what you are planning, you DMN nerd. You never act like this. Katsuki growled. Izuku gave the boy a look as though he were trying to not remember what happened the previous few weeks prior to this day. Shaking his head slightly, Izuku turned his gaze down as he tried to not remember his idol's words to him a few weeks ago after being saved by All Might. Tell me, Deku? Why are you acting like you lost your will TOF live? Bakugo called out, causing everyone in the room to flinch, even the teacher. My idol told me that I couldn't become a hero, not without a quirk. I'd rather not talk about it much more. Izuku retorted whilst his breathing spiked a little. Bakugo, out of either pity or rage-induced confusion, just let Midoriya be and walked back to his seat. Everyone in the school knew that Izuku's idol was the same person as Katsuki's idol, and although they viewed the man in different ways for their idolization of the man, The entire school knew that when Izuku spoke he never could actually lie to anyone he spoke to. It was incredibly difficult for him to lie to anyone, not like he had anyone to lie to. Once the school day was over, Izuku was shown walking home from school as he thought back to the day when his idol told him his dream was unattainable. 0W0. 2 weeks ago. Izuku walked out of an alleyway that had been the associate to hiding his beaten and hurt form for about an hour after school had ended. The boy walked out with a small hobble in his steps as he'd been beaten to the point that one of his legs just refused to actually work properly. And as he limped down the road with each and every single person who looked in his direction just gave him a cursory glance before continuing on their day just hurt his heart a little but more. It wasn't as though he would have informed him what he'd been through. The looks they gave him were that of indifference, pity, and a bit of grim satisfaction of how he appeared. He never even met these people, and they gave him glances like that, and he could easily tell satisfaction from a mere glance. The way their eyes smiled when they took upon his form that was scuffed and slightly burnt and smelling of caramel-like smoke gave away their true nature. The boy slowly pushed by them softly, not wanting to garner enough attention to make them turn their anger of the day onto him and make his already bad day worse. By the time Izuku came towards an underpass, the boy couldn't push himself further with his injured leg as he stopped before checking up on the limb. Pulling his pant leg up, he found a piece of his skin distended from how it should normally appear, and gaining the courage to push it down, he felt the bone underneath the skin. This is gonna hurt. Izuku muttered to himself as he pushed down as hard and fast as possible. Snap. Guh. Izuku grunted before feeling bile come up his throat. Moving over towards the grass nearby on the side of the road, Izuku threw up his lunch's contents. By the time he was finished, he fished out some mouth spray to make sure he didn't smell from the mouth. He wanted to be healthy after all. Darn it, Kaken, why did you have to hurt me this bad? And now you could get in trouble if someone asks me the wrong questions. Izuku mumbled to himself as he picked up his backpack. He walked underneath the underpass with a sad expression taking over his facial features. By the time he crossed the underpass, he looked to the sky as he saw a weird-looking star flash by really quickly. It wasn't as though he was unaware of shooting stars, but at the same time he couldn't help but look up to it and state out a wish. That was a shooting star. I wish I could gain the power to become a hero. Izuku muttered before attempting to carry on. Then the manhole behind him was smacked upwards into the underpass behind Izuku. As the boy turned around to see what was going on behind himself, he saw a scene that was probably from a horror movie. A sludge creature appeared from the depths of the sewer system as it coughed up some sewage before spitting the remnants from its teeth onto the ground nearby. Its eyes were vastly larger than his own, as teeth as yellow as the sun when it shined brightly had shown themselves to the boy as he froze in the middle of the street. It wasn't as though he were thinking of a way to not be seen, it was his brain was freezing. Fight or flight mode had been initiated, and the boy had been so frightened by the villain's arrival that his body had subconsciously frozen in place as though it were accepting fate. The villain then muttered to themselves as they glanced around the area, seemingly moving past his frozen frame. DMN it. I didn't think that he would be here. I need to escape before he can find me. The villain muttered before his eyes found Izuku's. And Izuku would wish for the rest of his life that the next few moments would be forgotten in his psyche. The villain smiled down at the boy before swarming his entire sludgy mass around the boy in such a way that the boy couldn't even react to how fast the villain moved. Nice. A medium-sized skin suit. Thanks a lot, kid, you're gonna be my hero for this. It'll take at least 48 seconds before everything will go black, so don't struggle. The villain said, forcing his sewage-ridden self down the boy's throat. As Izuku did his very best in order to struggle and escape from the villain's grasp, the villain himself took note of the boy's internal injuries. He let out a gruff sound of exasperation. Your body isn't very well kept, isn't it? Last time I had to use a body I could fit myself all inside them. If I were to use you as a skin suit, you'd practically die from me sticking myself all up inside you. Whatever, what's murder on my belt with grand theft? The villain questioned before continuing to shove himself down Izuku's throat. Izuku couldn't think for a few more moments as he struggled as hard as he could, thinking of a way to escape from the villain's grasp. But nothing came to mind as his arms slowly began to weaken from his breath being taken away from him, sludge slowly working their way down into his lungs, preventing him from getting oxygen. As the boy's eyes began to dull and the darkness of death entered his view, the manhole behind the villain had blasted into the underpass again, this time the manhole actually staying in the roof. Worry not, young man. Why? Because I am here. A familiar-sounding voice called out. What the? All Might? How did you get here? The villain called out fearfully. Because villain. Justice is never lost forever. Texas. Smash. All Might called out with a gust of wind, causing the villain to be ripped apart, dropping Izuku. The boy fell towards the ground as he glanced over at All Might one last time as his consciousness was fading out. And only one thought came to his mind. All Might? A few minutes later, Izuku woke up to the incessant smacking of his facial cheek forcing him to wake up. Bile raised up from his stomach as the feeling of sewage being stuck in his lungs forced themselves out as the boy moved away from his idol and threw up in the nearby grass. He felt a rather large hand rubbing his back as he retched up more than enough sewage that could have made him sick to his stomach later on if it hadn't come out now. Looking up, he found his idol standing happily as he was filling a 2-liter soda bottle with the villain that he'd defeated. All Might? What are you doing here? Izuku called out, as the man smiled at him. Sorry for getting you wrapped up in my heroing, lad. This guy had me chase him all over the Musutafu sewer system. It was a maze down there if you ask me, but if anything, now that the villain is caught, I must be off. All Might called out, just before he turned around. However, Izuku stuck his notebook in his face. Please sign this. I need to have your autograph, sir. Izuku said, as the hero chuckled. Well, I guess I can spare a few moments for you, young man. Who do I make this out to? All Might asked, with a smile on his face. Midoriya Izuku. The boy replied as All Might smiled at him again. It's always nice to meet a fan, young Midoriya. Now work hard on your quirk to become a hero. All Might said, as he watched the boy's face fall at the word quirk. That's odd. The hero thought to himself before mentally shrugging. I have to ask you a Q question, sir. It won't take long. I promise. Izuku said, as he tugged on the man's shirt. I must be off, young man. I need to take the villain to the police. All Might stated in a stern way. Sir. I promise it won't take more than a minute. Izuku called out, as All Might thought about his next move. Sai, what do you wish to tell me, young man? What's so important that you have to stop me from doing my job? All Might asked, maybe a bit too harshly, but his limit was about to be reached. It. I have to know. Can I become a hero? Even if I don't have a quirk? Izuku asked, as he looked at the ground. Can you tell me why you are asking me this question, young man? All Might asked, without thinking. Huh? Izuku asked, looking up to his idol. Why are you asking me if you can become a hero? All Might asked. Because everyone said that I couldn't become a hero like you. Without a quirk, that is. Izuku said, as All Might nodded. Tell me, what can you do against a strength-enhancing quirk user? All Might asked, rather bluntly. I can fight them through technique, and you use my surroundings in order to find a weakness in their fighting style. It really only depends on how they utilize their strength, sir. Izuku said, as All Might nodded. Depends on how the person is utilizing their quirk, you say. How about this? What do you think you could do against a villain who could run as fast as Ingenium or fly like hawks? All Might asked, as he stared at the boy. I wouldn't know, since it's never happened before, sir. Izuku said, looking away. That is my point. You may have spirit and determination to become a hero. Hell, if I could become a hero whilst being quirkless, I'd probably be an afterthought in the Japanese heroics. But listen to me when I say this, Midoriya Shonen. Being a hero is a lot more than punching a villain into unconsciousness. You need to have the heart, mind, spirit and power to become a hero. So to answer your question, young man, I cannot say that you can become a hero. All Might said, preparing to leave. Just as he was about to jump away, he turned his head to see the distraught expression of the boy whose dream he practically grabbed and yeeted away. The boy looked to be on the verge of tears had it not been for the blatant confused sadness in his eyes as he spoke again. It's all right to dream, young man, but you need to know when you are just going to be in the way of other heroes. All Might stated before leaping away. Izuku stood there watching as the man who he had idolized just left him on the street. With nothing more than a signed notebook about heroes and their quirks in his hands. Said hands now trembling in sadness as he suddenly dropped the notebook on the ground with a sad huff. His eyes dulled moments later as he walked back towards the orphanage that had become his home long after the deaths of his parents. From that moment on, Izuku couldn't stare at the man he idolized in the same way he used to. He could only view the man as the person who broke his dreams and disintegrated his desire to save people. 0W0. Izuku was seen walking by the underpass again, staring at the now open manhole as he stayed wary of it. By the time he passed by it, he came across a thought that entered his mind the more he thought about it. His life wasn't getting any better the longer he stayed in Japan. If anything, his life seemingly just would continue to get worse over time, and high school would just provide the same results in his life just as Aldra had. So taking a deep breath, he looked at his phone for the nearest plane out of the country. He really just wanted to get away from everything that was happening at the moment. Just as he was looking over random places to head to in a bid to just get away from everything, he came across a place that had a small ad for joining their religion. tilting his head at the ad cover. He opened it up to reveal a recruitment board that was asking for more priests to join the Vatican. When he glanced at what the age level of it was, he couldn't help but see how they were asking for applicants who were around the age of 10 to join. The only thing they were required to do in order to stay within their ranks was to just believe in their religion. And as Izuku stared at the recruitment ad for a few moments longer, he gained a new goal. Join whatever this recruitment ad talked about and see what they were about. If he could become stronger through them, then he didn't care if it destroyed him mentally and turned him into an insane person. So long as he could at least make one friend that didn't treat him like garbage. He was fine with what he'd have to endure just to have a singular friend, so as he signed up for it he received a notice that he'd be given a free plane ticket to Rome, Italy. Smiling a little, Izuku grabbed his backpack and went to make his way over towards the little orphanage that he'd called home for a majority of his life. Gathering his belongings, he prepared to leave when one of the orphanage's guides walked over to him. Seeing the backpack filled with his clothing and other supplies, they gave him a look that demanded that he give them information on what he's planning on doing. I'm moving out into a different country. I was accepted into training in another country's boot camp. Izuku informed as the guide nodded. Make sure that when you get there that you don't die, the guide said, before walking away. Izuku tilted his head at that kind of action. Nobody ever told him to die explicitly. But nobody had ever told him to not die either. So to hear one of the guides tell him that specifically made him believe that she wanted him just to die alone without anyone being nearby. So letting out a sigh, he opened the door to the orphanage and walked down the sidewalk and made his way towards the airport. By the time he'd arrived there, he was greeted by one of the flight attendants who looked at him with curiosity as he showed them his little sign up for the Vatican Church. He was surprised that they actually allowed him on board one of their planes towards Italy. So as he sat down in his seat, he looked out the window as he mentally said goodbye to Musutafu, Japan. Now it was time for him to find his place in the world, one where he wouldn't be constantly kicked, beaten, and discriminated for how he had no power to protect himself. He was unaware of the fact that he was willingly joining a faction in a three-way Cold War. A faction that was part of something far bigger than the life he had currently lived, but at the same time, was waiting for his arrival in Italy. By the time the plan was landing in Italy, someone waited in the Roman airport. She had short blue hair with a green fringe at the front of her head but had the most beautiful set of golden yellow eyes that showed off how serious she could really be. And as she wore her Vatican robes to greet the new recruit, she was pleasantly surprised when a young boy who had green hair and eyes walked out in front of her with what appeared to be a slight limp in his step. Tilting her head at that, she approached the boy with confusion on her expression as she spoke out to him. Are you Midoriya Izuku? The girl asked. The boy stared at her in confusion before a rising blush appeared on his face as the young woman waited for him to speak. Until she got tired of him being quiet. Are you Midoriya Izuku? She asked, catching the boy off guard and getting him to nod. I can see that you match your name, come with me. We have a lot to talk about in the Vatican. She said, before Izuku spoke to her. What's your name? Izuku asked, as the young woman glanced over her shoulder. You'll find out when we get to our destination. The woman said, with a smirk on her face. Walking through the streets of Rome, Izuku took in the sights of the place as his eyes were wide with awe. The woman who was leading him towards the Vatican watched his gaze with curiosity as it appeared as though he'd never gone places outside of his country before in his life. It made her wish that she wasn't about to transform what the boy thought he knew about the world on its head in the next few hours with her superiors giving his application to join their cause a look over. It took a few hours but the two soon arrived just outside of the Vatican's HQ, and before Izuku could thank the woman for bringing him here, he felt as though his vision was losing focus. Sorry about that, Midoriya-san, we just need to take you in without anyone knowing. Not only that, but we need to make sure that you're not one of our enemies hiding in disguise. The woman said, as Izuku felt around the back of his neck for an itchy sensation. Finding whatever that sensation was, he placed his fingers around the item before he pulled it from his neck. Staring at it in confusion, he saw that it was a tranquilizer dart that had punctured his skin on the back of his neck, and glancing over at the woman before his vision went black, he saw her face. Blue hair with a green fringe on the front of it with the most beautiful set of yellow gold eyes staring at him indifferently. By the time Izuku collapsed to the ground unconscious, the blue-haired young woman had grabbed his head before it slammed into the ground below himself. Griselda, was this really the right decision? The young woman asked, as she looked to her right. It was, that was infused with holy energy. But he only viewed it as a tranquilizer dart, he's not a devil or fallen angel in disguise. Bring him inside. Griselda said, as she helped her little sister bring Izuku's small frame inside. He's extremely light. The smaller of the two said, with great confusion. How light are you talking about? Griselda asked, as the smaller of the two spoke up again. I mean he's extremely light, as though he hasn't been getting enough to eat every day. Try picking him up. The smaller of the two said. Griselda ignored her little sister's words before picking up the unconscious green-haired boy's body. And surprise hit her features as she immediately pulled the boy's shirt up in order to check up on his body medically. Only to be met with a sad sight. Burn marks on his skin underneath the layers of clothing she'd cut through with a knife were marring the boy's skin all before she noticed a small mark on the boy's left shoulder just near the collarbone. It was a burn mark representing a handprint. I don't know what he's gone through, but we need to make sure to treat carefully. We might unintentionally hurt him mentally. Griselda muttered as she looked to her younger sister. Zenobia, get the Vatican healers. If we can heal his injuries and give him some food, he might be more willing to trust us. Griselda said, as her younger sister nodded and left. With Zenobia gone, Griselda stared at the unconscious child in front of her before picking him up in her arms. She watched as his unconscious form acted as though it were nothing more than a kitten being picked up by its mother as he curled up in her arms. It was adorable at first, but if they were going to transform him into one of the Vatican's greatest threats towards their enemies, they will need to take advantage of his slightly adorable appearance. With his scrawny but lanky frame, he was far more likely to be taken lightly in a fight due to how he doesn't appear to be all that physically strong. She had also taken the liberty of checking up the muscular growth of the boy and found that the only muscles that appeared to get regular use was his legs. Intrigued, she checked up his history from the moment he was born by taking a small piece of his blood and putting it up into the system that the Vatican has. They collected samples from hospitals for donors who had O-type blood, and they immediately got a match with the name he'd given Zenobia at the airport when he arrived. Midoriya Izuku. Quirk status, NA, quirkless. Age, 13. Parents, Midoriya Hisashi, deceased, Midoriya Inko, deceased. Griselda frowned at the information she'd gotten from the Vatican. There had to be more information about the boy laying on the ground next to her, and she would spend the next few minutes searching up any school records on the boy. Only to find very bad reviews on the boy, what with his behavior being stated as being a delinquent and initiating fights between his peers and constantly complaining about how he's quirkless whilst wanting to become a hero. Seeing the word hero caused Griselda to soften her eyes a little before glancing to the unconscious child laying on the ground next to her. You don't see many people still wishing to become a hero nowadays, what with how heroism is being displayed as a job. But to see someone who actually wanted to become a hero but having a school record stating that he was abrasive but at the same time initiating combat greatly confused her. Seeing how the boy acted with Zenobia, he had been very cautious of his surroundings. Not only that, but it appeared as though he made her throughout the crowds of people on his way here. There was multiple times his eyes would remain on hers, as in those moments she thought he'd made her presence as she'd been following the two quietly. Thankfully he looked away, but the way his eyes looked at every single way to escape showed her that he was more of a victim of attacks if anything. And from how flighty he was when he arrived at the Vatican with Zenobia, she had been initially concerned, but without the real records of the boy she couldn't know what he was like as a person without talking to him. By the time she was finished reading up on his past, she heard a few sets of feet walking in her direction and found the leader of the Vatican standing with Zenobia. I hear that you brought a new recruit who found our site. Can I be the one to judge his character? The man asked, as he was shown to be standing in regal clothes. Yes sir, just be careful about your wording. Griselda said, as the man nodded. I thank you for your help, Griselda, Zenobia. I will inform you whether or not you both will have a new brother within our ranks. The man said, as he picked Izuku's surprisingly light body from the ground and walked away. I hope that he becomes one of us. I sensed great potential in him. Zenobia said, as Griselda nodded at her sister. I do as well, and I most certainly can hope to be the one to teach him the ropes. Griselda stated as the two walked away and down the hall. 0W0. Izuku groaned slightly from his slumber before finding himself laying on a couch. Sitting upright, he found himself being stared at by a man in regal clothes befitting the Pope of Europe. But from what he showed on his expression, it was more of curiosity than intrigue. Good afternoon, Midoriya-san. I do hope I'm going by your Japanese way of speaking. The man said, as Izuku nodded. What happened? Where am I? Izuku asked, as he rubbed his head a little. Forgive Griselda for her very odd way of making sure that you were not someone to be wary of. It was her idea to pump your body a little with some holy energy, just to be sure that you weren't a devil in disguise. The same for a fallen angel. The man informed as Izuku tilted his head at that. You what? What are you talking about? Izuku asked, as he rubbed his ears a little. Young man, are you aware of the supernatural world? The man asked, as Izuku thought about how to answer that. Do you mean about Q-quirks and how the supernatural became, well, natural? Izuku asked, as the man chuckled a little. A little bit, but that isn't what I'm referring to. What I'm talking about is devils, fallen angels and angels. Those of the Christian faith know them as creatures made by God himself who live in this world to do what they desire. The man said, as Izuku shook his head. And not that I know of. Are they like the Kitsune from Legends? Izuku asked, as the man chuckled a little more. Kind of, but kitsunes are a part of this world's supernatural presence. I'm getting ahead of myself right now. What I need to tell you is that everything you've known up until this very moment, it's about to be turned upside down. The man stated, as Izuku tilted his head again. Upside down, how? Izuku questioned. Tell me, son, have you read the Christian Bible? The man questioned again. I read it once. But that was due to not having anything else to read at the time. Izuku said, as the man nodded. Good, it's nice to see those who check out our faith just by pure curiosity. Now then, I should probably let you know that anything that you can think of in the movies that you probably have seen in horror films. They do exist, although I wouldn't say all of them exist per se, just the ones who are most well known. The man stated as Izuku nodded. Oh, okay. Izuku said, as he looked down, his brain working 100 miles an hour to get right to the point. My question for you, Midoriya, is what your dream is by joining the Vatican Church? The man questioned. I lost the dream I originally wanted. My idol told me that my dream was unattainable as I am, and that I should be realistic with what I do with my life. Izuku said, not really knowing why he's telling the man this. I see, so you're just another lost child seeking both validation as well as acceptance. The man thoughtfully spoke. And not exactly that, I want to have some kind of purpose in my life. Something that I know I can do, and flying here was more of something for me to see if I can find if my purpose is here. Izuku stated, looking at the ground, tears barely breaking the surface of his eyes. Then I see no reason to kick you to the curb, as the Americans say. Just know that with your presence in our prestigious church that you will be forced to train your body, mind and spirit in order to become the strongest you can become. You will learn how to utilize magic, wield blades with holy power ingrained within them, and most importantly we will deal with threats to our faction. The man spoke in a low but final tone. I promise that I'll work as hard as I can in order to become one of your best priests, or whatever you call them. Izuku said, as he bowed to the man in front of himself. The man smiled down at Izuku with nothing more than what can be a fatherly grin on his face. He then reached out to Izuku, placing his palm on the boy's head and ruffled his hair, finding it extremely soft, before he spoke again. Rise, Izuku Midoriya, and become a priest in training under the hand of God. Welcome to the supernatural world. The man spoke before flashes of people who he thought had quirks passed through his mind. A war that had gone on for thousands of years, 3 different factions vying for supremacy. How 2 gigantic dragons had gotten into the middle of said war, causing a ceasefire between the 3 opposing enemies in order to take them out, all before returning back to battle. All with it ending as the 3 remaining factions, after they had lost sight of their leaders, decided to give up their fight and return to lick their wounds. Entering a Cold War-like state between each and every single faction, where a single attack on one another could spark a repeat of the previous Great War. Izuku Midoriya, you will be under the care of Griselda Corda. She is currently training 2 underlings of her own. Do your best in order to impress her with your sure-to-be talented strength. I believe in the fact that you will work as hard as possible to catch up to your allies within the church. The man said, as Izuku looked at him. What's your name, sir? Izuku asked, as the man smiled. That's for me to know, and you to find out later on. The man said, before a white light covered Izuku's view. The last thing Izuku could see was the man's perfect blue eyes staring at him in kindness. 0W0. Izuku appeared outside of the room where the Pope guy was originally standing in. Shaking his head slightly, he glanced around the place before finding Griselda walking over towards him. Although he didn't know it was her exactly. Moving towards the woman, she noticed his very curious but at the same time very confused expression as she spoke up to him in a tone belying recognition. So young man, what's the verdict? You staying with our church or leaving? Griselda asked, curiously. I was told to find a woman named Griselda. Izuku said, as the woman smiled. Well kid, you're looking at her. Come on, let's show you around the place. Griselda stated as she walked around the place with Izuku following after her like a little duckling. She showed him where the training facilities were located around the entire church. And Griselda couldn't help but smile each time the boy's mouth went wide with how he stared at each place in awe, letting out a quiet giggle. She couldn't wait to see how he'd react to her little sister and her friend. Hours after the sun had decided it was time to end the daylight, they finally arrived at the place where Griselda's little underlings were waiting for the 2 in pure curiosity and trepidation. Opening the door, Griselda spoke to Midoriya as he slowly caught up with her as the woman smiled at him. Welcome to the room you'll be sharing with the girls. Make sure to not fall into lustful thoughts because that's a surefire way to get yourself kicked out of the church. Griselda said, as Izuku peered into the room. As soon as he laid eyes on the two girls inside the room, his face erupted in a massive blush before he glanced around the room, finding the walls far more intriguing. The two girls in the room involved Zenovia, the girl who picked Izuku up with both her and her tan hair-colored friend wearing a skin-tight catsuit that clung to their bodies, revealing their frames very easily. Griselda watched as Izuku kept his gaze away from the two girls with nothing more than a laugh before hearing her little sister speak up. Why are you bringing him here? Shouldn't he have his own room due to his gender? Zenovia asked, as Griselda shook her head. The other rooms have either been blown up because of those training or they have been taken up. This is the only room left with available room for another bed. Just make sure that he doesn't act perverted towards you both and you'll be fine. Griselda said, leaving the boy in the room. Have fun in there, Midoriya-san. Griselda called out, locking the door behind herself. Yeah? Izuku asked, before looking at the two girls in confusion. Hello. My name is Shido Irina. Nice to meet a fellow Japanese. The tan-haired girl called out happily. She held out her hand to shake his own as Izuku stared at it in confusion before reaching a hand out himself. She shook it softly before noticing his very flighty eyes as Izuku spoke to her in a fearful tone. Hello to you too. My name is Midoriya Izuku. And nice to meet you. Izuku said, as he bowed. Just make sure that you don't watch us in the showers or when we're changing. Zenovia stated gruffly before moving over to the bed. Oh okay, can I have your name now at least? Izuku asked, as the young woman glared at him. My name is Zenovia Korda, now get to bed. We'll be working hard in order to get you trained up to the level Irina and I are at. Zenovia said, as Izuku nodded and moved to the empty bed in the corner of the room. Both girls got onto their own beds as they pulled the covers over themselves. And as they were falling asleep, they heard movement in the room as they glanced over their shoulders and found Izuku shoving some blankets underneath the bed and hiding underneath it as well. Confusion had entered their expressions as they glanced to one another with worry and incredulities as they stood up from the bed and made their way over to his own. Kneeling in front of it, they looked underneath the bed itself to find Izuku laying down there before speaking. So, is there a reason you're choosing to hide under the bed instead of using it? Zenovia questioned a little frustratedly. I am keeping myself out of sight. To make sure that I don't watch you both change. Izuku said, as both girls sighed. That's not what I meant when I said those words, Midoriya. When I said those words, I meant that you shouldn't watch us when we're changing or taking a shower. Because we will be doing that all together. Zenovia stated as Izuku's blush went to crimson levels. I couldn't invade your privacy like that. It's a breach of your privacy in what is supposed to be an area where you clean yourselves. I shouldn't take a shower with you both. Izuku called out from deep under the bed. He's like a scared kitten, hiding under the bed due to the new environment. Irina said, as she used magic to pull Izuku and the blankets out from under the bed. By the time Izuku was out in front of the two, he found two pairs of large BRSTs in front of his eyes, causing him to look away. The two girls then placed him on the bed before Irina noticed something about Izuku. Hey, why are you so light compared to normal young men around here? Irina asked, curiosity in her gaze. I don't eat a whole lot. Not because of the fact that I was forced not to. Just because I'm not that hungry all the time. Izuku said, looking away as he covered himself in the blankets. The girls decided that was enough talk for the evening as they both went to bed, and as Izuku was about to slowly close his eyes he heard a voice. The time is almost nigh. The Red One has been awakened. The weirdly familiar voice called out. Waking up the next morning, Izuku looked around his surroundings half expecting himself to be back in the orphanage back home. But when he found both girls preparing themselves for their morning training via getting their clothes on, he immediately blushed crimson and looked away from the two. Once they were done, he got on the attire given to him for his training as well as staring at the priest clothing that he was given by Zenovia, who stated it was from Griselda. If he were to be a priest within the Vatican, then he really needed to look the part when out on missions that they would send him out on or within the Vatican's presence. Walking through the halls behind Zenovia and Irina, the young man couldn't help but stare in awe of the place he now lived within. It wasn't as though he were scared about what his training would entail. He was more worried about how hard the trainer was going to be on him since he was the weakest of the entirety of the church at the moment. Glancing over to his left, Izuku took note of a sword that seemingly called out to him. Its appearance had the handle and guard looking similar to that of an axe. with black and golden embroidered all around the edges of it as well as the handle itself, and the blade itself looked as though it were 3 pieces of a singular blade transformed into a full blade itself. A small blue line moving along the middle of it as Izuku felt his mind shift for a second before shaking his head and following after the 2 women ahead of himself. Although, his gaze on the blade hadn't escaped the vision of a certain representative of the church who had given him a cursory glance before walking away. Arriving on the training grounds, Izuku found himself staring at Griselda, who wore a cloak over her skin-tight catsuit. Although, unlike most of their other colleagues, she had the hood off her head, her silver-colored hair and ocean blue eyes shining true as she stared down at her new student. He glanced around the area before finding certain weapons that were sitting against a small rack to his left, and to his right there was a few books as she let out a cough to get his attention. "Hello Midoriya-kun, I hope you slept all right last night?" Griselda questioned as Izuku nodded. I did, although the dream itself was weird," Izuku said, as he scrunched his face in discomfort. "Well then, you'll have to tell me about it later. Anyway, we're going to see what your knowledge on holding a weapon such as a sword is at, and we will continue from there onward with teaching you multiple forms of martial arts. But it's mostly important that you make yourself into the type of fighter you want to become, so no emulating those who you've looked up to most of your life. Understood?" Griselda informed before glancing into Izuku's green eyes. "Why yes ma'am," Izuku said, with a determined expression. "Alright, now I want you to run around the training area, and don't stop until I tell you to," Griselda stated as Izuku immediately took off. Irina and Zenovia looked at Griselda for what they were supposed to do for training, as the woman told the 2 just to physically battle one another. And not to go overboard, as she wants to make sure that Izuku learns how to actually fight before the 2 can even face him. Not only that, but she wanted to make sure that Izuku's lowered weight wasn't because of his life before coming to the Vatican, and that it was just something his body naturally had done to support his lanky frame. With Izuku running in a jogging pace, Griselda looked over at Izuku to see that he seemingly was able to continue at his pace. So she called out to him, telling him to increase his pace and make sure he keeps at that speed before she would move him onto another set of training drills. About an hour into the training, Izuku's gaze went to the 2 younger girls who were about his age, maybe a little older, fighting one another as they used intriguing blades. The 2 used blades that were shaped in the form of a katana from his homeland and a broadsword from the English medieval times. He was beginning to slow down to a stop when Griselda had landed behind him and smacked his back. He let out a loud yelp before jumping away from her as he held onto his heart as Griselda stared at her hand for a moment, sure that she had accidentally placed her palm on an old scar. When she explained to him that they'd be moving on to a different set of training, she had him wield a blade that called out to him specifically. And as he stared at each of the swords available to him, he gravitated towards the broadsword that had appeared to be similar to that of a claymore. As he lifted the wooden weapon from the shelf, he swung it about a little bit to get used to the weight of it. Griselda smiled at him before walking over to him and standing across from him as Izuku looked at her as the woman pulled her hands out, forming 2 beaming weapons made of light. Izuku stared at the light as though his eyes were trying to decipher what kind of magic or quirk she had utilized to make such large weapons with ease. Griselda noticed the curious glint in Izuku's eyes before she spoke to him. "Midoriya, you might want to adopt a stance that fits your mind for that weapon," Griselda said, as Izuku flinched a little before trying out a few stances. He eventually landed on standing with the tip of the blade facing her, as he rested the blade on his left arm. His left leg was bent slightly whilst his right leg was straightened behind him with a slight bend in the knee. Griselda took note of the form he'd been using, as she was a bit curious to see if he knew how to wield a blade from just experiencing how Zenovia and Irina were composing themselves. Griselda then spoke again. "We're going to get over the basics, a little bit of sword-on-sword combat. What you want to do is do your very best in order to get your opponent to lose their weapons. But you must never let your guard down. When that happens, it will spell your doom," Griselda said, as she approached Izuku. I will do what I must," Izuku said, as he prepared for her to attack. As she paused at his words. Did you just make a Star Wars reference?" she asked, incredulously. She watched as Izuku blushed crimson as he spoke aloud in mutters able to be heard. "I just wanted to act like Keikinobi," Izuku mumbled. "Kids these days." Griselda giggled to herself as she rushed the boy. Said boy immediately was on guard as the woman appeared in front of him as she swung one of her light blades in his direction. Izuku pulled back as he bent his back at a 90-degree angle before spinning around to dodge the next attack that Griselda had thrown at him with her right arm. He pulled his blade upright in order to block the next attack from Griselda as the woman twirled around him before landing on the ground behind him, as Izuku immediately let instincts work for him as he pulled his blade and had it fall behind his back. Her light blade smashed into his wooden blade as a loud clack was heard. Griselda let out a smirk of confidence as she spun around to get to Izuku's front as the boy blocked another strike at him before he jumped back again. And Griselda lost her smirk. He was just dodging and blocking her strikes, not attacking back. This wouldn't do for him, he wouldn't be able to defeat an opponent if he's never attacking. Back to lower their defense and stamina. Midoriya, I need you to go on the offensive. You can't be fighting defensively for the entire fight, your opponents might be stronger than you are, so if you stay on the back foot you won't get anything done aside from drawing out the fight. Griselda stated as she rushed the boy. As Izuku dodged and weaved as much as he could with his lithe form, he swung his blade in a wide arc out of desperation to get some breathing room. Griselda barely had to use any strength to push his weapon back, but unknown to her it garnered him the room he required to catch his breath. Unknown to either Griselda or the two who had stopped their physical training together, Izuku had been playing defense so that he could analyze Griselda's attack patterns so that he could see if he could find a way to get through her attacks. And needless to say, Izuku knew the woman was massively holding back on her strength and power. So he changed stances from how he originally had it and rushed Griselda, the woman smirking at him in response as she utilized the same moves as before with Izuku countering them before pushing forwards. He wasn't one to attack others since he felt that it was wrong to be the aggressor in a fight PRD as it could leave you without any kind of stamina against whoever you were fighting. He played the long game so he could find any habits within the opponent, that being Griselda in her fighting style that was suppressed. And he found all of them with his observational skills. Griselda had then watched as Izuku ducked under one of her horizontal swings, as he slid under her blade. He then swung his wooden blade upwards in a slightly horizontal vertical arc as the woman dodged to the right as he pushed on her backstep. He swung the blade left and right with precision as he then tried to sweep her legs out from under her whilst she was distracted with his blade, but as soon as he hit her ankle with his foot he bounced backwards hopping on one foot. Good attacks there, kid, but you'll have to try harder than that to sweep my legs out from under me. Griselda said, rushing the boy as he bounced on one foot in pain. Her leg felt as though I were trying to kick a tree. Izuku thought to himself before ducking under a swing. The swing had cut off a small bit of his hair as he rolled around on the ground before coming up to block the two light blades as they slammed down on his wooden blade. As he held his blade in a horizontal way, it blocked the two blades that slammed onto the wooden blade given to him. And as he felt the strike vibrate through the blade itself and down his arms, he was knocked to the ground on his back as Griselda had pushed the boy all the way until he was vulnerable to another attack. She then used that moment to stab her light sword into the ground next to his head. He had moved his head at the last moment to the left in a bid to try and not get pierced through his head on the first day of training. After hearing it smash through the ground next to his head, his eyes glanced over to the right before finding a bright yellow beam of energy sitting right next to him as his entire body trembled in fear. Why you nearly killed me? Izuku called out fearfully. Trial by fear, once you learn from that mistake you made earlier you will make sure to get stronger to actually follow through with that leg sweep. Griselda said, forcing her blades to disappear. Good try on the leg sweep though, had you been stronger and far faster instead of hesitant you might have taken me off guard. Griselda said, extending her hand to help him upright. Taking the hand in a very fearful and wary way, Izuku was yanked to his feet as he stumbled a little. Griselda then looked at her sister and Irina who had stopped their fight in order to watch them as Zenovia walked over to Izuku, causing the boy to look at her in what amounted to growing trepidation. You did well against my sister who was going very easy on you. Even I never managed to take her on the way you did when she went easy. Zenovia said, as Irina walked up as well. That was so cool. I've never seen someone push Griselda-sensei to the point she had with you. She actually went a little harder on you than she did with me and Zenovia. Irina called out happily. You I don't know, shouldn't that mean I have more to do to catch up? Izuku asked, looking between the two girls. It just shows that even though you are behind by a very vast margin, you can still grow. Not only that, but it shows that you were very observant in the fight. I didn't notice it until you attacked, but you were watching my movements, weren't you? Griselda stated, before asking. Sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. I was just waiting for the right moment to strike. Izuku said, as Griselda smiled sadly. Have a little more faith in your own attacks, Midoriya-kun. And get some more confidence, it will help you in landing hits that are hard for you to hit right now. Griselda stated. With that said and done, the small group of priestesses and priest recruit walked through the whole training regimen that Izuku was required to do. He had been tasked to swing a wooden blade over and over for the rest of the day to make him get used to the weight of it. For the remainder of the day Izuku could be seen pushing himself to the absolute limit as he trained his body to the point of exhaustion. By the time dinner was ready for him, the young man had been seen looking at it with trepidation as he glanced between Irina and Zenobia, bringing a whole new issue to Griselda's viewpoint. It appeared as though the boy was thinking that the food in front of him didn't belong to him. Griselda had tilted her head at the boy's expression as she watched him look at both Zenobia and Irina as the two ate to their heart's content before glancing at him in confusion. The boy looked at the food he was given before he poked at it with uncertainty written on his face. He then glanced between the trio of women in front of himself again as he then looked to Griselda as though he were asking if it was alright to eat. That food was for you, Midoriya-kun. I don't know why you are asking me to eat it, Griselda said, as she ate a piece of chicken drumstick. Oh, okay, Izuku replied as he began to eat. The girls did notice how he was slow to eat before he had merely a few bites before pushing the plate away. Confusion written on their features before he explained how he had grown to not eat a whole lot in order to keep himself going, and Griselda wasn't having it. She had to force the boy to eat the entire plate of food or else she will punish him for training the next day, and that got the boy to scarf it down as though he were starving for years. 0W0. As soon as dinner was over, Izuku found himself laying on the bed in the room given to him. Even though he was still worried about how the girls who lived in the room with him would act around him when in an enclosed space with the door shut, he kept to himself. Dinner was so delicious that he'd actually asked for seconds after being forced to eat his entire plate's worth of food twice over. And as he laid on the bed, he felt the world of dreams slowly encroaching on him before he passed out on the bed itself with his arms spread out in a wide berth. With his body physically and mentally asleep, Izuku couldn't help but wonder what kind of nightmare he'd have this time. And he was pleasantly surprised to find that he was sitting on a familiar side street, one that the number one hero had left him on after admonishing his dreams of becoming a hero. A stray tear fell from his eye as he thought that this dream would be exactly the same as that day he'd met the number one hero all those weeks ago. He did everything he could in order to change the place to one where he could be free of that nightmare, but it all changed to placing himself and All Might on a rooftop at around 50 floors from the ground. If he wasn't afraid of heights before today, he'd be afraid now. But as he looked around the place for where All Might could possibly be, he found nothing standing around himself before he heard a roar from the distance. Looking in the direction of the roar, he found a massive eastern dragon that had the appearance of a western dragon flying in his general direction, causing him to fall back on his butt and stare at it in both awe and fear. Once the dragon got close enough for Izuku to stare at them in awe, it landed on the very building that Izuku now sat upon as he stared at it in fear. Its feathers fluttered from its wings before its deep ice blue eyes stared down at him as it flared its large wingspan towards him, giving him a larger frame before the gigantic dragon looked down to Izuku as it gave him a larger amount of time to get used to what in the hell was happening. Its blue-white scales gave him a very beautiful look as he glanced around the area before looking back to Izuku with a smile on his face. It seems as though you have gained enough strength in one day in order to have us meet. I do hope to see what else you can show for your growth, Midoriya. Izuku the dragon spoke as Izuku stared at it in fear. What is going on? Who are you? Izuku called out, fearfully. If you must know, partner. I am known as the Heavenly Dragon Abian. I am known as the Heavenly Dragon of Supremacy, another title is the Dividing Dragon of Divinity. Albion said, introducing himself. Are you a Q quirk? B, because if you are T this isn't F funny. Izuku said, as Albion just stared at him. Look at your back and then tell me if you think I'm lying about who I am. Albion said, as Izuku felt something move out of his back. Turning his head to glance at whatever came out from his back, he found a metallic gear that had fluttered there. There was 4 pairs of feathers that were in sets of 2 on each side of the wings on his back. Izuku was slowly gaining a realization that whatever this was, it belonged to him now. Looking up at Albion in a new light, Izuku couldn't help but wonder how a dragon entered his dreams like this, unaware of how he was muttering this out loud. It's actually very simple, partner. It's because my soul has been fused with your very own, and due to that you are able to utilize my power through the use of a sacred gear. It's called Divine Dividing. It allows you to take the power of your opponent by half their full power every single 10 seconds. The red one is awake, just be aware of this. Albion said, before the world began to fade. Wait. Will I still be able to talk to you? Izuku called out as Albion just stared at Izuku. You will be fine, just gain enough power to become the best you that you can become. And to answer your question, I will be capable of talking to you if you continue to grow in strength over the course of this week. Albion said, before everything ended. Izuku woke up from the weirdest dream of his life as he found Irina and Zenobia naked as the day they were born in front of him. His face became red before he turned his head away from the 2 naked forms of the girls as they glanced behind them to find that Izuku was awake and entered the bathroom. The 2 girls looked at one another before letting the question out. Did he see us? Zenobia asked, as Irina shrugged her shoulders. I don't really mind if he looks at me, it's not like he stares at us like most other men do. Irina said, as she put on her bra. Are you really sure that he'd actually not look at us like most men in the church? Zenobia asked, curiously. I'm definitely sure, he looked at us, I know that, but he didn't have malicious intent behind his gaze. Besides, I think he's actually kind of cute the way he gets all red around us both. Irina said, with a giggle. I hope you're right about that. Zenobia muttered before the two went to bed. Izuku didn't come out of the bathroom until really late in the evening. A week of training has passed for Izuku as he had been forcing himself into any kind of training under Griselda. The woman had to give it to him that he was very humble when it came to the things he was capable of doing after only a week of training under his belt. Not only that, but it appeared as though the young man had been gravitating towards a holy sword far before what he was supposed to be able to do this early into his first few weeks as a priest. Currently, however, Izuku was standing in the middle of the training grounds for the church. He sat in the middle of an arena as he had his legs crossed over one another as he held his hands together on his lap, a small white and blue aura surrounding the outline of his body. A small gust of wind constantly flowed around his body as he struggled to control the magical energy that he was now capable of using, albeit a very minuscule amount. The fact he had been capable of using magic at all was confusing to Izuku since he had to learn everything he could on the holy element and whatever other elements he wished. The main elements of magic that Izuku focused primarily on was light, fire, earth, and wind. Those were the primary magic he was currently learning to gain full mastery over so that he could utilize them in battle at the same time of fighting with his weapon. He had long since gotten used to sword combat and had moved on to blades that were either smaller in size or weapons that didn't have a blade on the end such as staffs and eskrima sticks. Izuku even had extended mastery over the staff department since he wanted to at least master another form of combat that wasn't with a sword. Once he had finished his meditation, he opened his eyes as a slight silver tint was seen in his emerald eyes. Looking down at his hand, he saw small sparks of green electricity moving along his hand and up his wrist before it suddenly fell away but stuck around his palm. Smiling at the small victory of getting a small amount of control over lightning magic to at least keep it around his palm, he glanced around the training area. Finding a metallic weapon on the ground, he placed his palm all around the base of it before channeling the electricity into the metallic part of the blade itself. And he wasn't surprised when the electricity had bounced across the blade itself as it created small arcs. Smiling at his newest technique, he swung the blade around in a horizontal arc before swinging upwards, releasing a small flurry of electric slashes in the air as they blasted towards the different dummy enemies that surrounded him. Watching the electric slashes he threw at each of the dummy enemies that surrounded Izuku, he walked up to each one to inspect how much damage had been dealt. There was a lot of smaller arcs of cuts on the enemy dummies' bodies as he looked back at the normal blade in his hands. This isn't enough. Izuku muttered to himself. Are you sure about that, partner? Albion asked, as a blue gem appeared in his right hand. I'm sure, Albion, if I'm going to be useful to the church I need to be strong enough to actually be capable of fighting on my own. This isn't nearly enough power for me to utilize multiple forms of spells that I've mastered. Izuku said, with a shake of his head. Earning mastery over each and every spell known to man isn't going to happen as soon as possible. You need to take it slow, and space out when you learn new spells. You've nearly mastered a new way of utilizing lightning magic and it's only been a few hours. That big brain of yours is a big help to your training, Albion said, as he let out a huff. Yeah, but I want to be able to show everyone here that even if I'm quirkless I can still help them. Sure, learning magic isn't the same as being quirkless. But I want to show them that I can be useful to them. Izuku reinstated. Why do you think that being quirkless is causing you to be a burden on them? Albion questioned. All my life, I grew up with everyone not believing that I could be anything. I can see the looks each of the priests and even Griselda gives me sometimes when I don't master an ability as fast as they need me to. It's a look of pity, and I don't like it. Izuku said, as he clenched his fists, tears brimming to the surface. Like I said before, partner, learning everything you can right now will help you become an even better priest. As much as I hate working with the church, I still believe that you could grow stronger if you use some aura to power yourself up. Albion said, with a gruff scolding tone. I know, but I want to become better than who I was before. I hate who I am because I am a coward. Izuku muttered, as Albion sighed. If you hate yourself that much, gain some more confidence. Ask one of those girls out, surely nothing bad can happen from it. Albion said, with a softer but still gruff tone. Can you look through my memories, Albion? Izuku questioned. Of course I can. Searching through your memories is something that is as easy as searching for a rat inside of a broken house. Albion said, a little offended. Then you should know what my past was like when it came to women. I'm not exactly the best when it comes to girls. I don't want to put my placement in the church in jeopardy. Izuku replied. It was merely a suggestion, partner. That low self-esteem will not save you from an enemy who can take advantage of it in battle. Albion warned as Izuku nodded. It's harder to get confidence due to my upbringing. It's not as though I didn't want to have low self-esteem. It was practically beaten into my body since I was 5. Izuku retorted. The two continued to argue with one another, unaware of the fact that Griselda was watching the boy from afar. She had a curious expression on her face as she stared at Izuku, seemingly muttering to himself, but what really got her attention was how he was staring at his right hand. And then she saw what was appearing on the back of Izuku's palm. The blue gem of a sacred gear that had awakened, which allowed Griselda the time to think about any sacred gears who had a blue gem. With only one coming to mind. The White Dragon Emperor. Griselda muttered to herself before a small chuckle. I guess we've got one of the heavenly dragons within our faction. It's better than having him be with the fallen angels. Griselda muttered to herself as angelic wings appeared behind her. After all, having one of the strongest sacred gears within the Longinus on our side is a good thing, right? A familiar voice said, next to Griselda. The young man who stood next to her had a very smug expression on his face. He had 10 white wings coming from behind his back with a small halo above his head as he smiled at Griselda, who merely only had 6 wings behind her back. The man next to Griselda had short blonde hair that only went to the sides of his head but had green eyes similar to Izuku's very own but of a lighter shade than his darker emerald. He wore a normal priest's clothing that clung to his body as though he were wearing 2 sizes over his actual size, much like Izuku, who preferred to hide his actual body build. Dulio, I didn't think that you'd come here. Wanted to see something? Griselda questioned. The higher-ups within the church are thinking that Midoriya should get one of the Excaliburs. Dulio said, with a frown. Is something wrong with that? Griselda asked. 3 of the Excaliburs were stolen last night, and we have no idea where they went. All we know is that a cadre-class fallen angel had stolen them. Dulio said, watching as Izuku re-entered his own little training regimen against shadow enemies. That's not good. Who are they attempting to send to get them? Griselda asked, curiously. They already sent multiple priests and nuns in order to collect them. Dulio said, as Griselda glanced at him with confusion. What do you mean? She asked, concern written on her face. I mean, the church has already sent multiple teams of priests and nuns after the fallen cadre. But each team has either defected from the church as a result, or they were killed. Dulio stated with a grim expression. That means. Griselda muttered. They're planning on sending a smaller team that can be expendable. And those who they are sending will be wielding the remaining Excaliburs that weren't stolen or kept within the Pendragon name. Dulio grunted out before leaving, having seen everything he needed. What do you think of Midoriya's progress as a priest? Griselda asked, as the young man glanced over his shoulder. Personally? I think he's a shoo-in for the Angel faction. The only problem I see with him as a person is his low self-esteem and self-loathing. Dulio said, before walking away. Turning back to watch Izuku again, she noticed how there was a white gauntlet on his right hand this time. But each time he reached out to touch something, the blue gem in it glowed brightly for a moment before nothing happened as Izuku sped up his attacks. It actually generated some wind around him as he landed on his feet before spinning around in a circle as he caused some of the earth around himself to become distended. As he panted alone in the training field, she couldn't help but chuckle. His potential as a priest is astounding, but I believe what Dulio is right. He's practically a shoo-in for the angels. Just need to work on his self-loathing and esteem issues. It's trained into him, not something he learned over the last few years of his life. I need to take a look at his past before suggesting him to join the angels. Griselda mumbled before leaving. 0W0. Izuku was drinking some water a few days after the whole Griselda conversation with Dulio. Izuku didn't hear them, but it was something that he noticed out of the corner of his eyes as he trained on his own. He didn't know whether or not he was being watched at first until Albion had informed him about it, as the dragon wanted him to prove his power to the two in a way to show dominance. Izuku didn't like the wording, but he did it anyway to show the skills he's gained in only a week. It wasn't much if you asked Izuku, but it was perfect for those who had been watching. He had been watching the battle between low-class Devil Hayadu Issei and high-class Devil Riser Phoenix. The whole rating game between the two wasn't televised, but from what the leaders of Hell were talking about, it was a very close match for the high-class Devil. The simple fact that Gremory had managed to keep a majority of her peerage without losing most of her members until the latter half of the game itself was astounding to Izuku. It showed the tactical genius that the woman had when it came to her first rating game that she'd ever played in. But Izuku noticed a few glaring flaws in her plan. The first was when she sent only Hayadu and her rook into the gym location alone. There was a lot of things that could have happened had Hayadu not been strong enough to handle Phoenix's pawns and assistance with the rook. But even after that, the servants of Rias Gremory celebrated a bit too soon, which caused the sad defeat of Rias' only rook in the raiding game as a whole. But even after all that, the next flaw was having Gremory's queen go after the enemy queen alone. Especially considering the fact that Albion mentioned in his ear that Hayadu holds his direct opposite. The Hayadu boy should have been with the queen. Sure, the Knight of Rias wouldn't have lasted very long against the other group of devils that him and Hayadu had gone up against in the battle. But at least Gremory would have still had a queen, or at least managed to take out the enemy queen with Hayadu actually powering up Gremory's queen enough to handle the queen alone. But he digresses. The ultimate failure as a king of her peerage was the simple fact that she allowed herself to be goaded out into fighting on a playing field where Phoenix had the upper hand. And as much as Izuku would have loved to assist the woman in getting her out of her own marriage, the young Hayadu man had managed to do so only a few days later after the game ended. He was currently thinking up strategies that he could come up with should he come across one of the Phoenix family as an enemy. It seemed as though holy energy and light-based attacks were the only things that were capable of causing Riser Phoenix any kind of damage. Essentially, Izuku would have needed to master light magic as well as other forms of magic that could directly combat his flames. He was greatly surprised when Hayadu sacrificed his arm in order to defeat the man who had clearly defeated Rias' peerage through intimidation and threats. Shaking his head, Izuku finished writing down his strategies against enemies who could instantaneously heal themselves in his notebook. Placing it away, he went to lay down in order to get some sleep when the door was opened, gaining his attention. Glancing towards the front door to the bedroom, he blushed slightly when it was shown to be Irina who had opened the door and was looking for something or someone. When she saw him looking at her, she blushed a little before entering the room and making her way over to him with a smile on her face. "Hey Midoriya-kun. I hope you're prepared for today," Irina said, with a somewhat sad aura surrounding her. "Is something wrong?" Izuku asked, still not used to being in a girl's room. "Well, the higher-ups within the church have spoken about giving up another Excalibur to one of us. So they need us all to gather in the hall for the last remaining Excalibur that remains inside the church right now," Irina said, as Izuku tilted his head in confusion. What happened to the other Excaliburs?" Izuku asked, as Irina visibly grimaced. "They've been stolen, and not by just any person. They were stolen by a fallen angel cadre from the Grigori, Kokabil," Irina said, with a slight tremble in her shoulders. Well, let's not keep the higher-ups waiting then, Shido-san," Izuku said, getting up from his spot on the bed. Walking through the hallowed halls of the Vatican Church, Izuku found himself staring at all the paintings of the previous popes within the church's history. One had even appeared to be someone very similar to another person he'd known in the past. For a bill he'd placed in the church for the change of their attire. He didn't know why that man was coming to mind right now, but he kept it to himself as the two arrived inside of the waiting room for the priests exorcists within the church. As he stopped next to Irina, he glanced around the room to find multiple priests, exorcists, and many others within the church in the room. Each one held an air of smug arrogance that got on Albion's nerves deep within the depths of the sacred gear he held. Then before he could even voice his questions about what this was going to be about in terms of the Excaliburs known within the church, as Izuku already knew that two were in the capable hands of Irina and Zenobia, someone entered the room. He had an elderly appearance, with graying red hair that was a slightly salmon color as compared to the pure red it was based on. He glanced around the room as he held a small staff that had the church's symbol on the top as he gave each and every priest, exorcist, and those who were new to the church a gaze of scrutiny. All before the man's eyes fell upon Izuku's smaller form as compared to those within the place as he waved his hands to the others in the room. Once the other exorcists, and priests, and nuns left the room, all that was left in there was Izuku and the man who looked to be a higher-up within the church itself. "Midoriya Izuku, was it?" the man questioned as Izuku nodded. I am him. Did I do something wrong? I swear I am sorry for whatever I did," Izuku said, with wide and fearful eyes. "Haha. Not to worry, young man, this is a great opportunity for you to undertake. I have received word that one of our Excalibur blades have chosen you as their new wielder," the man said after a small laugh at Izuku's expense. Really? I am not that much of an exorcist or priest," Izuku said, with a lot of stuttering. "It's because of your way of thinking about others that you were chosen by the blade. Remember this, Midoriya Izuku, good things happen to those who are not arrogant, smug, or even condescending. We have many members who live in this church who are like those words I have stated. But in order to wield Excalibur, you need to have the heart of a kind man or woman in your body. Not to mention the fact that you also need the personality to not wish ill will towards another, something that you have in spades. The man said, before pulling a blade out from behind himself. The blade was not really that long, but it appeared to be very similar to that of a katana in appearance. It was anything but a katana. It had a long blade that had a swirling bit of metal that gave it a wistful appearance. And once the blade was fully in view, Izuku noticed the gold embroidery on the hilt. When the blade was placed in front of Izuku, he felt something compel him to reach out to it but glanced up at the man holding the weapon out to him so he could see it. The man smiled at him as they nodded their head at him as though allowing him to grab and hold onto the blade. Wrapping his palm around the handle of the blade itself, Izuku felt the amount of power within it. His eyes briefly flashed with an odd memory from his past, the one where he lost the father figure in his life to a horrible accident. Shaking his head, he looked up at the man before questioning him. What sword is this? And who are you? Izuku asked, before his vision suddenly became hazy. Endure the mental pain of holding this blade, and it will be yours. The weapon you hold right now is Excalibur Nightmare. You will see the worst nightmare you have ever had for 15 minutes. And to answer your second question, I am St. George. I hope to see you surpass the weapon's hatred for all good dreams. The man, no George said, before Izuku fell to the ground, weapon in hand. 0W0. Izuku woke up inside a large room that was very familiar. Looking around the place, he soon found out why it was very familiar to him, as it was the very apartment he used to live in as a child growing up, before his parents died. Walking around the living room and making his way over towards his mother's bedroom, he suddenly heard the sounds of fighting. Rushing over to see if they needed help, he came across a scene that he probably will never forget for the rest of his life. His mother was held against the wall as she scrambled to try and use her quirk, but it was to no avail as the man who held her against the wall itself was his very own father. The man seemingly had lost himself as rage was across his expression as he strangled Inko Midoriya as she tried her best to summon something to her hand, but nothing useful was coming. Inko then looked towards Izuku as she saw her baby boy looking at the scene with wide eyes and fear growing. She struggled that much harder to escape from her husband's grasp before managing to kick him in the stomach, causing him to fall back onto the bed and rushing over to him. The bruising on her neck was beginning to show as she hugged her child as tightly as she could before rushing towards the front door of the apartment they lived in. Slamming the door open, the two were seen rushing out the door before Inko slammed it shut behind them both. Tears fell down her face as she held her baby boy in her arms, Izuku unaware of whatever was going on. As he was currently undergoing a panic attack at how the nightmare he was currently having to endure was how his parents had been killed in front of him. Running down an alleyway that was on the way to the Bakugo family's home, they were stopped by pro-hero Slide NGO as he noticed the two running towards him. What's wrong? The hero asked, as Inko screamed at him. My husband's trying to kill me, she cried out, before Slide NGO glanced behind her and noticed a very sinister set of orange-colored eyes in the darkened alleyway. Don't worry, I'll hold him off. You two get out of here, the pro-hero called out before running into the alleyway. As Inko and Izuku ran down the street together, they heard the sounds of a scuffle. Slide NGO never returned after Hisashi came walking out the other end of the alleyway. The man continued to run after the two with hatred in his eyes, and Izuku finally realized why this was something he didn't remember. His mind repressed it due to how traumatic the memory as a whole was to him. His father had come home for work. The first time in years. The man had finally managed to catch up to the two as he glared at them both with nothing more than the hatred of a man who wanted to end an entire bloodline. There is no way that I could have spawned a quirkless BSTRD. We are both 4th generation quirk users, Inko. So the only way that it happened was if you had SEC with another man. Hisashi growled out as smoke came from his mouth and nose. Hisashi, I don't know where you got it in your head that I cheated on you, but I love you dearly. I couldn't never cheat on you, Inko called out, as she held Izuku behind her. There's going to be 2 bodies in this alleyway, and I'm going to start over with a new family in the States. I don't care if I'm labeled a villain, I refuse to admit that I have a child who doesn't have a quirk, Hisashi called out angrily. The trash in the area began to lift up as Inko began to utilize her quirk and both mother and father attacked one another. Izuku couldn't do anything but watch as his parents fought for their assured survival, Inko using the trash around her in order to gain an upper hand, with Hisashi using his quirk to turn them into cinders. The little boy could do little more than watch in horror as he glanced upwards as a large couch had been leaning out of the window. The bricks holding it there were slowly coming out of place due to how old the building was, and one of the bricks fell down towards the two as Inko used her quirk to activate its trajectory and slam it into the man's face. A crunch was heard as Hisashi's nose was broken from the brick slamming into his face. Inko then rushed the man as she punched him in the face with the fury of a mother protecting her child. But her assault didn't win her the fight at all as Hisashi managed to catch her arm and slam the woman into the wall. The couch above the two shaking slightly as another brick fell from the air and slammed into Hisashi's shoulder, causing him to let out a yelp before Inko had managed to kick him in the groin and move back to catch her breath. Both stood across from one another as tears streamed down Izuku's face as he tried to speak but couldn't. He kept looking up at the couch that was now slowly coming undone from the building above the two before finally it fell as the two parents had gone in for another clash. Both sporting blood and broken limbs on each other's bodies before hearing Izuku let out a fearful scream. This caused both to look at him with what Izuku believed was worried and anger respectively as they found him looking upwards and followed his gaze. And moments before the couch landed, Hisashi barely managed to dodge out of the way of the furniture. But Inko wasn't as lucky as it crushed most of the bones in her body, leaving her head, neck and hands as the only things not broken. The man got up as he stared at the broken form of his wife before looking over at Izuku as the boy stared at him in growing fear before he made his way towards his son. His wife in his eyes was definitely dead from all the blood that splattered the ground beneath the couch, and he kneeled in front of Izuku. "Don't worry my son, everything will be alright in a moment. You'll only feel pain for about 15 seconds before it's all over," Hisashi said, as his eyes gained an orange glow again. An orangish-yellow tint came to his neck as Izuku turned around to let his back take the brunt of the flames. And as soon as Hisashi had let out his fire breath onto Izuku's back, the boy let out a scream of agony that managed to force Inko to wake up from her heavily injured and near-death state to see her husband trying to kill their son. So she did the only thing that could come to mind in that moment. She pulled everything she could within Hisashi's internal body apart, ripping them to shreds with her quirk. Izuku's screams became far louder as Hisashi continued to burn the boy's back. Once it reached the back of his neck, the man suddenly felt as though his internal organs were being torn to shreds. And turning to look at Inko, he found the woman with a broken arm extended with her hands moving back towards her in a grabbing motion as Hisashi spat up blood before falling onto his back, his internal organs being pushed up his throat and out his mouth. It was a very brutal scene as Izuku suddenly felt the pain of the flames on his back soon be met with the nice cool air of the night as he turned around, only to find the bloody sight of his dead father and his mother teetering over the edge of life and death. "And mommy," Izuku called out, as he struggled to run over to her bleeding corpse of a body. Once he got to her, Izuku felt the scene change again. Now he stood on the rooftop that held both him and All Might as he questioned the hero about becoming a quirkless hero. All Might? I have to know. See, can someone without P-power, can someone quirkless become a H-hero like you?" Izuku called out, as All Might stood before him. The man gave nothing to show for his actual feelings on the matter. "Can one become a hero without power?" All Might said, as Izuku looked up at the man. "No, I should think not. It's alright to dream, young man. It's alright to dream, young man, but you need to know when you are just going to be in the way of other heroes," All Might said, before jumping away. 0W0. Izuku woke up inside the room that he'd been within with St. George. Looking around with a groggy expression, he looked down at the blade. Then looking around the room, he found George, who was looking at him with a smile on his face in a chair as though he were playing chess. The man beckoned him over with an arm wave as Izuku moved over near him with a very nervous expression on his face. "Did you learn something from your worst nightmare?" the man asked. I need to become stronger to attain what I desire," Izuku asked, as George smiled. "The lesson the sword was trying to tell you was that you shouldn't rely on others' opinions of you to become what you wish. If you wish to become an exorcist, then you will do everything you can to become one. You wish to stray away from our faith, then you can do as you will. But if you wish to ascend from the mortal plane of existence, then by all means do so. Even becoming what you desired for so long but never getting the chance to achieve it," St. George said, as Izuku looked at him with a sad expression. I don't think I can become a hero. It's not that I can't become one. It's just that nobody will believe the skills I've gained were that I earned from training. They'd think it was a Q quirk, and honestly, I think I want to stay away from the people who made my life miserable," Izuku replied as St. George nodded. "You can still become a hero, you know. It doesn't have to be what those quirk users call a hero license. You can be a hero through being who you are at heart, by just helping those you believe really need it," St. George said, with a smile. If I never came here. Do you think I could have become a H-hero without a Q quirk?" Izuku asked, tears falling down his face. "Oh, young man. You already are a hero. You just don't know it yet, after all. You'll be starting your journey as a hero tomorrow," St. George said, with a smile. What do you mean?" Izuku asked as St. George smiled again. "You will be heading to Kuo Town to help recover the stolen blades of Excalibur. And your mission is to either destroy the blades to prevent their usage or bring them back to the Vatican so we can keep them safe again. St. George said, as Izuku stared at him. But I can't do that all on my own? I'd get killed. Izuku said, as St. George smiled again, this time softer. You won't be alone, Midoriya, you will be with your friends Zenovia and Irina. St. George stated with finality. By the time the elderly man had left the room, Irina had entered the room to find Izuku staring off into space. She waved a hand in front of his face, before bringing him to their bedroom and sitting him down, not even mentioning how he got Excalibur Nightmare into his grasp. Zenovia had entered the room by the time they were already situated inside the bedroom within the Vatican, as Irina was shown to be questioning him but getting nothing. Izuku, are you there? Irina asked, as Izuku looked up at her. We have got to Keikuo town. Izuku said, suddenly gaining the attention of Zenovia. Why? She asked. We were given the mission to recover the stolen Excaliburs. Izuku said, with a dull-eyed expression. Crap baskets. Irina and Zenovia thought to themselves at the same time. Izuku gathered his belongings as the whole entire nightmare that he'd gotten from Excalibur Nightmare ran through his head. He never knew about that weird-looking dream memory that Excalibur Nightmare had shown him. It was as though he remembered that night. And with him experiencing that entire thing all over again, he couldn't help but find himself trembling slightly at the memory of his father's orange eyes glaring down at him that night his parents died. As his hands trembled from the amount of fear that his weapon gave him, he got over it after a few minutes. Irina and Zenovia had been gathering their clothing and some money for them all to use since they both had been preparing for this eventuality. They knew that something like this would eventually happen. It was their fourth mission after all, but this would be Izuku's very first mission, and he had to gather 3 missing Excaliburs belonging to the church without getting spotted. Needless to say, when the two girls watched him tremble slightly in what they viewed was primal fear, they couldn't help but feel for him. His mission should have had him either helping out a small town in putting down a stray devil, but they're sending him on his first mission where he could easily die against the foe they were planning on fighting. Kokabil, a cadre-class fallen angel who had survived the Great War between all 3 factions within the Christian pantheon. The two gave one another a look of worry before they watched him get over his fear. Once the trio had finally managed to gather their belongings, they had begun their journey over to the Italian airport that would take them all over to Japan. Just as they were about to leave the Vatican Church, they were approached by Griselda, who smiled at each one of them before her gaze fell upon Izuku, who immediately felt as though he were in trouble. I know that you all are about to go out on an adventure within Japan. But just know that your mission is to either work with the devils in order to bring back the Excaliburs or destroy them, but you can work alone without their expertise within Japan's borders. Also, Izuku, I think it's about time you inform the girls about your awakening. Griselda informed before looking at Izuku for the last part. Izuku flinched a little at how she had made her tone appear soft and kind. But it was filled with a stern acceptance. Are you sure that's a good idea? Izuku asked, before his sacred gear had activated on its own. Both girls and Griselda watched as a white gauntlet appeared on his right wrist and palm as it turned his left forearm into a white gauntlet-clad claw. Izuku stared down at the arm with what appeared to be trepidation before Albion announced himself to both of the exorcists who were his allies. I believe it's time that I reveal my presence anyway. It was fun whilst it lasted, but it would have been a chore to keep my presence hidden. I sense the Red One has awakened as well. In fact, he awakened far earlier than you did, partner. Albion spoke as all 3 women smiled. I had a feeling something was odd with Izuku. Zenovia said, with a smile. Why, you're not mad? Izuku asked. How could we be? You've got the power of Albion, one of the most powerful dragons known in history. Irina said, looking at Izuku's slightly wary expression. I thought you both would be disappointed that I was seen to be holding back. Izuku replied as Zenovia and Irina shook their heads. Partner, they wouldn't ever hold it against you for believing that you hiding your sacred gear was to be disappointed at. In fact, I believe they'd go so far as to tell you to keep it hidden from the devils within Kuo town. That way they won't know if you've been awakened yet. Albion said, with a smug attitude. Compared to the Red One, Albion, who is the stronger of the two? Griselda questioned. If I had to put it to the amount of times the two are training, I would need to see the strength of the Red One in order to make that appraisal. But if anything, from what I saw through my partner's eyes when he saw the rating game between the Gremory and Phoenix clans, the Red One may have a slight advantage to a longer time using his powers. Albion surmised. Okay, I will send you 3 over to Kuo town now. Make sure that if you meet up with someone that Izuku knows from Japan to avoid them at all costs. We don't want Izuku to be completely uncomfortable in his home country. Griselda said, before Zenovia spoke up. We're not obligated to protect him? Zenobia asked, as Griselda shook her head. You won't be meeting them at the area you all are going. The only way you'd be meeting anyone from his past is if you move through the town of Musutafu, and that's on the other side of Japan. Griselda informed. Where is Kuo town located in Japan? Izuku asked, as Griselda smiled sadly at him. It's over in the northern hemisphere of Japan, so if I had to state where it'd be located in the Kansai Prefecture. Near Kyoto by a few hours. Griselda informed as Izuku nodded. With that the trio of exorcists left for Japan, as Griselda smiled at the trio walking towards their plane. Standing next to Griselda a man showed up with nothing more than a box of chicken in his hands as he quietly ate next to her, getting some grease stuck on his lips. Glancing over to her right, Griselda noticed how Dulio was standing next to her eating as she let out a sigh of exasperation before speaking. You know, you'd fall if you continue to let your greed of human food get to you. Griselda grumbled as Dulio giggled. How cute, you're trying to keep me from falling. I won't fall from just enjoying human food, and even if that were to happen, I'd be free to eat to my heart's content. I burn off all the calories I eat anyway through all the training and fighting I do for the church anyway. Dulio said, with a shrug. What's the chances of those three returning from Japan alive? Griselda suddenly asked, causing Dulio to look at her as she stood a few feet away with her back to him now. Why are you asking me this? Dulio asked, confused. Just answer the DMN question. Griselda growled out, her wings flickering between black and white. Geez, the probability of those three meeting the end of their lives in Japan is at a high 75%. Dulio said, as Griselda nodded. Meaning that it would have been a lower amount had Izuku not been there? Griselda asked, glancing over her shoulder. Yes, their ratings of survival would have dropped dramatically to at around 15%. His presence will change the field of battle with his talent and mind to protect any and all those around himself. Dulio said, before walking around. Be safe you three, I can only hope that you all are prepared for the kind of world that will be seen when you all head there. Griselda thought before an even more terrifying one presented itself. Please don't get yourselves reincarnated into a devil. 0W0. The flight back to Japan was slightly worrying for Zenobia and Irina as they watched Izuku's personality slowly degrade. The fact that the young man was the wielder for the divine dividing sacred gear and was as meek and scared of almost everything was concerning for them. In their eyes he was the greatest priest amongst them because of his seemingly limitless potential to become one of their strongest members due to his sacred gear. But to see him mentally degrade back to what he was before entering the Vatican was extremely heartbreaking. Once they landed in the Musutafu district, they all immediately called a cab in order to get to Kuo town. Once the cab brought them through the entirety of Musutafu, they watched Izuku closely as he stared out the window at the passing buildings that were moving by. The boy let out a sigh of sadness as they glanced up to see what he sighed in sadness at, and looking at the school that the entire world knew about they couldn't help but notice the Great Wall protecting it. UA High School. In the last few days, they had been hearing about multiple attacks that the school had suffered due to villains wanting to kill All Might. Even going so far as to attack a class whilst they were doing a rescue exercise. Irina, in a bid to keep Izuku from looking at the school with a forlorn expression, pulled his head away from the window. She laid his head against her shoulder before wrapping her arm around his body where she actually felt him tremble far more than he had ever done back at the Vatican. She rubbed her hand in his hair as the boy leaned further into the young woman's shoulder before she felt tears hitting her cloak. She smiled down at him as both of the girls had one thought enter their minds in that very moment, seeing him at his lowest in terms of both his personality and mentality. We must keep him safe from that area of Japan. Once that mental decision was completed, it only took about a few hours before they all arrived on the outskirts of Kuo town. The cab was told to stop outside of the town since it was closer to the church on the hill that Irina had spoken about. She also made a mention of a young boy who was probably in high school at this point in time for his age and how the young man had been a very close friend growing up. Especially since she was a Japanese native. The trio made their way over towards the church before finding the place in ruins. Looking around the place, Izuku was the very first person to make an announcement towards the two other women with him. It seems as though this place was destroyed fairly recently. Izuku muttered, Zenobia looking in his direction when he said this. How recent do you think it was? Zenobia asked. I'd say about maybe a month or two before we arrived. Izuku said, looking at her and Irina. Do you want to explore Kuo town with us? Irina asked, looking at him with a little hope. I'd like to get this place set up for us. I'd rather be prepared for a potential attack from our enemies than not. Izuku said, whilst looking away. Would you like to look around the place when we return though? Zenobia asked, as Izuku looked at them both. By that time, I should have everything prepared for our stay here. Izuku informed as the two girls took that as a yes. With that said and done, the two left him alone to set up the place all by himself. And with the two girls left him alone as Izuku set up the church and prepare it for when they all returned back from informing the devils about a potential meeting between both sides. Izuku had hoped that he could rely on the girls to do most of the speaking whilst he tried his best to keep everything from escalating to the point that they were required to fight. For this mission it wasn't required to start a fight against the devils, but from what Izuku managed to collect in terms of information about who owned the place, he'd rather not PSS off any Satans from within the underworld. But knowing Zenobia, who took her faith very seriously in his own opinion, he knew that she might take this whole thing off course. Sighing to himself, he summoned the gauntlet that housed Albion into his right forearm as he glanced to it before focusing on his task of clearing the place. It would give Albion the time to think about what he wanted to talk about to Izuku before they could begin their mission to search for the Excaliburs within Kuo Town. Surprisingly though, Albion had nothing to say to him due to the fact that they all already knew about the level of danger they were all in by coming here. Albion, what's the chances of me actually winning a fight against a cadre-class fallen angel? Izuku asked, as Albion hummed. The probability that you'd win is near 10%, it's not 0 though, which is surprising. Albion said, as Izuku thought about his next question. If I were to only use my skills with Excalibur Nightmare? Izuku went to ask before pausing a little. I'm sorry partner, you'd have to rely on my additional power increase in order to even stand an ant's chance of defeating that fallen cadre. Albion said, with a sad-sounding tone. It's not your fault, Albion. I shouldn't have been sitting on my butt and waiting for a quirk to magically appear. Izuku said, as a stray tear fell from his eye. None of that partner, you were growing up during a time when having a sacred gear wasn't similar to having a quirk. But if it makes you feel better, with the level of training you undergo at the church it's only a matter of time before you unlock your balance breaker. If not, then it'll be far sooner due to your potential as a strategic leader. Albion said, bringing Izuku's spirit up. Thanks, Albion. Izuku said, smiling at the wall. It's my job to make sure that you're protected and kept alive. We are partners after all. Albion said, a forlorn tone. Did you want to be something more? Izuku asked, noticing how the tone sounded slightly sad. I've never had a hatchling before, so I guess my paternal instincts kicked in when you first managed to activate my sacred gear's power. You see, back when I was the heavenly dragon of supremacy, I had never thought about having descendants of my own. But if I had wanted to have one eventually, I'd like them to have your strategic mindset. Albion spoke as Izuku felt tears falling from his eyes. Have any of the previous White Dragon Emperors ever looked at you as a father figure? Izuku asked, as Albion chuckled. None of the sort, if anything, you're the very first White Dragon Emperor who has the potential to become the strongest in at least a few decades. Not only that, but you're in a unique position where you don't even have any parents. Had it been up to me, I would have given you a lot of my essence in order to become a dragon. Albion said, as Izuku shook his head. I would rather not become a dragon. No offense to you, Albion, but I'd rather not have an ability similar to my father. Izuku said, shuddering. I apologize for bringing up a bad memory. Did you not want to become similar to that filth you call a father? Albion asked, as Izuku nodded. Why yeah, his fire-breathing quirk reminded me of how a dragon can breathe fire. And to be honest, it was due to his fire quirk that I had gained a slight fear of fire itself. Izuku replied as Albion hummed. Still though, I wouldn't have gifted you the ability of breathing fire. It would have been poisoning breath, it wouldn't be capable of being treated, however, meaning that those who tried to kill you and you used it against them, it'd probably take a few days, possibly hours, before they would succumb to the poison breath. Albion said, as Izuku shuddered again. As the two continued to talk about potential ways Izuku could become stronger without having his body become more draconic than it already was due to how his sacred gear did it passively. The church was looking more and more presentable as the seats within the place had slowly become more like what a church should look like on the inside. Izuku had even used some magic that Albion taught him in order to repair both the window and the ceiling roof of the building. Although, due to his near non-existent teachings of magic as a whole, it was just enough that water, air, and nothing aside from magic could break through it. It wasn't until it was near the end of the day that Irina and Zenobia had arrived back at the church. Turning to look at their appearances, Izuku found the two women smiling at him as he sat in front of the podium inside of the church before making their way over to him. How was your day, Izuku? Irina asked, as she knelt down next to him. It was fine. I had a long talk with Albion. Izuku replied as he folded his hands together. Without saying anything more, the trio gave their prayers to heaven in order to help them with their ability to find the Excaliburs within Kuo Town. When it came time for the trio to clean themselves within the church's bathroom, Izuku sat outside of the place as he held onto their clothing. Sitting outside of the bathroom left Izuku to his thoughts about how they should talk with the devils of Kuo Town and what he can do to get their assistance in finding the Excaliburs and destroying them. Once the girls stuck out their hands from the bathroom door in order to collect their clothes, Izuku gave it to them before looking away with a small blush. As the girls had begun to change their clothes inside, Albion made a mention about keeping his presence inside Izuku a secret from the devils so that Izuku didn't have them know about his awakening. Although Izuku had wanted to keep that secret, he just couldn't think of a moment where none of the devils wouldn't just sense it from him. So ultimately, he decided to just let them all know that he wants to just get the Excalibur blades out of the hands of those of Kokabil's faction of fallen angels and stray exorcists. It would be hard to even hide its presence without the Red One even sensing his enemy's presence within one of the exorcists, so he decided to make sure that he'd get it out of the way as soon as he entered the clubroom for Rias Gremory. Irina had informed him about it before she took her bath with Zenobia, as much as he wanted to get that mental image to not show itself. He failed. Shaking his head slightly at that thought, however, both girls exited the bathroom, allowing him inside. Once inside, Izuku began to have his own cleansing session with the two girls, going to get some sleep before beginning their meeting with the Gremory Peerage in the afternoon the next day. By the time Izuku had come out wearing his new set of clothing to help him blend in with the natives within Japan, he had actually managed to use his bank account within the city to get clothes that were normal for the trio, due to his time in working part-time jobs within Musutafu back before he joined the Vatican. 0W0. The next day, the church trio had made their way over towards Kuo Academy wearing the normal clothing that Izuku bought them. The girls had decided to ultimately wear their own church attire underneath their normal clothing as much as they appreciated Izuku buying them clothes. They just didn't want to allow the clothes to be torn and not be capable of even hiding their modesty should their normal clothes be torn from a potential fight between both sides. Arriving at the relatively small school made for the Kuo residents, Izuku had actually made a small comment about it as soon as the trio arrived. "This place doesn't seem so bad," Izuku mumbled as Irina smiled at him. "This is where we will be getting our meeting with the Gremory Peerage," Irina said, as Zenobia nodded in agreement. "Now remember, you two, no inciting a fight. Much less causing disrespect towards the Gremory Peerage. Based on what I found out, we need as much help as we can in finding the Excalibur blades," Izuku said, as Zenobia opened her mouth to speak before Izuku put a hand over her mouth. "I will not hear you complain about getting devils to assist us in finding the Excalibur blades, Zenobia. As much as I would love to say that we have a great chance of coming across those who stole the Excalibur blades, I will not allow you to state that we can do this on our own. Our success rate may be around 75%, but that is only due to me having divine dividing. Our actual chance of not getting the blades are still 25%, and our chances of defeating Kokabil on our own without the devils are at 10%. Izuku said, as Zenobia pouted at him. "Fine, but I will not tolerate them making comments about how we do things," Zenobia said, with Izuku staring at her. The young woman watched as Izuku's face slowly morphed from a blank stare into a larger frown before the woman relented. As she slumped due to her faith being tested by Izuku, Irina and Zenobia showed him towards where the Gremory Peerage's location was. Entering the building, Izuku had a small feeling of fear build up in him that he shoved down to the lowest depths of his mind as they slowly made their way towards the room that held the entire peerage. As the two girls were about to open the door, Izuku had knocked first to allow those inside to know that he and the other two girls were present here. "Knock knock. Whoever it is behind the door, you can come in," a feminine voice called out from the inside. Opening the door, Izuku peered into the room, causing those inside to stare at him in confusion as he opened the door to reveal himself, Zenobia and Irina wearing normal clothing. Nothing like what they probably experienced the other day when the girls came wearing their exorcist clothing just to meet with Sona and inform the young woman about the potential meeting between both sides. The most curious about this development was the Gremory heir herself as she stared at Izuku with intrigue. Izuku brought the two girls behind him over to the couch nearby as Rias sat across from him and the two girls on both sides of him as neither side said a word. But the green-haired White Dragon Emperor could see the curiosity in the crimson-haired girl's eyes as she prepared to speak to him and the other exorcists. "Before you question who I am and why we're wearing these clothing, I need to express something to the Red Dragon Emperor," Izuku said, looking around the room as a young man with relatively short brown hair that had some spikes in it stepped forwards. "What do you need, man?" he asked, with genuine curiosity. "I need you to stay calm," Izuku said, before continuing after the young man nodded. "I am this generation's White Dragon Emperor." Izuku said, as everyone aside from Zenovia and Irina jumped back in preparation for Izuku to attack at any moment. He just said to stay calm. Irina muttered, as everyone in the room sat back down with the exceptions of those who were originally standing, but still tense. That's definitely some claim. Can you show some evidence to let us know about whether your claim is true? Gremory asked sternly. I will have you know, Gremory, that my partner has no ill will towards you all. Albion's voice rang out. Ignoring me, Albion? Another deep voice that sounded very similar to All Might called out. Izuku's eyes widened slightly at the familiar tone with a wince, causing everyone aside from Irina and Zenovia to look at him with confusion. Irina and Zenovia rubbed his back as the young man let out a sigh of sadness before shaking his head. You have no reason to join the fallen angels and stray exorcists in holding the stolen Excaliburs in your territory, correct? Izuku asked, as Gremory shook her head. I do not. I'd rather stay neutral with something that is your problem. Gremory said, with a shake of her head. Thank goodness, that makes my question that much easier to ask. Izuku replied as Rias tilted her head at him. What is this question that you ask of us? Gremory questioned with a fold of her legs. I would formally like to ask for your assistance in destroying the 3 stolen Excaliburs. Izuku said, as the Gremory peerage and his 2 allies stared at him in shock. What makes you think that we're getting something out of this? Rias questioned, eyebrow raised. Zenovia, Irina, and I are wanting to get the Excalibur pieces and wish to bring them back to the church. But with our chances of survival of going against the person who stole them being so low, I'm just asking for yours and your friends' help in destroying them so we can take the broken swords back to the Vatican. Izuku said, as Rias thought about it. Well, it'd help us get some very powerful bladed weapons out of my territory that could cause a major upset in the underworld's politics. Who stole the items? Rias questioned. Kokabil, the cadre-class fallen angel. He'd gone rogue and stolen the Excaliburs rapidly, transparency and blessing in a bid to try and start a new great war between all 3 factions within the Christian pantheon. Izuku said, as Rias nodded her head. That's a serious claim. How did you get this information? Rias questioned. I kind of hacked into the church's data frame. Izuku said, looking away with a blush. Each and every person inside the room stared at Izuku with what appeared to be complete surprise and shock. That was something that could get him kicked out from the Vatican had he stated he did such a thing to their faces. And he was saying it with an embarrassed expression on his face, no less. I see. But why do you want our help? Rias questioned. Because the way I see it, we both get what we want. You get to get rid of some weapons that can cause serious damage to your peerage should they come across one of them. And we can take the pieces back to the Vatican in order to be kept under lock and key. Izuku said, as Rias thought about it more, adopting a thinking pose. Rias, are you seriously considering this? Gremory's queen questioned. It's a good deal, but there has to be some kind of caveat towards accepting this deal. Rias said, as Izuku shook his head whilst raising his arms in a placating gesture. I don't want anything from you all. All I ask is for your assistance, and then we can leave with the broken sword pieces. Izuku said, as Rias and the others seemingly nodded. Well then, I guess we can trust you. But should you all either make any moves to attack us, we will retaliate in kind. Rias said, holding a hand out. I know, which is why Zenovia, Irina, and I will take our leave now. Izuku said, standing up as he made for the door. Hey! You don't want to fight me, right? The brown-haired young man called out. No, I wouldn't want to fight you right now. I'd easily lose against you. Izuku said, as the brown-haired young man smiled. Well, if you don't want to fight, how about we become friends? The young man asked, holding out a hand. Izuku stared at the hand as Zenovia and Irina stared at the hand as though it were something very wrong. Although it was more of Zenovia glaring at the extended hand than anything else, but both girls heard Izuku speak something truly heartbreaking after their thoughts on that handshake had been about to happen. I am not sure about being a good friend. I've never had a real friend since I was 5. But so long as you are a good person, I see no reason to refuse. Izuku said, holding his own hand out. As the two shook the other's hand, something drastic happened, however. A small spark had ignited between the two's hands before their respective gauntlets had appeared on their wrists as a loud cry from both dragons inside their gears had come out. Why? Are you serious? What's wrong, Albion? Izuku asked, looking at his wrist. Yeah, Drake, what's wrong? The young man asked. I will not work with that draconic BSTRD. Albion called out. What? Why? Izuku asked, concerned. Izuku, you are talking about becoming friendly with our fated rival. What part of that do you not understand? We are fated to fight one another. Albion called out. Albion, I don't care about your rivalry with D-Drake. See, couldn't be rivals in terms of growing stronger together? Izuku called out as Albion was about to speak again before letting out a grunt. So long as we're not working together to take down an enemy. I'm fine with you using one another to become more powerful. But I demand that we have a battle to the death at some point. Albion called out. I'd rather not have a fight like that, Albion. You know how I am with that kind of thing. Izuku replied with a sad expression. Albion gave no sound of a reply as Izuku left the room with the girls not too far behind. Zenovia gave the blonde girl within the peerage a brief glance before heading out to chase after Izuku, and Irina was not too far behind as the two women wanted to make sure that nothing was wrong with the boy. As the trio had left, they all pointedly ignored the young man with a lighter blonde-colored hair and blue eyes looking at them with rising anger in his eyes but relented as soon as Rias called him into the room. After the brief freak-out from Albion, Izuku had nothing to say to the Dragon Emperor as the gigantic dragon said nothing to him afterward. The fact that Albion was that against working together with his direct opposite in terms of their power sets was confusing to Izuku, as he believed that had the two of them in the past worked together to defeat a foe who they couldn't defeat on their own, they probably had a very high probability of success of completing such a task. Zenovia and Irina followed Izuku through the streets of Kuo town as they had slowly walked back towards the church in a bid to wait until evening to begin their search for the stolen Excaliburs. Both women stared at his back as he had been quiet the entire walk through the town, something that both concerned and worried the two as they'd never seen him this quiet since he first joined the Vatican a few months prior. Zenovia had opened her mouth to speak to him, but not a single word could come out as she couldn't speak what was on her mind in that moment as Irina looked at her as well. Something the matter, Zenovia? Irina asked, as Zenovia shook her head. I just can't stop thinking about the face Midoriya had when Albion yelled at him like that. Midoriya had the look of expressed confusion and sadness on his face that it looked as though he were hurting mentally. Zenovia said, as both her and Irina walked quietly behind Izuku. There's nothing we can do at the moment but be there for him. We just need to finish the mission with whatever is happening with the Excaliburs before heading back to the Vatican and leave the devils here in this town to whatever problems arise after we leave. Irina said, as Zenovia nodded along. The walk back to the church on the hill was quiet and uneventful as Izuku was seen sitting in one of the benches. He had his head lowered but not pointedly looking at his right arm as he sighed to himself quietly as Zenovia and Irina had moved about the place in order to search for something to do. And as the day slowly devolved into the early evening, Izuku finally stood upright from the bench as he thought about what he and the girls came here to do. They were to search for the stolen Excalibur blades before bringing them back to the church, and if they needed to they could destroy the blades in the hands of the stray fallen angels' grasps if they had to. By the time dusk came over the town of Kuo, Izuku and the girls headed out from the church in search of the Excalibur blades. They had decided to split up into being on their own as they traversed through the town during the night in high hopes that they'd run into the group that had stolen the blades. With Izuku, the young man had moved through the night on the rooftops as he made quick ground by moving towards the town's docks. Since Kuo was a town near the ocean, Izuku was given a large amount of the port in order to search for their enemies and those who stole the Excalibur blades. He ducked between buildings as well as when he could, sticking to the rooftops as he looked at the streets below. His face impassive as he made sure to stick to the plan of searching for the base of operations for the fallen angels who had gone rogue and working together with stray exorcists and priests. Landing on a building near a large warehouse, he took a look around the area he stood within as he tried to sense out the magical energy of the stray exorcists and priests. Izuku kept his eyes closed as he did this before sensing a magical power heading in his direction from the sky. Looking up into the air, he found a two-winged fallen angel patrolling around the area as he hid behind a staircase heading inside the building. It flew overhead as Izuku prepared some light magic in order to create a bow and magical arrow, infusing some of Albion's energy into it. He waited till the last second before launching the arrow. The arrow itself flew through the air swiftly. It was so fast that when the fallen angel noticed the arrow coming for them, they weren't fast enough to block the attack. With the fallen angel disappearing in a literal explosion of black feathers, Izuku moved to head away from his position. Knowing full well that if there was a fallen angel patrolling the docks, that meant that whoever had stolen the blades wouldn't be too far away from their patroller's location. And running off into the distance, he never noticed how a person had climbed onto the rooftop he had originally been on, the man having a sadistic grin on his face. 0W0. As Izuku moved across the buildings in his area, he came across a courtyard that wasn't too far away from the docks. He glanced around the area as he avidly searched for whoever had been here beforehand, as he'd noticed some black feathers on the ground. He knelt to the ground to take a look at them and brought them up to his nose to sniff them like a dog, thinking that he could follow their scent. But when he picked up the feather, He heard the sound of movement in the air behind him and turned around to find a stray priest with a golden blade swinging down on him. Pulling out Excalibur Nightmare, Izuku had swung his own against the enemy blade. As soon as both blades connected, a brief flash of golden energy moved by the two as Izuku immediately recognized the blade that this man used as an Excalibur. He grunted in confusion before swinging his blade upwards, tossing the man back as he landed on his feet. The sadistic smile on his face showcased the insane mentality of the man who attacked him. "Who are you? And how did you get an Excalibur blade?" Izuku called out, as the man spoke. "Well, I'll be. You've got yourself an Excalibur blade as well. I can't wait to steal it from you," the man said, preparing for a frontal assault. "Who are you?" Izuku growled out. "Well, since you're about to die anyway, I might as well give the name of your killer. The name is Fried Selzen. And I am an excommunicated priest from the church. Those BSTRDS just couldn't handle my genius." Fried called out, rushing to Izuku with a swift swing of a downward move. Moving to the side to sidestep the attack, Izuku swung his blade horizontally as the man blocked the attack. The two then blurred out of existence as they moved across the courtyard as they slashed their blades at one another, with Izuku activating his holy energy and increasing the strength of his blade. Swinging it over at the man's head, the man dodged through the skin of his teeth as a piece of his hair had been cut off as he let out a growl of his own. "You cut my hair? My illustrious and beautiful hair. I'm gonna kill you, brat!" Fried yelled, rushing Izuku. The two traded blows with one another as Izuku countered and blocked each and every attack. He sent a kick into the priest's leg that caused him to fall to a knee, with Izuku slicing his blade through the air towards the man's arm that had barely nicked him due to him dodging out of the way. Pressing his advantage, Izuku moved closer to Fried as the man constantly rolled out of the way of Izuku's attacks, only for Izuku to split himself apart into two people and rush the man. "Oh, that is such bullshit," Fried called out, as he blocked an attack from two Izukus. "Do you always curse during your little battles?" Izuku questioned as the two clashed again. "I'll have you know, Sheet Stain, that I am very capable of having a normal conversation. But I was excommunicated due to the fact that I love to make love to my kills," Fried said, with a very lewd expression on his face. Izuku's face went from serious to gagging as he spoke out in a very offended manner. "You literally have relations with dead people? What is wrong with you?" Izuku called out, heavily disgusted. "What can I say? I do love me a very good-looking woman, even if they're dead at my feet," Fried said, as the two clashed again. Kicking the man away, Izuku retched a little before he immediately activated Excalibur Nightmare's power. The area suddenly became covered in mirages as Fried looked about the area with a little confusion and more than a little shock before glaring at the multiple Izukus appearing through the mirages. "So your power is that of illusions? I have to say that's pretty smart. But you're against someone who can see through them," Fried called out as he attacked one of the other Izuku clones. "What the?" he called out as he watched the Izuku clone disappear. "You know, I originally had thought about using Excalibur Destruction. But to hear that Excalibur Nightmare had chosen me to be its wielder, it was kind of funny." Izuku spoke with his blade raised high behind Fried. Fried rolled to the right as the blade slammed into the ground, and as he stared up to the boy, he found multiple with their own blades in the ground as well. Glancing at each and every single Izuku with scrutiny before glaring up at the Izukus who were now staring at him, each blade showing a holy energy over them. He was about to attack him when he then got a different idea about how to combat Izuku. Since he was definitely here to take back the holy weapons that his leader stole, he decided to use them to his advantage. "You know, I know where the other Excalibur blades are. If you kill me, then that means you lose any and all information about where they are located," Fried said, with a smile on his face. "You really think that I'd believe a word you say? After what you said you do to dead corpses after you kill them?" the Izukus asked, as they surrounded him. "No, but I think you'd love to see these," Fried said, pulling his cloak away to reveal 3 blades. Izuku froze in place as he saw Excalibur's blessing, rapidly, and transparency were on his belt. And as his eyes widened in surprise, the man smiled even more villainously as he spoke again in a tone that belied a lot of arrogance and cockiness. "So if you wish to actually get them back, you will either have to kill me, or you will need to break the swords entirely from my belt," Fried said, with a smirk on his face. "Fine by me," Izuku said, preparing to attack. "What? Don't you want to bring the swords back without having to destroy them?" Fried called out. "I could care less about whether or not the Excalibur blades are returned or destroyed. So long as people like you don't get to keep their sweaty palms on them, I can deal with anything else that is aside from villainous people like you holding on to them," Izuku stated as he entered a combat stance. A holy energy had begun to surround Izuku's body as Fried stared at him in both shock and concern. He was about to pull out his flashbang in order to aid in his escape when he suddenly felt his power cut in half. Looking at his hand, he felt as though half of his full power was stolen from his body, and as he looked up at Izuku he found that the holy energy surrounding himself was now larger and the boy had a white gauntlet on his wrist. "This is your end, freed Selzen. I hope that you can see true retribution to all those you had killed, even if they were devils." Izuku spoke as his aura moved from around his body and into his Excalibur. The golden glow of the sword was suddenly increased dramatically as it shone brightly into the sky. And with that light, was an energy that was filled with a dark green and black power that had surrounded the blade itself as Izuku spoke in his native tongue, something that Freed had noticed. "Juka no Senaru Ijiki. Purifying whole Y strike." Izuku called out, rushing towards Freed. The speed the young man had was something that Freed had not prepared for as he tried to utilize Excalibur Rapidly's additional power to speed himself up. And as he attempted to run away from the White Dragon Emperor, he watched as the Excalibur Nightmare, surrounded by green and black energy, slowly moved towards him. He pulled his blade to take the place of his body before the energy from the blade was soon beginning to cause Excalibur Rapidly to swiftly deteriorate. So instead of using an Excalibur, he pulled out a light blade in order to tank the hit as the attack caused the surrounding area to be encompassed in a loud explosion. As the explosion was heard all around Kuo town, those who were actively searching for the Excaliburs immediately ran over to the area. Looking in the direction of the ports of Kuo, both devil and church groups had noticed the green and black plume of smoke and debris floating in the air. It would only be a matter of time before one of the heroes from a nearby city would actually come check the place out in curiosity, so they needed to clear it out as fast as possible. Once the church women and the devils arrived at the courtyard outside of the port they came across a peculiar sight. The smoke had cleared just enough for those who arrived to find Izuku and Freed standing in the middle of a massive crater, and Izuku had seemingly accessed an unknown level of power for his sacred gear. As two wings jutted out of his back that were mechanical in nature but held 8 feathers that allowed him to filter out any power that was too much for his body to handle. And across from him was Freed, who had been incredibly injured to the point that a portion of his face was burnt. He was missing a left arm, and his right leg was mangled and burned to the point that neither looked as though they'd be capable of being used ever again. The man was grunting and writhing in pain as he struggled to get up from his position on the ground as the devils immediately made him out as someone they had run into in the past. "Freed Selzen." Issei and a few other devils called out. "Oh, hello you little slots." Freed called out, his only good arm waving sarcastically. "You all know him?" Izuku asked, as he floated above Freed. "Know him? We've been attacked by him and those other stray exorcists," Gremory stated with a glare at the down man. "Well then, it appears as though we have a common enemy," Izuku said, before walking over to Freed. "I'll be taking those from you by the way," Izuku said, pulling the blades from Freed's jacket. Hey, you can't take those are mine," Freed called out angrily. "You weren't even using them, not to mention the fact that you are only besmirching their legendary status by using them to kill indiscriminately," Izuku retorted by bringing all the blades to himself. "Hey, all those I killed weren't showing their love to God or had been colluding with devils," Freed called out from where he was. "Just because humans collude with devils doesn't mean that they don't respect God. They just are asking devils for a wish that God himself won't willingly take for granted," Izuku replied as he summoned a box for the Excalibur blades. "Are you alright, Midoriya-kun?" Zenovia asked, concerned at Izuku's new development. "I'm fine, just a little tired is all," Izuku said, rolling his right shoulder. "Well, that's all the blades we came here for," Irina said, with a smile. "I'll have you all know that this isn't where this fight ends," a voice called out, drawing everyone's attention. Looking on top of a nearby building that had a dome for a roof, a man stood wearing an archbishop's attire. Izuku noticed how the man appeared to be both smarmy and arrogant when it came to their presence on the battlefield, as he'd placed himself in a position of power. He was attempting to intimidate them all into doing as he said, and from what he was sensing from him in terms of magical energy, the man wasn't even that strong. "Valper Galilei," Zenovia growled out, pulling out Excalibur Destruction. Irina did the same as she pulled out Mimic, and Izuku readying Excalibur Nightmare. "It's so nice to know that I've gained the attention of those who are under no circumstances in a position to fight me. After all, your precious blades are not with your possession anymore," the man, Valper said with a smile. Looking at his feet, Izuku noticed how the box of blades he'd taken from Freed were indeed gone. Looking around for whoever could have stolen them in the time that they were all distracted with him, he found a fallen angel with 10 wings from his back floating near Valper. But from the appearance alone, the man held a lot more magical power and presence than that of the Archbishop himself. And Izuku couldn't help but feel a building fear as the pointed-eared fallen angel smirked in their direction as the swords floated around Valper. As much as it pains me to see my stray dog be killed like he has, I must get going. I have my own little plan to get finished. The fallen angel said, before preparing to leave. Who are you? Izuku called out, creating a fissure of air displacement with Excalibur Nightmare in the direction of the fallen angel. Said fallen angel had merely used 2 of his wings to swat the attack away as though it were nothing. The girls and the devils stared at the fallen in shock before the fallen angel appeared in front of Izuku with no time to block an incoming strike. The palm of the man stopped just a few inches away from his face as a powerful ball of light formed in his hand as half the man's face was shown with the lighting. Crimson red eyes glared down at Izuku with a sadistic grin on his face as he spoke. Boy, you just attacked a cadre of the fallen angels. So be prepared to tank an attack of that caliber. The man said, as Izuku was covered entirely in a beam of light. Jaya! Izuku screamed in agony as he was blasted through nearby trees and off into the distance. In the blast, he dropped Excalibur Nightmare in the process as his status of being around was now up in the air. The devils, Zenobia and Irina stared at the area where Izuku had once been with fear and shock on their faces as the White Dragon Emperor had been incapable of even holding a candle to the man in front of them. Said man looked at each and every one of them as he smiled with nothing more than a malicious grin before telling them who he was. The name is Kokabil of the Fallen Angels, and I do hope our battle later on today will be what brings me joy. After all, I've been around since the Great War. The Fallen said, before taking off with Valper. Izuku felt as though his entire body was burning from the amount of power that surrounded his form. Letting out a grunt of effort, and with the assistance of Albion giving him a higher durability, he fell out of the long beam of light energy that had blasted around him. Although he still smashed through multiple trees and was flung far away from the others, making him greatly wonder if they were still alive even after his brash actions against the cadre class being. He finally stopped being crashed through trees as he smacked the last one that stopped his speed immediately. He'd felt pain similar to this in the past many times, but it had never gotten to the point that he felt as though a broken spine could erupt from it. Laying on the ground in pain, he groaned to himself as he struggled to get back to his feet in order to look around the area he was laying in. But he managed to get into a standing position as he took in the forest where he stood in as he panted heavily from the damage he'd taken. It was a bad idea to attack Kokabil like that, partner. Albion finally said, after a day of nothing. Why do you hate the thought of working together with your rival? Izuku asked, as he leaned against a tree. For the longest time in history, all I remember us doing is fighting one another. He wanted to prove his strength and power that he was fit to be as strong as me, to be my equal in all power, strength breathing capabilities and more. All I had wanted to do was enjoy my time as one of the most powerful beings in the known world, and he came in searching for an opponent who could counter him. And I guess I found that rival I'd longed for in my youth before meeting Drake. Albion said, a wistful tone in his voice. You know that you both can work together in order to increase the power you both wielded by training together, right? Izuku asked, as Albion scoffed. Drake was not one to work with me to increase our gains, and for that I am thankful. I'd always lorded myself as one who got powerful through my own methods of training, and with how strong you've managed to come in only a few months. You're already nearing your balance breaker. Albion said, as Izuku froze. There's no way that I'm strong enough to wield balance breaker already. Aye. Izuku spoke, disbelief in his tone. You might not see yourself as powerful, young man, but I can see it. You've already grown far stronger than the Red One, and you've actively been training yourself through hard work and determination. Albion said, as Izuku could imagine Albion appearing next to him as a vestige ghost. There can't be any way that I'm as strong as I am. I lost easily to Kokabil. How strong is my balance breaker? Izuku asked, as Albion smirked. Drake may not like my balance breaker, but you would. My Sacred Gear's balance breaker would make you infinitely more powerful than that DMN crow. Not only that, but any energy used from the divine dividing that is lost through any of your attacks can be regained by taking the energy of that crow. Albion boasted as Izuku thought about it. Is there any way I can take energy away from Kokabil without having to touch him? Izuku questioned as Albion hummed. There is a way, but you'd still need to land at least one hit on him. And you've lost your blade, which could have been a catalyst. Albion stated, as Izuku thought about it. See, couldn't I just make a blade of light? Izuku asked, as Albion smirked from within the sacred gear. So long as you know how to make one, then that should do just fine. Albion spoke with a knowing tone. Okay, so I don't really need to hit him with my skin and bone. Just nick him slightly with my blade of light. Izuku muttered to himself as he formed a blade of light from his palms. Yes, that's it. And just a little word of warning. You can only use the move once as it will be very taxing on your body as of right now. So only use it when you have the chance. Albion warned. I'll do my best, Albion. By the way, do you know where Kokabil was planning on attacking the devils at? Izuku asked, as Albion chuckled. I'm sure that you can come up with an idea. Albion retorted with a snort. He's going to attack Kuo Academy, isn't he? Izuku asked, rubbing his temples. You said it, not me. Now if you don't mind, I'd like to get some sleep. Your mind is as crazy as possible sometimes, just project some confidence onto yourself and you will be fine. You. Our current White Dragon Emperor, I'd prefer if you had some kind of confidence in your own strength. Albion said, before the blue light of the gem on Izuku's right hand slowly dimmed. Thanks for the encouragement. Izuku muttered before summoning Divine Dividing Swings. He took off with a shockwave of air that blasted out from all sides of him, rustling some of the trees around him. Izuku also didn't notice the very feral and smirking expression of a certain bunny watching him from the forest. As Izuku was running through the streets of Kuo Town, he had been keeping an eye out for any undesirables within the town. He had been searching for Kokabil and those who he had allied himself with throughout the night before he noticed a large barrier appearing in the location near the school, if Izuku could remember correctly. Increasing his pace, he was nearing the school when something landed in front of him, forcing the young man to slide to a stop as the smoke covered the individual who had appeared. Looking into the smoke, Izuku couldn't get a view of whoever had just arrived in the location. He strained his eyes to even get a good look at the individual inside the smoke before he noticed a pair of gauntlets slowly revealing themselves from the dust and smoke. As hard as he could, Izuku managed to see a set of red eyes glaring over at him with nothing more than malicious intent in the person's gaze as he entered a combat stance of his own. But for some reason, Izuku couldn't help but feel as though the gaze that's on him was from someone he knew. And as soon as the smoke and debris cleared up for him to see who was standing in front of himself, he found the familiar expression of rage-fueled hatred. Something in the back of his mind immediately connected the dots to whoever was standing in front of him as the young man who had done nothing but make his life a living hell. Kaken. Izuku grunted out as the young man began to smile. I'm here to take you home, Deku. The familiar toned voice of Kaken growled out. You're not a hero right now, Kaken. Izuku retorted as Katsuki smirked at him even more. I am a provisional hero right now, and where the hell have you been in the last 5 months? Deku? Katsuki growled, neither making a single move. That's none of your business, Kaken. I don't have the time to deal with you right now. Izuku growled back. Izuku was currently unaware of how Albion had noticed the building fear in his heart that was telling the boy to run away and replaced it with growing rage. Yes, the heavenly dragon had seen the memories of the boy and how this young man in front of him was the main cause for his partner's misery. So in a way to make him far more volatile, he increased the boy's receptors to fury and hatred to the point that Midoriya would be prepared for a fight as his legs locked into a combat stance. The boy across from Izuku took note of the feral stance Izuku was taking part in. Not to mention how the boy's eyes were slowly becoming pinpricks at the mere sight of him before the young man activated his quirk in a way to cow the boy's budding rage. But even that didn't seem to fall back into fear, as the boy in front of him had seemingly changed and grown a spine from the last time they'd seen one another. Well then, if you're not going to come back home willingly, then I guess I'll have to force you. Bakugo said, entering a combat stance. I have better things to do right now than fight you, Kaken. Izuku growled angrily. What are those things that are better than what is happening right now? Katsuki questioned angrily. Are you looking down on me once again? Katsuki practically yelled. I don't have time for this. Get out of the way. Izuku yelled, rushing the young man. I won't leave until I bring you back into Musutafu. Katsuki screamed back. The two ran towards one another as the other utilized their quirk to fly over to him with a right arm pulled back. Izuku pulled his own right arm backwards in preparation to counter with the pure strength he'd gotten from training under Griselda as both fists flashed towards one another. As soon as Katsuki's fist slammed into Izuku's very own, an explosion erupted just at the same time of something cracking in the air. 0W0. An explosion burst out from Katsuki's fist as he heard a crack that seemed to be from Deku, but when he was thrown away, he couldn't believe it. Bouncing off the ground, he landed on his feet before pulling his hand in front of his left and started to shoot small blasts of concentrated nitroglycerin sweat that hadn't been ignited towards the green-haired boy. The young man dodging and weaving through each and every attack before he reached Katsuki with nothing more than evident fear and anger in his expression as he pulled a leg back out to smash right into his head. Ducking under the attack, he raised a palm upwards and blasted him with his quirk, which seemed to do nothing. Izuku then landed in front of him, grabbing his extended right arm and lifted him over the boy's shoulder and slamming him into the ground using a judo throw. When the air left Katsuki's mouth, He let out a cough before he felt a palm on his chest as some kind of energy pierced through his left pectoral and through his back. Coughing up blood, Katsuki kicked at Izuku, who had leapt away from him as the ash-blonde boy had slowly got up to his feet. He checked his injury and noticed how there was a hole in his left pectoral, but it didn't seem to pierce through his entire body. He was just glad that the boy across from him didn't even try to kill him outright by using that attack on his heart. He now saw how dangerous this young man was. At least that was what his instincts told him, but his brain was trying to wrap his mind around whatever Deku had just done to him as he'd been born quirkless. So how was he able to hurt him like this? "How long have you had a quirk, Deku?" Katsuki growled, his quirk activating. "I don't have a quirk, that was the result of harsh training," Izuku replied as he adopted a fighting stance. "Don't F with me? What you just used had to be a quirk," Katsuki growled before pausing. "Unless you got that power from that fucker at Kamino Ward a month and a half ago," Katsuki grunted out as he burned the hole on his chest closed. What the heck are you talking about?" Izuku called out, confused greatly. "Admit it. You got a quirk from that BSTRD at Kamino Ward a month and a half ago, and now you're working with that all-for-one fucker," Katsuki yelled as Izuku just stared at him in disbelief. "Who the heck is all-for-one?" Izuku called out confused. "Don't deny that you're not working for him. I know that you've been starved for having a quirk since we were kids," Katsuki yelled. "I don't have the time for this, I didn't want to do this to you. But you left me no choice," Izuku muttered as he rose a palm. Katsuki prepared for another one of those weird piercing attacks, when he heard Deku mutter something under his breath. "Divide," Izuku mumbled. Almost immediately, Katsuki felt as though his strength was sapped by at least half. Confused, he tried to activate his quirk and noticed how weak it was compared to at first before he found a foot coming towards his face and attempted to dodge. But found that he was incapable of moving out of the way in time as the boot slammed into his face, knocking him to the ground before Izuku placed his palm was placed on Katsuki's chest again. The boy struggled beneath Izuku as the young man gave him a hurt but very sad expression as he continued. "Divide," Izuku spoke in a tone that Katsuki heard again. "Don't you dare. Fight me, you coward." Katsuki grunted before attempting to punch Izuku in the face and activate his quirk. When the damage dealt to Izuku wasn't done in a way that could hurt, he felt even more of his strength and stamina sapped away. Katsuki could feel as though his mind was falling into darkness as dark spots clouded his vision as he growled at Izuku, sending a kick at the boy's back which had been blocked by a weird construct on the boy's back. "I've wasted enough time trying to get you to leave me alone. I don't want to go back there, there's nothing for me there. I'm sorry, Kaken, but you need to stop trying to prove to me that you're stronger. You can achieve your dream of becoming a hero through UA. I'd rather not go there where your personality could make mine take a nosedive from where it's at. I'm accepted where I am, can't you accept that?" Izuku said, as he stared at Katsuki's eyes. "What about the old man and hag? What about their feelings?" "Ha!" Katsuki grunted as Izuku stood upright, placing his boot on Katsuki's chest. "Tell them that I'm sorry. And that I really like where I'm at currently," Izuku said, as he registered how it had been raining. "Divide," Izuku mumbled as Katsuki let out a breath of air before passing out on the ground. "You let him down through humiliation, do you really think that he'll leave you alone?" Albion questioned. "It's the only way to get him to see the difference in our dreams. He can achieve the dream he'd always wanted, while leaving me in the dust. Just as he wished. I've let him drag me down in the dumps far longer than I should have. I just don't want to go back where my personality can make a nosedive from where I'm at," Izuku replied as Albion hummed. "Well, at least you're staying with those who actually care for you." The boy mentioned his parents through his very unorthodox way of speaking. "Have you lost love for them as well?" Albion questioned. It seemed as though the rain increased in its intensity as Izuku stared at the boy on the ground behind himself. Looking ahead of himself with a pained but sad expression, he shook his head and walked away from the boy. I haven't lost my love for Mitsuki and Masaru. I love them as they were my aunt and uncle growing up, but they never even tried to adopt me in the last few years that I've known them. I don't want to burden them with my presence anymore, as far as I'm aware. I'd be fine if they thought I was dead," Izuku said, before moving towards the barrier in the distance. "Well then, I approve you of utilizing power far beyond what you are capable of. But remember, you can only have 1 minute in order to defeat Kokabil. That is all you can get before you gain that power for yourself on your own," Albion stated, as Izuku looked to his right hand. Clenching his fists, he glared at the barrier protecting the school from the rainstorm. Taking a deep breath, his hair falling down to stick to his head, Izuku rushed over towards the direction of the barrier surrounding Kuo Academy and taking flight to appear high above the barrier itself when he got near. Izuku looked at who was holding the barrier up in the air and preventing the people inside from leaving. He took another deep breath as he prepared for any backlash that activating his full power would bring. Here goes nothing. Are you ready, Albion? Izuku questioned as Albion let out a snort. Just say the words already, partner. Albion said, with a knowing smile from within the divine dividing. Izuku's body became encased in a large white light as he uttered 2 words, blinding those inside the barrier and outside holding it up. Balance break. Izuku mumbled. Rias Gremory was one who had never underestimated the power of one who had survived the Great War between the 3 factions. But as of right now, she couldn't help but feel as though something was wrong with the fighter peerage and those exorcist nuns present against Kokabil. The man had been sitting on his throne for the past 10 minutes since they'd initiated their fight with one another, as he'd sent out Cerberus the Hellhound, who protected the underworld from those who entered without permission. How the Cadre-class fallen angel managed to grab the animal from their post astounded her. But that was nothing in comparison to the fact that Valper Galilei had stated about how Kiba's very own allies having been killed for the whole reason that it was a failed experiment. Not only that, but he used the pieces of the lost children's souls in order to help those who weren't a part of the experiment, that Heaven started wielding holy blades that weren't previously capable of doing so on their own. It brought her back to the 2 women who had been fighting for their lives with them. They had not only lost a very useful ally in Midoriya Izuku, something she was really hoping to get on her side through an evil piece, but the way he'd attacked Kokabil brashly confused her. The fallen angel hadn't really done anything wrong to the boy to act rashly like he had, and that was what confused her even more. He had attacked a fallen angel who was retreating towards her school without provocation. He could have been here at the moment to assist in their fight had he just stayed calm. But for some reason he had wanted nothing more than to attack the fallen angel with their back turned, only for it to fail, leaving them 1 man down. A few minutes had passed since the summoning for Cerberus, and they all had managed to defeat each and every copy of the creature who protected Hell from outsiders. And Issei had managed to collect enough power to empower both her and Akino in their bid to take down Kokabil with their own gathered strength. It wasn't even enough for them to utilize and end the might of Kokabil, as he merely toyed with them. Then came the revelation that her queen was the daughter of Barakil III, in command of the Grigori, something that she'd be talking to her queen at a later date about. Not long after that came the revelation from Galilei about how Kiba's friends were used in the creation of the crystals, allowing the church to have so many holy blade wielders within their ranks. Which then caused Kiba to activate his very own balance breaker once he achieved a high level of emotions rushing through his body. Kiba used the newfound power with his balance breaker sword called the Sword of Betrayer. It held the magical energies of both holy and demonic power in 2 sides of the blade itself, as he wielded it with great efficiency, managing to actually allow her to see the new weapon that Zenobia had held within herself as well. Apparently, it wasn't Excalibur destruction she could wield as well. She was basically the current wielder of Durandal, a weapon that was nearly as powerful, if not more so, than Excalibur in its true form. The 2 managed to destroy the nearly completed Excalibur on their own before killing Valper Galilei. Once that was done, it was down to Kokabil, who had smiled down at them before attacking them all at once. And to say that he wasn't holding back was not a very good rendition of how he fought them. His power, strength, speed and many more was so advanced and higher than their own they were practically running around like they were headless chickens. Even with them all teaming up in order to take down Kokabil at the same time, Kiba was only capable of getting a small scratch on the fallen angel. And that caused him to immediately increase the amount of power he was utilizing against them all, with each and every single one of them being put out of commission instantly. They were all on their last legs, as all that remained of their fighting force who were actually awake was herself, Akino, Zenobia, Kiba, barely, and Issei by sheer force of will. You know, since you all are going to die soon, I might as well inform you all about what happened with the previous leaders during the Great War. Kokabil said, with a very happy expression. What are you talking about? The leaders of Hell were killed in the Great War. We already know that. Rias growled as Kokabil smirked at her. Well, that is true, but it wasn't stated about Heaven's losses as well. Kokabil said, with a knowing smile. What are you talking about? Why are you talking about Heaven right now? Zenobia growled, holding her blade. Tensions were already high before, but hearing about Kokabil speaking about Heaven in that manner caused Zenobia to let out a growl of frustration and anger. What I am talking about is that I know what happened to God himself. Kokabil said, as Rias tilted her head. Isn't he still in heaven dealing with everything up there? Rias questioned. Oh, Michael has been doing a great job up there. But God is no longer with us, as he'd been killed in the Great War. And by my own hands no less. Kokabil called out, spreading his 10 dark wings with nothing more than a sadistic sneering smile on his face. Impossible. There's no way God's dead. Zenobia called out, her hands trembling. She's right. God is all-powerful, there's no way he could have been killed. Rias called out to him, looking hopeful. I would show you the evidence, but his form disappeared as soon as I pierced through his chest with a blade of light created by my own hands. But I wouldn't expect you to understand, after all. Michael has been doing his best to keep those believing in God. Kokabil said, offhandedly. Why are you talking about how Michael is in charge of everything? There's no way God's dead. Zenobia screamed at him. It's true, I don't understand how you all just don't get it already. God has been dead all this time, why do you think there hasn't been any miracles happening across the world? After all, it only stopped after quirks became a thing. Kokabil said, with a very disgusting grin. Quirks? Why are you talking about that now of all times? That has nothing to do with why God is not in charge of heaven. Rias growled. Ah, I see he hasn't informed everyone before his demise. The reason why quirks are a thing nowadays is because they were the very last miracle he gave to the pitiful humans of this world. The reason why some of your servants, Rias Gremory, are even capable of holding quirks is because God had made it so as his final decree before he died at my hand. Kokabil grunted out before walking towards them. Moving closer to the group, none of them were staring at him specifically except for Zenobia. Her thoughts went back to Izuku as the young man had entered her and Irina's life without any quirk to his name, only the sacred gear of divine dividing. So that brought a new question to her mind. If God gave the miracle of giving quirks to those around the earth, why didn't he give quirks to 20% of the human population? Zenobia asked, her eyes bloodshot from rage. Her entire body had been trembling with both rage as well as sadness as she stared at Kokabil as he constantly laughed in their faces. I have no idea as to why 20% of the world's population was born without a quirk. But I do know one thing, those who are born without a quirk. They are either destined for horrifying lives in general. Or they were given something far greater than any kind of quirk. They were gifted with a power of their own, they just haven't found it yet. Kokabil stated, as Rias muttered under her breath. Sacred G-Gears. Rias muttered to herself, before glancing at Issei. Issei, what is your quirk? Rias called out, as the young man looked at her. My quirk? It allows me to essentially stick to any surface with any part of my body, why are you asking me this? Issei asked, as Rias looked over at Kokabil. Kokabil, what are those powers in humans without a quirk? Rias questioned. Obviously they are the sacred gears, those without the power of quirks cannot get a sacred gear. Kokabil grunted out before preparing a final assault. Then why does my pawn have a quirk? Rias questioned, as Zenobia looked at Issei. You have a quirk? She questioned as Issei nodded. I never stated that it was impossible to get a quirk after getting a sacred gear. All I said is that you cannot have a sacred gear with an already existing quirk within your body that's been manifested. Kokabil informed before summoning a light spear in his hand. With that knowledge out and about, Kokabil was preparing to throw his light spear over at the group. Just as he was about to throw it, the barrier surrounding them all had broken apart as though it was crashed through via pure force and strength. A bright light covered their vision as Kokabil looked up at whoever was making their appearance to them all as white and blue wings slowly fell from the sky revealing an armored individual. So I guess you survived my attack after all. Kokabil surmised with a smirk. It's time that you end this farce, Kokabil. Albion's voice called out. The two then flew towards one another with their fists extended towards one another. And from what everyone could see, a clash of powers were revealed to them all as a shockwave of their power blasted those around away from them both. Izuku bearing his balance breaker fell from the sky garnering the attention of everyone present on the battlefield. Kokabil looked up at Izuku as he slowly floated down to the ground in front of all the others. He took a deep breath as he prepared himself for a fight. The fallen angel merely glared at Izuku as he stood across from him, the wind in the air causing the feathers on his wings to flutter with it as he spoke. You've returned. I didn't think that you were strong enough to survive that. I guess I was wrong. Kokabil said, as he smiled. I'm strong enough to survive anything, you underestimated my defensive capabilities. Izuku retorted. Izuku? Zenovia's voice rang out, causing the boy to look at her. Hey, I'm back and don't worry, everything will be fine. Izuku said, looking back to Kokabil who was giving him a grin. Why? Because I am here. Izuku said, before rushing Kokabil. The two flew towards one another as they pulled back their arms for a massive punch directed at the other. As soon as their fists collided, a ripple effect in the air had moved about the air around the two, Kokabil's long black hair flowing with the wind as Izuku then spun around him and kicked him in the back. Kokabil fell from the sky and into the ground as Izuku slammed his feet into his chest, that the fallen angel had blocked with his arms but felt his body crater in the ground. He slapped Izuku away with his wings as the balance breaker wielder had been blasted into the sky. Kokabil had been following after him with his arms pulled out to the sides, creating multiple light spears with a manic expression on his face. Just as he was about to move them over at him, Izuku smirked from behind his helmet. Then moments later, Izuku moved his palm out, the gems glowing ominously as Kokabil realized his folly. Divide! Izuku called out, as Kokabil's light spears suddenly shrank in size and power. Then Kokabil arrived at Izuku and went to move the spears at the boy, who dodged out of the way. The two danced across the sky as they countered one another. And after being hit once, Kokabil knew he needed to end the fight as soon as possible before he heard Izuku call out divide again not even 10 seconds later. With another half of his power taken, Kokabil noticed his speed decreasing by a very wide margin, but he kept up with the fight as Izuku and him flew through the sky, hitting one another with powerful strikes and magic. Izuku then flew towards Kokabil with nothing more than his fists alone. The fallen angel flying past Izuku as the young man had turned around to fly up towards Kokabil whilst his power had been halved again. Flying after the fallen cadre, Izuku kicked the fallen in the stomach that he'd managed to barely block, but grabbed Izuku's wrist gauntlet and squeezed as hard as he could, breaking the piece of armor completely. Izuku was then flung towards the ground at a fast pace as he crashed into the dirt. Climbing out of the dirt whilst wiping away some of the scuffs and other debris from his body, Kokabil landed not too far away. The fallen cadre then smiled at Izuku before rolling his shoulders as he spoke to the young white dragon emperor. It's been thousands of years since I've been pushed this far. And I haven't had my power halved in about another 100 years. It feels so good to lose some of my overwhelming power. Kokabil boasted. So what? What's that got to do with the amount of power you have? Izuku questioned, entering a combat stance. It's got everything to do with this fight. But it matters not to me. All you should know is that you should count yourself lucky. Kokabil said, as the two rushed one another again. As the two fought off in the distance, landing significant blows against one another, Zenovia and Kiba stood next to one another. They were greatly considering the problem with Izuku fighting against Kokabil all by himself, but the fact he was able to utilize his balance breaker this early was surprising even to them. From what they both know, Izuku manifested his sacred gear when training at the church not even a month and a half ago, so the fact he went from being incapable of using its full power to this is concerning to them. Issei had his sacred gear unlocked for around at least 6 months, and even he hasn't reached this level of power. Zenovia then realizes something. He is fighting at full power, yes, but he stopped having Kokabil's power. Zenovia stated, catching Kiba, Rias, and Issei's attention. What do you mean? Kiba asked, confused. Izuku stopped having Kokabil's power ever since a few seconds ago. Zenovia stated with concern in her features. What we should be more concerned about is whether or not Izuku knows about God's apparent death. Rias said, with a serious attitude. I'm not so sure about that. Kaneko said, as she stared at the two great powers in the air. What are you getting at, Kaneko? Kiba questioned. Midoriya, his power. It's weakening. I'm not sure how much longer he can fight right now. Kaneko explained as the others winced at that. I've been collecting power for the last minute and a half, would that get him back to full power? Issei asked, walking over. I'm not sure if he'd be capable of taking your power right now, Hayadu. If the interaction between both dragons back at our meeting a couple days ago were anything to recount, they would really not appreciate you giving power to your mortal enemy. Zenovia stated as she stared at the battle with more concern, her sword trembling in her grasp. Then what can we do? Issei asked, not wanting to be relegated to the sidelines. We need to make an opening for him, so he can use a move. I think that's what he's waiting for. Zenovia called out, before rushing into the fight. She was flanked by Kiba and Kaneko as the two were on her opposing sides, left and right. By the time they returned into the fight, Izuku had managed to grab onto two of Kokabil's wings and tore them from the fallen's back. Both her and Kiba jumped into the air as Kokabil let out a furious wail of agony before they landed strikes of their own, allowing Izuku to fall back and increase his power just high enough that he wouldn't lose any more. He was panting heavily at this point, some scuffs on his armor and his helmet protecting his face had long since been broken off, blood falling from his nose and the top of his head as he gathered his breath. Let's do it, Albion. Izuku muttered as Albion let out a ferocious growl worthy of a dragon emperor. I am with you all the way, partner. Albion called out, as Izuku pushed his left arm outward. Hey Kokabil. Izuku called out, as the man sent both Kiba and Kaneko flying whilst kicking Zenovia to the ground. What? He growled angrily as Izuku noticed the smirk on his face angled towards Zenovia, giving Izuku a tick mark on his forehead. Here's a move that I've been holding back the entire time. You wanted an opponent who was capable of handling you at full power. Izuku called out, as he smiled manically. There's another move you've kept hidden from me. I'm sure it's nothing I haven't handled before. Kokabil retorted with an air of smugness. I'm sure that you'll like this one, so long as you don't move from your current position. Izuku retorted as the air around Kokabil distorted. This move better be worth it, I haven't even been going at full power this entire time. Kokabil mused as he stood still. That's all I wanted to hear. Izuku said, sadistic grin on his face. The air all around Kokabil displaced and the man actually took note of how they were seeming to warp all around him. Glancing around and looking up at Izuku, he couldn't help the battle-ready smirk coming to his face as the boy was visibly struggling to activate this powerful move he had kept hidden the entire time. That was when he noticed how his power was seemingly beginning to be stolen entirely and was being sealed away from him. Looking at Izuku's smile and the blood falling down the side of his face, he heard the boy call out the move. Draconic move, half dimension. Izuku screamed out, as a ball of blue and black energy surrounded Kokabil. The power consumed Kokabil in his entirety as a massive explosion was about to be created from where he stood. Landing on the ground, not supplying any more energy to the attack, Izuku moved towards Rias and the others and projected a shield of magic around them all. Rias stood on his right and Zenovia stood on his left as the two created magic circles from their own hands projecting a shield to assist. And with a loud crack that broke the sound barrier, the explosion blasted out around the entire school's grounds, even going so far as to break the barrier that had been replaced when Izuku entered the fight against Kokabil. A large mushroom cloud was what remained of the explosion after Izuku used his most powerful attack against the fallen cadre. The shockwave resulting from the explosion broke down Izuku's and Zenovia's barriers that were used to protect them all, with Rias being the last one to actually only crack but hold. Once all the sights in front of them all was over, the group stood in silence, hoping beyond anything that Kokabil was finally either put down or defeated. Then Kokabil got up from the ground, his silhouette glaringly noticeable through the smoke and debris blocking their view. A cracking sound was heard as the man walked out of the smoke and debris and into view of the entire group who were fighting against him. He tilted his head, cracking his neck and arms as he stretched his body as though he were preparing for another bout between himself and Izuku as the group entered a combat stance. You may have sealed most of my power away. But that won't save you. Kokabil said, sadistic grin on his face. 0W0. Izuku and the others watched as Kokabil essentially just started to stretch his limbs in a way that he was about to go through a good workout. Entering a combat stance again, Izuku prepared to launch another series of attacks on Kokabil before his armor suddenly disappeared in motes of white light and Izuku fell to his knees. He started to breathe heavily as he tried to figure out what in the hell was going on with his body. That was before he realized what Albion warned him about earlier. You will only have about a minute with this power boost, do not waste your chance. Albion's voice rang out in the memory. Izuku grunted in effort as he tried to stand back upright, pushing his legs to get him upright. Issei and the others made to his side as they helped him stand upright as Kokabil laughed at their panic before walking towards them. His face morphed from being nothing more than a sadistic grin into something far more angered at how Izuku was just staring at him with nothing more than preparation for another fight. You are not worried about entering another fight with me. Why? Kokabil questioned. No matter how many times you knock me down, I will get back up. I don't care how many times it happens. Izuku panted as Kokabil watched the group with no emotion on his face. He stood there as the wind brushed the hair of those around as each of the devils, Izuku and Zenovia, glared at Kokabil. They were all entering a combat stance in preparation for him to attack them without any kind of mercy on his mind, and Kokabil did just that. Rushing towards them with unparalleled speeds, he was about to reach them when an explosion of power landed in front of him. He stopped his movement immediately as the others in the area watched on in confusion before the figure revealed themselves to the group who had been watching in both horror and fear. Rias, however, was watching the new arrival with nothing more than confusion and bewilderment, same for Issei, who had stepped in front of the group in the time that Kokabil got close. To think that someone of your power is having this much trouble with such vermin. The voice said, as Izuku stared at the new arrival. His hair was short but silver. It was actually similar in appearance to Issei's. It was combed over but with a more taken care of look instead of just being very spiky and unkempt. Before Izuku glanced over at Zenovia, who had the pieces of Excalibur in her grasp. Izuku smiled at her as the young woman moved closer to him, pulling him away from the devils and hugging him as tight as she could before whispering in his ear. You did well, just rest, Izuku. Zenovia said, whilst kissing his cheek. Izuku blushed crimson at her words before feeling exhaustion take over his form as he fell into her arms. She wrapped her arms around his body as his head fell onto her chest, her orbs of flesh hanging from her chest making the perfect pillow for him as she moved away from the incoming fight between the newcomer and Kokabil. In the time that the newcomer had arrived, Zenovia had brought Izuku over to Irina, who had been unconscious after Kokabil and Valper had used magic to knock her out early on into the fight. She was waking up however as she saw Zenovia looking down at Izuku's sleeping form. "He's back. What happened?" Irina asked, confused. "A lot, but Midoriyukuin has managed to unlock Balance Breaker. Although it didn't last very long," Zenovia said, as she glanced at the fight happening. The newcomer was actually putting Kokabil on the back foot as the fallen angel was having a lot of trouble against them. The two blasted at one another with both opposing forms of magic before the newcomer had arrived and torn the last of Kokabil's wings from his back. The man letting out furious wails of agony as he fell back down to the earth below as the newcomer landed on the ground before using ice magic to encase the madman inside without him being capable of escaping. With Kokabil finished and being taken away by the new arrival, everyone else got right to fixing up the damage. However, Zenovia and Izuku were the only ones who were the problematic parts for the church as they had been thinking about what to do, and Izuku had long since waken up from his small nap on Zenovia's lap. He was blushing a bit after that, but he was really focused more on the whole holy blades needing to be returned back to the church so they could be reforged. With that said and done, those of the church were leaving Kuo town as they were thinking about how to continue on with life outside of Japan. Izuku was moving through the streets having fallen behind of Zenovia and Irina after a small while. He heard feet tapping the ground not too far away from him, allowing Izuku to turn around to see Issei running over to him and tilting his head at the young man's visage. Izuku nodded to him. The two said nothing as Issei finally got to speaking distance, but kept himself just far enough away that he wanted to let his dragon do the talking as he smacked his left arm, causing the boosted gear to appear on his wrist. "Albion, is our rivalry really that important to you right now?" Draig's voice rang out. "I should be asking you that, Draig," Albion retorted. "My host really just wants to relax during these times of peace, never wanting to do more than be with those he loves. What say you?" Draig questioned. "My host wishes the same, although he's having far more trouble with coming to terms with his very own emotions," Albion said, chuckling. "I am not in love with them," Izuku said, blushing crimson. "You sure, dude? Because if you're not gonna hit that, I will," Issei said with a mirthful expression. "Don't you dare touch them," Izuku retorted before he could even realize what he was even going to retort. What was that?" Izuku asked, looking at his chest and arms. "That's what Albion was mentioning earlier, just got you to realize it. You view those two as potential lovers, the same for me except for those in my master's peerage. Aside from Kiba. I'm not sure what to think about him," Issei said, honestly. I need to come to terms with that. I've never felt like this before," Izuku said, looking lost. "Well, why don't you just ask them later on?" Issei asked, as Izuku stared at him. But would they really like a quirkless person like me?" Izuku asked, looking at his hands. "Please, I'm pretty sure that they couldn't care less about the quirkless part of your DNA. And if anything, being quirkless doesn't just take away your chance of having a good quirk," Albion boasted as Draig even laughed out loud. What are you talking about?" Izuku asked, looking to his right palm. "Partner, you're naturally well gifted in the other more reproductive regions when you don't have a quirk. It is due to your body's natural affinity to reproduce without any kind of failure," Albion said, as Izuku blushed even more. "See, can we stop talking about this?" Izuku asked, rubbing his left arm. "Hey, if you need help getting your girls to like you, come to me. I've been getting Ryusbucho liking me for a while," Issei said, as Izuku shuddered slightly. "And no thanks, but thank you for the thought," Izuku said, as Issei nodded. "Will we have another battle?" Draig asked. "That all relies on our partners," Albion stated. "I'd rather not get into an unnecessary fight, especially with the red one," Izuku said, as he held his hand out to Issei. The young man closed the distance, immediately shaking Izuku's hand before pulling him into a hug. Izuku froze in the hug almost immediately as he didn't know what to do in the moment, and another thought occurred to him in the moment as unknown to either of them. Tears were falling from Izuku's eyes. "When was the last time someone hugged me like this? It feels so welcoming," Izuku thought to himself before the two pulled away and walked away. As Izuku walked away from the Red Dragon Emperor, he came across two people who had blocked his path. The boy was struggling to stop his river of tears falling from his eyes, trying to get the warmth of the hug, something he hadn't felt in a decade ever since he was left all on his own. And as he looked up to see two people staring at him in intrigue, he jumped back a little, entering a combat stance before the one leaning against a wall just scoffed at him. Although the taller and more passive-looking man just smirked at Izuku with no malicious intent in his eyes as Izuku appraised him. That was a nice little talk between both dragon emperors of this generation. It's good to know that some of you actually want some of this peace that has been happening. I'm sure that you don't know who I am, and I only wish to assist you in getting to learn more about your sacred gear. Midoriya Izuku, the man said, as 12 black wings as beautiful as the night sky fluttered out from his back. Huh? Izuku asked, as his entire body trembled in fear. Zenobia and Irina had landed next to him on both sides of his trembling form as they glared at the man. What is the leader of the Grigori doing here? Zenobia called out, stepping in front of Izuku. What I am doing here is making sure that a subordinate is taken care of. He wasn't placed here under my instructions, and I will be giving him a lot of punishment. The man said, with a wave of his hand. How can we know that you weren't trying to convert Midoriya-kun to your side? Irina called out, as Izuku watched the man closely. Because you three wouldn't even come close to even putting a dent in his defense. The man to the side said, as he revealed 8 devil wings sprouting from his own back. What do you want? Izuku asked, a little meekly. I just want to help this current generation's Hakuryuko become as strong as possible. The man said, as Izuku questioned him one more time. What's your name? I don't want to hear more until I at least know who you are. Izuku said, as he pushed up between both girls. All you wish to know is my name? Well, that's simple. My name is Azazel, and I am the leader of the fallen angels. The man, no, Azazel said, with a smirk on his face. Izuku sat within the plane as it took off towards Italy. He had been thinking long and hard about Azazel and the silver-haired devil's words. They had spoken to him and the girls about how they would be far more receptive to relationships between the trio inside the Grigori. The young boy could still remember his words to the man as he gave them his thoughts on the Grigori as a whole. Which was in fact Izuku rejecting the idea of being within the Grigori when he didn't know whether or not the Vatican would kick him, Irina and Zenobia out of the church as a whole because they knew of God's unfortunate demise. For the green-haired young man, he couldn't really care less that God has been dead. It actually made a lot of sense as to why he was born quirkless when both of his parents were at least 4th-generation quirk users. His body and soul had been fused with the divine dividing sacred gear. And in order to be capable of wielding the power of the divine dividing, Izuku required to not have a quirk in order to make him far more susceptible to using the gear as perfectly as possible. Izuku knew full well that in order to utilize the power of Albion he didn't need to separate the powers of the dragon himself and the power of what his quirk could have been without it. Although, it still brought ideas to him about what it could have been like if he had been born with a quirk factor. From what his mother informed him, before she had died, she told Izuku that her quirk allowed her to pull and push certain objects that were under a certain threshold of weight. And as for his father, that his mother informed him about, the man's quirk was fire breath. Nothing explanatory, just that he could breathe fire from his mouth like he was a literal dragon. Not to mention how perfect it was for his job working overseas as a welder for the American continent when Izuku was still younger. Shaking his head as he glanced over at Zenobia and Irina, the two women were sleeping in their seats. Irina having her head leant against Izuku's shoulder, with Zenobia sitting on his right as she had her head laying against the window of the plane they were sitting on. Pulling out his notebook on quirks and their applications that could be utilized in battle, he wrote down everything he could know about Hayadu Issei's quirk from what the young man informed him about. Smiling to himself, he actually felt as though life would be perfect for him and the girls once they returned back to the Vatican. Although that brought in its very own can of worms. From what he heard from Zenobia, they were to prepare for the worst as soon as they returned. They may have been returning with the broken Excalibur blades, but at the very same time, they know knowledge that not many of those within the church even know about. The fact that God is dead, and was killed by Kokabil is definitely information that nobody at the church should really find out about from them, so Izuku swore Irina and Zenobia to secrecy about that. He was still worried about whether or not those of the church will know about how they found out about God being dead, and Izuku was just hoping that nothing bad would happen. So within the next few hours, with Izuku falling asleep during the flight, they finally arrived at the airport for Italy. Walking out of the airport, they came across a scene in front of them that was quite hilarious to Izuku's eyes as he zeroed in on the two people arguing with one another as they held up signs. I swear, Dulio, you really need to stop eating so much. You're falling into the carnal sin of lust. Griselda growled. It's not a lust for food, you imbecile, it's just my love for eating. Dulio said, as he conveniently was eating some donuts. Looking between Zenobia and Irina, he watched as the two girls were having a hard time holding back their laughter. Izuku smiled at the fact that they were able to show more of their real selves when watching Griselda argue with the strongest exorcist within the church. Walking over to Griselda and Dulio, Izuku stood before the two of them as they finally noticed him, Zenovia and Irina's presence within their range of knowledge. Looking at the trio, Griselda pulled Zenovia and Irina into a hug first as Izuku immediately pulled away from her as she tried to pull him into one as well. Dulio took note of Izuku's aversion of the touch of women though. Griselda then pulled away from the girls that she'd given big tight hugs for before she knelt to his height. She placed a palm on his head as Izuku flinched slightly before he lowered his guard a bit enough that she was allowed to rub his head a bit with a smile on her face. Once she was done, she slowly wrapped her arms around him and pulling him into a hug. His face showed confusion as to why she was doing this as Zenovia and Irina noticed the lost expression on his face. Dulio took note of it as well. "I'm so glad you all came back safe and sound. Thank you for keeping the girls safe, Izuku," Griselda said, with a smile. "It was nothing, ma'am. But we should head back to the Vatican to give our report," Izuku said, as Zenovia and Irina led the group. "What do you have to report?" Dulio asked, as Izuku spoke up before the girls could. Kokabil did indeed steal the Excaliburs, and he was planning on killing the sister of Surzex Lucifer to start another great war. Only this time, he was the main enemy who wanted to be fought. Even acted as though nobody was as strong as he himself was. Izuku said, as Dulio nodded. "Anything else to report?" Griselda asked, as Zenovia opened her mouth to speak before Izuku spoke up again. "He spoke about how he killed God himself," Izuku said, as Griselda and Dulio heard glass breaking in their heads. "Did the girls hear about him stating those words?" Dulio asked, in a hushed tone. Zenovia and Irina looked to Izuku with worry on their expressions. They did hear Kokabil state those words. They had been fighting him longer than when Izuku had arrived. Hell, he showed up not too long after the fallen cadre had said those words. But what Izuku said next shocked both Zenovia and Irina to their cores. They weren't awake when Kokabil stated those words. He'd knocked them out early on in the fight. Izuku said, as Griselda and Dulio grimaced. The group of five continued their walk in silence, Zenovia and Irina silently thanking Izuku for defending them. But at the same time wondering what would happen to the boy who had joined the church not even a month and a half ago in a dire state of mind. If the church had excommunicated him from knowing the knowledge that God was dead, he would effectively have nothing left to keep him within the Vatican and near them both. But when seeing the smile on his face as he walked, the girls knew that he had long since accepted any kind of punishment that the church would give him. And they knew what would happen the moment he gave his report in time. He would take the fall for them both, and he wouldn't even care about what he would get in return for protecting the two girls from being a part of the Vatican. For Izuku, the boy had viewed the two as more acquaintances than if they were sisters to him when they went to Japan. Thankfully they thought that nobody had ever come around to get him to suffer from a panic attack, completely unaware of the fight he had with Bakugo earlier before the fight against Kokabil. They all finally arrived at the Vatican within Italy. Taking a deep breath, Izuku took the broken blades with himself. He gave Zenovia and Irina a nod of approval as he walked into the room where the leaders of the Vatican would be waiting for Izuku to give his rendition of the events that happened. Once he entered the room where dozens of the Vatican heads surrounded the boy in high pedestals within the church, he took a deep breath before placing the container of broken Excalibur blades on the ground. Kneeling before each and every one of them, he waited for his trial to begin. Unaware of the gaze of one such Vatican head who stared at him with lime-green eyes. 0W0. Hours later in the day, Izuku was shown cleaning up the small bed within the room of Irina and Zenovia. He smiled at the small picture he'd gotten of the trio at the beginning of his training within the church, and holding the photograph in his hands he heard Albion speak to him from his right wrist. "They are kicking you out of the church due to knowing of God's demise? I would have expected far better from them," Albion growled. "There's nothing I could do, Albion. I protected Irina and Zenovia. That's all I care about," Izuku said, smile still showing on his face. "I still think that it was more of an overreaction from those BSTRDS. If it were up to me, you'd be lauded for being strong enough to handle such a being like Kokabil, one touted as being strong enough to survive the previous Great War," Albion boasted as Izuku chuckled softly. "Like I said, Albion, there's nothing I can do. They were in charge of my placement within the church, and frankly, they're holding back those who are within their church," Izuku said, as Albion gave a gruff huff of air. "They're holding back who?" a voice called out behind Izuku. As soon as Izuku heard the voice, he immediately summoned the Divine Dividing and entered a combat stance in the direction of the voice. Only to see what amounted to a very beautiful woman who had long luscious hair that was light brown in color. Her arms were covered in robes that were similar to a nun. Over her face was a small veil that protected her visage from being viewed by Izuku, although he really wished the robes she wore weren't skin-tight. And doing everything in his power to not look at her ample hips and chest, he stared where he believed her eyes would be located and spoke from both fear and wariness. "Who are you? And what are you talking about?" Izuku questioned, his tone low. "The church are holding back people within here. You stated they were holding those within the church back. What kinds of things are you talking about, young man?" The nun questioned softly. "You didn't answer my question," Izuku said, as the woman giggled. "I apologize, but I was hoping you can answer mine first so that I can get to know you personally," the woman said, sitting on the bed in front of him. "The church is holding back those who are within it through their ideals. They believe that if you have a relationship outside of the church, then you are a scion to the entirety of the church itself. It shouldn't matter if you have a relationship with another person, so long as you don't devolve into carnal desires entirely. You should be able to at least show love towards another person. Not only that, but why kick someone out of the church when they find out about God's death?" Izuku said, as the woman nodded. "Those are good points, but what do you think would happen if those did know about God being dead?" the woman asked. "There would of course be chaos around the place. But personally speaking, not many people believe in Christianity," Izuku said, as he thought about it further. "That's some thought process," the woman said, with a soft giggle. "I know that some people believe in Christianity, I just wasn't much of a follower of God anyway. If I still had the life I've lived and believed in God, I would question everything I've lived through and wonder if it was really His plan for me to have a miserable start of my life," Izuku said, as he rubbed his eyes. I guess I can answer your questions from before then. My name is Raphael, and well, it's better if I show you rather than tell," the woman said, as a bright white light covered the room. Izuku covered his eyes as the woman's form was blocked by the bright white light. Once the light dimmed enough to where he could see properly, he noticed something very off about the woman standing before him. Firstly, she was a lot taller than she made herself out to be. She stood at a whopping 8 feet tall. She had golden wings that fluttered out of her back as beautiful as the sun as they shone brightly for a moment before flickering down to a normal level of brightness. Her hair cascaded down her back all the way to her lower back and above her rear, of course. Her hips and rear were the most noticeable features Izuku saw on her. Her eyes were what drew his attention next, aside from the 2 large mounds in front of him. They were a lime green in color with a weird plus sign in the middle of them that probably represented a medic from how little RPG games he'd played when he was back in Japan. And what was now adorning her body was far more regal garments that were similar to that of a large dress that fell to her calves, and on her shoulders holding up the weird dress were shoulder pauldrons with gold trimmings. On top of her head was a veil that she'd used to cover her face from him in a bid to make sure that she didn't give away her appearance. And even though Izuku knew that this woman was of a higher being within the church, he couldn't help but feel a motherly presence from her. She reached a hand out to him as he stared at it before noticing a small deck of cards appearing from out of thin air. He watched in curiosity as she held out multiple cards in front of him. The king and queen cards were not present, but there was something about them that he was drawn to. They had multiple forms of whatever part of the deck of cards that separated them, and from what he knew about a deck of cards, there was diamonds, clubs, hearts, and spades. This woman had cards that were only from spades, and from what he knew, since the king and queen cards were not present, this must be the king of the deck if they were showing the cards off to him, and the queen was either elsewhere or not present at the moment. "Why are you showing me a deck of cards?" Izuku asked, as the woman smiled softly at him. "My name is Raphael, I am the medic of heaven itself. And even though you appear to be someone who wishes to fight, I believe that I can help you learn the skills necessary to save lives like you want to do so much," Raphael said, softly. "Raphael? As in the Archangel Raphael?" Izuku asked, as Raphael nodded. The boy could only mutter to himself about the possibility of ever meeting an Archangel of God. Not only that, but the fact that they probably wanted to play a card game with him, causing Raphael to giggle at his mutterings. It brought him out of his reverie of muttering as she spoke to him again. "I don't merely wish to play cards with you, if you would like. I'd wish for you to join my suit of spades," Raphael said, as Izuku tilted his head at her. "I don't get it," Izuku mumbled. "When I say that I wish for you to join my suit of spades, I'm asking if you'd like to become one of my brave saints," Raphael explained as Izuku stared at her in confusion. "Why me? Why not ask Zenobia or Irina? They are far better choices for this," Izuku asked, looking at Raphael with what appeared to be confusion and worry. "I chose you because you are the one thing that this world needs. A hero who will do everything they can to protect them from any and all harm, and based on what I know about the heroes that this world produces, they are subpar to the heroes of the past," Raphael said, as Izuku looked at his palms. If I join you. And that's a giant if. What would I get in our return for that?" Izuku asked, as Raphael gave him a questioning glance. I could help you get into the school of your dreams, I could help you become the hero that you've always wanted to be, I can even show you how to utilize your powers in a way that could heal others. Raphael stated softly. But what would you get out of this? Why me specifically? Izuku asked, as Raphael let out a sad sigh. To be honest with you, I was looking at you the entire time. It's been thousands of years since I've seen someone with a heart that is as pure as yours, even if you're going through PBRTY and looking at the women around you in a better light. To me, I love the purity of those who can see things from a different perspective. Raphael stated with a fondness in her tone. Izuku sat there for a few minutes as he thought about how to answer her words. Just as he was about to make his decision in the moment, Raphael placed a palm on his shoulder. The one that didn't have a burn scar underneath. For a second Izuku was seeing someone else before the vision in his eyes changed back to Raphael, who merely smiled sadly at him before she spoke again. I don't think you should make this decision in the moment, take some time to think about it. Then you can summon me with this piece of paper, once you have come to a decision after you have thought about it long enough. Raphael said, as she gave him a small paper with Latin words to summon her. It was nice to talk to you Midoriya Izuku, and I certainly can't wait until you give me your answer. And as much as it would be nice to have you by my side within heaven, I would like to see you speak to your friends. Well, your very close friends and Griselda. I'm pretty sure they can give you their opinions on the matter. Raphael said, before disappearing in a small light in the shape of a cross. Blinking away the sight of the cross-shaped bright light, the door to the room opened up revealing a sweaty Zenovia and Irina. The two entered the room to find Izuku sitting on the bed with a very confused and lost expression on his face and moved to sit on either side of him. Rubbing his back, Irina made sure to allow Izuku the time to actively get his thoughts together before Zenovia asked him the question that was on both of their minds very bluntly. You look like you've seen a ghost. What happened? Zenovia asked, as Izuku spoke up in a lost tone. I think I was visited by one of the archangels. Izuku mumbled, causing glass to break outside the door. Said door slamming open to reveal an equally as sweaty Griselda, something that Izuku made a note of stating it looked better on her. Unknowingly through a loud mutter. When he noticed the girls around him staring at him in confusion and Griselda's face becoming a crimson red, she coughed a little to get his attention on her. Ignoring what you muttered aloud, which archangel are you talking about? Griselda asked, as she ignored Izuku's smacking of his mouth. As she said her end name was Raphael. Izuku said, as Griselda just flatly stared at him. All before Irina and Zenovia fell back on the bed with swirls in their eyes, and Griselda just staring off into space. Everything is a lie, everything is a lie, everything is a lie. Griselda muttered as she was sitting on her knees in front of him. What? Izuku asked, a little lost on what Griselda was talking about. Wait, did you just say their name was Raphael? Griselda asked, concerned. Why yeah. Why? Izuku questioned, very worried. She's the head of the medical department of heaven. Griselda stated as Izuku and the two girls in the room tilted their heads at her words. What do you mean by that? Zenovia asked, as Griselda froze in place. Griselda looked between Irina and Zenovia as the two were staring at her in confusion and worry. Griselda could only think about what she could do in order to fix everything she'd done to have her sister and charges, realizing she was a part of Heaven's army. Not only that, but the look Izuku was giving her was closing in on recognition of how she could know such a thing, and she decided to speak before the young man could even question her loyalties to the church. The reason that I know about Raphael, as well as her placement inside heaven, is because I am a brave saint. Griselda said, revealing 3 pairs of wings sprouting from her back. Izuku stared at the white wings in shock as well as awe, with Zenovia and Irina talking to the woman. Their words were muffled as Izuku moved closer to the woman as she tried her best to keep the 2 women around herself from actually questioning her faith. But all 3 women had stopped their movements when they saw Izuku staring at Griselda's wings as he softly placed a couple fingers across the feathers of the said wings, causing Griselda to just stare in confusion before a blush came across her face. What the young man didn't know about what he was doing was that he was touching very sensitive wings. Wings that Griselda realized were a very concerning erogenous zone for angels if they were ever to be touched there, and Izuku, being oblivious and analyzing the wings themselves, continued to softly poke and prod at them. Zenovia and Irina just watched as the boy was completely enthralled and distracted with their white color, neither one of them saying a word until Izuku finished his analysis. Zenovia had wanted to stop Izuku from doing this as it appeared to be doing something to Griselda, but decided to let him continue as Griselda's punishment for not telling her about this. Once Izuku had finished softly poking and prodding each feather that was on Griselda's wings, he stepped away, seeing a huffing and puffing Griselda being left in his wake. Looking at the woman with confusion and glancing back to Zenobia and Irina, the two girls were just placing their hands over their mouths to prevent themselves from laughing at his confused expression. Is something wrong? Did I do something I wasn't supposed to? Izuku asked, concerned for what he did. And no, just don't do that again, please. Griselda sputtered out as she fixed her attire. Note to self, make sure that boy doesn't touch my king's wings, she is very sensitive. Griselda thought to herself as she moved to sit in front of Izuku. Anyway, what did Raphael ask you about? Griselda asked, as Izuku looked at the ground for a moment. She talked about if the church excommunicated me for knowing about you-know-who's death, that if I wanted, I could join her brave saint system. Izuku said, as Griselda let out a breath of air. That's a good thing then, she wants you to reach your full potential under her care. Griselda said, as Izuku looked away. I never agreed to anything. Izuku said, with a pout on his face. That's not the only reason she wants you to be a part of her brave saint system, Izuku. They will need someone to protect Lord Michael as he heads over to Kuo Town later this month to speak to both the devil named Hyudu, as well as the leaders of each of the other factions within the Christian pantheon. Griselda said, as Izuku tilted his head at that. And why should I join them? Izuku asked, as Griselda smiled at him. You want to become a hero, right? She questioned. I'm not sure I can do that right now. I'm being excommunicated from the church just for the knowledge of his death. Not that I really cared about that in the first place, if he was even around, why make my life the way it was until now? Izuku said, before grumbling about the last part. There's nothing holding you back from becoming the hero you wish to become, aside from yourself. Griselda said, placing a palm on his shoulder. Looking at Griselda for a moment, Izuku thought that she could be right in her thought process. All before the words of his idol came rushing back to his mind. It's all right to dream, young man, but you need to know when you are just going to be in the way of other heroes. All Might's words said to him in his head. Griselda noticed how Izuku's expression had gained some glint when she mentioned the word hero. But then it fell just as fast as it had appeared in the first place before. He looked as though he were a puppy that had gotten kicked for being just that, a puppy. Noticing the falling expression of the boy that was teetering on the edge of a depressive drop, she reached an arm out before the voice of someone who'd been completely silent the entire time spoke up. Partner, wasn't it your wish to become the first quirkless hero? Albion questioned. Why yeah, it was. But I have power right now. What's the point of trying to become a hero right now when I have a power right now? Izuku said, looking at the tile floor with a sad expression. Let me rephrase the question, do you refer to my power and strength a quirk? Albion questioned again, this time more sternly. And no, you're not a quirk, but everyone else would look at you as a quirk. Izuku said, looking at his wrist. You are correct on that, partner. But who's to say that you can't prove them wrong by utilizing the skills of those in heaven to become a hero that way? Albion asked, this time a bit softer. I'd still have to wait until next year to join a hero school, and honestly after what happened recently, I would rather not become a hero. Izuku said, looking away from both his wrist and the girls. You are going to let that buffoon's words get to you? You should be aware of who All Might was before he became who he is today. Albion said, as he used his power to pull everyone inside the divine dividing. Each and every person in the room that had been looking at the young man had noticed they were within the divine dividing for the moment. And within seconds of their souls arriving inside the divine dividing, Albion appeared before them all, his majestic blue feathered wings fluttering behind him as he stood before them. He glanced at each and every single woman in the area before smiling at his host before speaking towards them all. What do you mean knowing about All Might was before who he became who he was before today? Griselda asked, confused. I thought it would have been obvious to you, Angel. One of my previous hosts had come across All Might in the past. Albion said, with a knowing smirk. Really? Who came across him before he became All Might? Izuku asked, confused. It was around 30 years ago. My previous host was what the people of your time, Izuku, called a villain. He was extremely powerful as a quirkless man, and the man who you had looked up to as a hero was nothing but a quirkless man. Just like you. Albion informed as everyone just stared at him in confusion and skepticism. If All Might was quirkless before he became a hero, how is he capable of all the feats he is doing nowadays? Zenobia asked, looking confused and bewildered. My previous host was someone whose name is lost to time, even I can't remember their name. But know this, my previous host was a man of conviction and extreme idealism to the point that he viewed those around him as superior people who did nothing when it came time to save a life. Albion stated with nothing more than a cruel frown. Can you tell us how your previous host met All Might before he became who he is now? Izuku asked, as Albion smiled. All Might, otherwise known as Yagi Tashinori, had been running around Musutafu when he was around the age of Griselda here. The young man had been fighting villains nearby with nothing more than the strength he had as a quirkless individual. Not only that, but his fighting style had been something derived of boxing and MMA fighters of the past. Something that my host specifically thrived within. After all, he was the original martial arts instructor for the man and helped the young man become strong enough to get noticed by a female heroine whose name I have no idea of. But after meeting that female heroine, he suddenly gained a power that was unnatural. Albion stated as everyone were on the edges of their proverbial seats. It was something that my host came across when he worked for a certain villain named All for One. The villain gave my host the name of the power the now #1 hero of both the world and Japan had gotten at the age of 15, my current host's age. One for All, the antithesis of the villain mastermind's very own power, as instead of stealing the powers of those around itself and powering itself up, it was passed on through DNA consumption. Not only that, but the quirk itself gets more powerful as the user builds up on it before passing it on. Albion stated as Izuku mumbled to himself. All Might was quirkless like me. And he was given a quirk. One for all. You doing alright, Izuku? Zenovia asked, placing a palm on his shoulder. Theoretically, a quirk cannot be passed on unless it's forced by All for One, whose quirk was giving and taking quirks from people. But to hear about a quirk that could be passed on with the consumption of DNA, it's not too far a stretch to believe that power isn't the only thing it builds up over time. Is that right, Albion? Izuku summarized as Albion smiled wolfishly. You are correct, partner. One for All absorbs the powers of those who come into contact with it. And once the quirk reaches singularity, it will allow the 9th or 10th users to be capable of wielding the powers of those who had come before. Although the 9th or 10th user thing is my own assumption, my previous host was killed around 3 years before your birth, Izuku. Albion said, as Izuku perked up at that. Who killed your previous host, Albion? Izuku asked, as Albion smiled with a very smug expression on his face. Why, it was the very man who managed to place All Might in retirement. Fighting a human as powerful as All for One was eye-opening for me. His collection of powers is like a dragon collecting treasures. He keeps a large hoard of quirks at his disposal, and in order to defeat a man such as him you need the power of the supernatural in order to win. Albion said, as Izuku thought about it. But All Might beat the man, twice over. Izuku said, as Albion nodded along. That he did, but there is something you all should know. The supernatural world is not something that All for One hasn't kept an eye on. He has people within the supernatural who also do his bidding. Albion stated as Izuku thought even more about this. If All for One has dabbled in the supernatural world, what does that mean for the entirety of existence itself? Izuku questioned as Albion nodded along. That means All for One knows that each and every person he's come across in the past has been of devil, angel, or fallen angel origin. He's even met those of the yokai, Norse, and American gods. And none of those pantheons have even been capable of ending the man. Albion stated with a lot of warning in his tone. The gods weren't capable of ending All for One? If he was so powerful, then why didn't he kill them? Izuku asked, as Albion stated a harsh fact. He was recruiting them to his cause. His quirk isn't the only power he has at his disposal. He does know about magic. The same goes for All Might, as they'd learned from vastly different sources in order to utilize magic and see who is using it. But be wary, some of those gods are within the Japanese pantheon of gods and goddesses. Albion said, before everyone was teleported out of the Sacred Gears dimensional space. 0W0. Appearing back inside the bedroom belonging to the girls and Izuku, the small group of 4 looked amongst one another. Izuku's expression was hard, and his eyes were showing a lot of betrayal and growing hatred before he looked around the room before walking over to a wall. Zenovia and Irina looked worriedly at Izuku as the young man then trembled entirely before moving his fist into the wall, causing spiderweb cracks to scale up the wall and into the ceiling. The girls looked at him in confusion and worry as the boy just stared at the wall with nothing more than what appeared to be confusion, anger, betrayal, and finally acceptance flooding his face in quick succession. I know what I need to do. Izuku spoke aloud, catching their attention. What is your decision then, young one? A familiar voice called out, calling the attention of Griselda, Zenovia, and Irina. Raphael stood in the room not too far away from Izuku as she frowned at the expression the boy held. There was a lot of repressed emotions hidden behind the mask of determination he held onto his face, but she let it go for now. She wanted to hear what Izuku's ultimate decision was for her question from a few hours ago before she had left him to think about it. And the look on his face showed that his decision was already decided, and she knew what it was for. I'll join your brave saints. I no longer wish to become a hero. Not like my idol. Izuku said, as tears fell from his eyes, betrayal showing itself again. Are you sure that you want to do this, Midoriya-kun? Once you become an angel, should you die, your soul will be lost forever. Raphael asked, looking at him seriously. Zenobia and Irina couldn't help but bow to the woman in front of them, sweat falling off their faces in fear. But Raphael had used her magic to have the two women sitting on their beds, before keeping her attention on the young man in front of herself. All my life I'd wanted to become a hero like my idol in All Might. And when I finally met the man, it wasn't what I was expecting, but it wasn't as horrible as I knew what he would tell me. If I join the Brave Saints, what card are you planning on bestowing me? Izuku asked, as Raphael let her magic flow through the room. Cards ranging from numbered club cards, all the way to the kings, queens, jacks, and jokers had appeared fluttering around the room itself. Raphael had a smile on her face as she spoke to Izuku in a tone that demanded him to respect and revere her. Midoriya Izuku, do you solemnly swear to do everything in your power to protect heaven? She questioned. If it means that I can protect innocent life, then I will. Izuku said, divine dividing appearing from behind his back. Then the card that has been selected for you is chosen by the power within my deck of cards. Raphael said, as each card flew around him. Each card fluttered around him, starting at the lowest number being the 2, then moved upwards. 3 fluttered by him before flying away, then it was 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Raphael had tilted her head at that, before mentally shrugging the moment off, as next up was the Queen card as it fluttered next to him before it deemed him unworthy of its power and softly flew away. Then came Joker, who stayed near him for a few seconds before flying away as well until 2 cards fluttered around Izuku. That being the Ace and Jack cards fluttering around him before the Ace flew away from him as Jack suddenly latched itself onto his left palm. Looking at it in confusion, Izuku watched as the card slowly phased through his skin as though it were being absorbed. Then without a second of fanfare, a club had appeared on the back of his hand with the letter of J written on his hand, as Izuku just stared at it in confusion. Glancing back to Raphael, who had a smile on her face, she knelt down to his height before pulling the boy into a hug, and for the 3rd time in the last week since coming back to the Vatican he felt something odd. The warmth of the hug had been what broke the camel's back as tears fell from his eyes. The lack of warmth from those around him, aside from Zenobia and Irina, and Griselda since she was his mentor, had made him not know what it was like to be hugged by both the opposite gender, and those who had become friends with him, like what happened with Hayadu back in Kuo Town. As tears fell down Izuku's face, the young man didn't know what was going on. Once Raphael pulled away from Izuku, she noticed the tears falling from his face and frowned. Did you not like the hug? She asked, as Izuku just blankly stared at her, tears still falling from his face. That was a hug? Izuku asked, as Raphael nodded. It felt nice. I've never had a hug do that to me since Hayadu gave me one back in Kuo Town. Izuku said, as the girls stared at him in shock. Izuku, where is your mom or dad? Griselda asked, after realizing that Izuku being here was a red flag. They've been dead for years. Izuku said, as each woman in the room just stared at him comically. Irina then jumped at him, hugging him tightly to savor all the love and passion that a hug can bring. The tears fell in great force as she held him tight, Zenobia and Griselda looking between one another before shrugging and hugging the boy as well. Raphael watching on in sadness as the boy didn't know why he was being hugged at the moment before she searched his entire set of memories from the day he was born until this very moment. It was a soft prodding of his memories, something that she saw Albion allowing her access to through his soul being attached to Izuku's, and what she saw made her furious. She kept her anger reined in though, before speaking aloud for them all to hear. Now that Izuku is a brave saint within the club's deck, I have a question for him to answer. Raphael stated sadly. What is it? Izuku asked. I know my brother is strong enough to protect himself, but could you look after him when he goes to Kuo Town? Raphael asked, with concern on her face. So long as I don't run into anyone from my past. Izuku replied as Raphael smiled at him before hugging him again. Izuku found that he really liked the hugs he was getting, not to mention how he was feeling a lot better having gotten one. Did I come in at a bad time? A masculine voice called out, as everyone looked to him. Standing in the doorway was Lord Michael of Heaven, and he was staring at the scene before him with nothing more than confusion. Izuku, Griselda, Zenobia and Irina alongside Raphael looked over at the entrance to the bedroom they were in. And they were staring at the figure who was looking at them sheepishly as he glanced about the room, hoping that he wasn't interrupting anything that was important. He'd thought he'd given Raphael enough time to bring Midoriya into her fold as a brave saint, but from what it looks like, it hasn't happened yet. Entering the room with what could only appear to be a meek attitude, he closed the door behind him, Griselda becoming more and more worried by the moment. Raphael, however, just pouted at the new arrival as she just folded her arms over her generous bust. Izuku. also couldn't help but see how her bust squished under her arms pressing against her chest out of the corner of his view before shaking his head and looking at the new arrival. The man had long golden yellow hair, eerily similar in color to someone he knew from his past. But had crushed his dreams, and the aura this man held. It was far more powerful than that man. Izuku felt compelled to bow to him in a bid to make sure that his feeble existence wasn't expunged for not listening to him. Not to be rude and all. But who are you? Izuku asked, as the others in the room stared at him in shock. Izuku, how long have you been within the church as a whole? Raphael asked, with a worrying expression on her face. I've been here for close to about a year and a half. Most of it was spent training myself to become strong enough to actually help out around the church. Izuku said, as Raphael looked at the girls. And they've never given you any information about heaven and those within its hallowed halls? Raphael questioned again. Please don't be mad at them. I just never really cared about religion, it's the reason why I'm not so sad about the man upstairs being dead. Izuku said, as the man stared at him in stark shock. Can you tell me why you joined the church, young man? The man questioned, his voice soft. I joined it. Because I thought that nobody here would care if I was born quirkless. Izuku said, as the man nodded sagely. So you merely wanted to enter a group you believed wouldn't discriminate against you. That takes a lot of courage to leave the country of which has done its very best to make your existence merely nothing but the dirt underneath the boot of their heel. The man said, as Izuku began to shrink in on himself in fear. Will you please get to the point, Archangel? Albion's voice rang out, catching everyone's attention. It's been about a few 100,000 years, Albion, still squabbling with the Red One? The man questioned. No, the Archangel questioned. If you mean kicking the butt of my direct counter, then you're goddamn right. Albion's voice called out, his tone smug. I would prefer if you would stop from speaking in such a way about the late previous leader of heaven. The man said, his tone slightly angered but well hidden. You have no qualms with killing my partner here, Michael. But if you kill him now, that's a loose end that will need to be found in about a decade or two. Albion smugly retorted. True, but aside from how rude you are being, your host doesn't appear to like your words to me. The man, Michael said, looking to Izuku. In truth, the young man was staring at Michael with nothing more than a blank expression. Although the gears moving around in his head were showing through the eyes that were slowly becoming smaller, similar to pinpricks in appearance. Michael dispelled the area enough to which nobody would be listening in on the conversation within the bedroom of Zenobia, Irina, and Izuku as the Archangel smiled at the group. I am so sorry for Albion's words, sir. But what is this summit that Raphael was talking about? Izuku asked as Michael smiled at him softly. The Summit of Powers is what we leaders of the three factions within the Christian pantheon are calling it. But it is going to be a meeting that is definitely long overdue, something that we are rectifying within the next few days. All the leaders of the Christian pantheon will be meeting up in Kuo Town, seeing as this town was where the whole battle against Kokabil took place. I was hoping to have someone be my bodyguard in order to keep me from being attacked, and if anything I was hoping to ask one of your close friends here if they'd like to join my Brave Saint program similar to what Raphael is doing to you. Michael explained as Izuku nodded. You all meeting together would only mean one thing, right? The decision of whether or not to go to war. Izuku questioned as Michael gave a SOSO gesture. Not exactly, but you are close. We will be deciding whether or not if we should be setting up a treaty between all three factions. Something that will change how everyone views our pantheon for the years and possibly eons to come. We are going to be talking about peace. Michael said, as Izuku froze in place. Izuku stood still in front of Michael and the others, his mind running thousands of calculations and predictions of what could happen. His mind ultimately settled on the fact that if this whole thing happens, then peace could truly come from all three factions and nobody would be fighting one another. For the Christian pantheon, it was like the dawn of quirks but on a scale that was far worse and kept quiet because of the kind of revelations that could occur from the supernatural world being found out. Looking at his wrist, Izuku watched as a blue gem appeared on it as a thought occurred to him. Had I not gone to the church in order to become an exorcist of heaven, what would have happened to me? Looking to Raphael, the woman appeared to be smiling at him from the corner of his peripheral vision. But clenching his fist, Izuku looked up at Michael, who had nothing more than an impassive expression on his face as he watched Izuku's face switch from pain to misery, then finally to a peaceful expression. The boy then stared up at him and spoke his mind. There's going to be different pillars building up on this piece, right? Izuku asked as Michael stared at him in confusion. I will be meeting with the other leaders of the Christian pantheon, the devil and fallen angel leaders will be meeting us. I was hoping that you'd be willing to return back to Japan so that we could make this peace treaty official. Michael said, as Izuku stared at him for a few moments. Those moments felt like an eternity to Griselda, Zenobia and Irina as the trio of girls watched the emotions change on his face. The boy had changed emotion so fast that they thought he'd have an aneurysm of pure insanity before he spoke to the leader of heaven. As much as I'd hate to return back to Japan, I think I need to face the demons that had made my life a living hell anyway. Just to set my life straight. Izuku said, as he looked at his palm. A brief flash of his old school district came to his mind, as well as a boy with ash-blonde hair and ruby eyes. The flash disappeared as Izuku stared up at Michael, who had given him a sad frown before he spoke as well. I surely hope you are not wishing vengeance against those who had made your life quite literally hell on earth. Michael surmised. No. I'm not going to settle the score with them. I'm just going to tell them that they should stop worrying about me, and that I'll be fine. Izuku said, as he gave Michael a determined expression. Will you make it to the summit? Michael asked, as he watched the boy closely. I might be late to the party. Izuku quipped as Michael smiled at him. I like the smile on your face, young man, keep it on at every moment you think possible. Michael said, as Izuku nodded at him. Michael held out his hand for the boy to shake. Looking at it closely, Izuku glanced back up at Michael, who had done nothing more than smile a little bit more at him, all before Izuku reached his arm out to the archangel and shook his hand. Michael, however, used this moment to take a look at his past. He may be in charge of heaven, but he'd never be able to be as all-powerful like his father, God. So when touching the boy's hand, he never expected to be given an influx of memories of the boy's past. He wouldn't go into details of it all, but dear Lord in heaven. He really felt bad for the boy's life up until now. Michael wouldn't put it past the boy to turn to evil at some point had he not gone to the Vatican. I shall give you a few days at least before you can show me around Kuo Town. And probably after the summit we could explore some of Japan, the parts that you have fond memories of. Michael said, as Izuku nodded. Raphael smiled at Izuku before snapping her fingers, and Izuku felt something sprout out from behind him. Turning around, he was met with two wings, both white in color but having a blue tint to their coloring, which caught everyone's attention as Michael smiled. Griselda, however, had been staring at the boy's wings with far more scrutiny than the others as she noticed how their color was eerily similar to that of Albion's wings coloring. But even she couldn't stay serious the entire time before realizing what Michael spoke about earlier in the conversation. Wait, you were planning on having Zenobia or Irina join heaven? Griselda asked. Oh, yes. I almost forgot about that. I was hoping to choose at least one of you. Michael said, as both girls stood before him rigid. Before anything else could be said, however, a magic circle with a golden coloring appeared between them all. And another beautiful woman appeared before the group. She had long flowing white hair and lime green eyes. Her body and appearance alone caused a massive blush to burn themselves on Izuku's cheeks. Once she had appeared before them all, she spoke. Hello. I'm Gabriel. 0W0. Hours after the whole fiasco of Gabriel deciding to take on Zenobia as her three of hearts. With Michael having Irina join his brave saints as an ace of spades, although the cards they all were using were prototypes of the evil pieces that the devils had, they will be getting the real thing when the treaty is made. The fact that Izuku was using a prototype of the Angel's evil peace program that the devils use was surprising to Izuku, but since they were being called brave saints, he felt fine with that. Especially since he can't be seen as evil due to being called a saint within the church, not that he really cared. Although, what he really could go without is Zenobia holding onto his left arm whilst Irina held onto his right. Especially with where his arms were located at this point in time, between the valley of their chests, that he was absolutely doing his best to keep from grabbing right now. He really thinks Issei's outlandish thoughts of BRSTS were getting to his head as the boy let out a huff of exasperation at the two girls who were on the plane right next to him. That's right, he's currently on another plane headed back for Japan. Like seriously, he wishes that if he were going to be in Japan that they'd just leave him there. If they didn't want him to be over in Europe, then all they had to do was ask. Thankfully, Raphael asked him to remain in Japan for the time being, just so that she could get everything prepared for his training as an angel within her Brave Saints program. Looking to the window that Irina was staring out of at the moment, he let out another huff of air before feeling Zenobia place her head on his shoulder, causing him to tremble slightly but hold himself together. Reaching into his pocket, he found his phone and pulled it out, the words of Bakugo coming back to mind. On how he disappeared for around a year and a half after junior high had ended, and then the fact he reappeared over in some backwater town in the middle of nowhere. Now that Izuku thought about it, how in the world did Bakugo even reach Kuo Town? Last time he checked, the boy wanted to be seen by those around him. Even going so far as to gloat about how he'd become a hero that was stronger, faster, more popular and powerful than All Might himself was. Which was concerning for the boy wanting to become a hero. I am a provisional hero right now, and where the hell have you been in the last 5 months? Deku? Bakugo's voice rang in his head. Wincing a little, Izuku looked at Zenovia and Irina, one asleep on his shoulder whilst the other was animatedly looking out the window. Her cheek comically squeezed hard against the window of the plane as it began to drive down the runway of the airport. Her eyes were filled with stars as she watched the plane begin to take off from the ground and reach high altitudes within the planet's multiple forms of atmosphere. Smiling at her a little bit, he winced at another memory coming to his mind. One that wasn't very nice. That is my point, you may have spirit and determination to become a hero. Hell, if I could become a hero whilst being quirkless, I'd probably be an afterthought in the Japanese heroics. But listen to me when I say this, Midoriya Shonen. Being a hero is a lot more than punching a villain into unconsciousness. You need to have the heart, mind, spirit and power to become a hero. So to answer your question, young man, I cannot say that you can become a hero. All Might's voice rang out. Now that Izuku thought about it, the man's voice near the end of his tirade felt sad, guilty even. It was almost as though the man was hurting himself internally from how he spoke to Izuku in such a blunt but harsh way that it hurt him mentally and emotionally. Now though, Izuku was wondering why he was even having those thoughts right now. He was only going to Aldera's school district. If only to give the school a last good look at. In order to see the lengths that he's gone in order to avoid even coming back there without losing himself to rage and sorrow. It was a few hours later that Izuku and the girls arrived at Japan once more. Only this time, they weren't here to fight a big threat with the assistance of the devils of Kuo Town. They were here in Musutafu to see the place Izuku lived in. Izuku had watched the video of All Might fighting a villain who was as powerful if not more so than him and coming out on top in Kamino Ward. It was a very harrowing event if Izuku had to say so. But the fact that All Might had been nearly killed in the fight had scared him mentally. What if All Might had died in that battle? Would he even care about the man who crushed his dreams? Would he feel sorry for the man? And when Izuku thought about it now that the plane was landing, he found that he didn't really care all that much. He knew that meeting his hero would probably not be a good idea when he asked the man a year and a half ago, but to actually ask the man to hurt his heart a lot. But because of that man's words to him, he found another group of people who would actually care about him without even caring about his quirklessness. He actually had girls hanging on him due to them actually liking him, he thinks on that last part. He didn't know if the two girls were just stringing him on or if they were really falling in love with him. But Izuku wasn't thinking about that right now. As for the moment, the plane finally landed, and it was almost time to gather their belongings. What little they had. Once the plane was settled down on the platform where they could gather their belongings, Izuku woke up both Irina and Zenovia as the two girls slept on his shoulder. When the two woke up, they gathered themselves perfectly and followed him out of the plane and into the airport as they made their way to the exit of the building. By the time they had all reached the exit towards the Shizuoka Prefecture's airport, Izuku stood at the entrance, looking around the cityscape that he'd once been able to traverse easily in the past due to bullies. It now felt so foreign to him. Glancing at the two girls behind him taking in the place, he couldn't help the smile that came onto his face as he led them all through the city as he pointed out landmarks for them to remember in the future. Crime had gone up slightly, and the trio had stopped a few muggings without the use of a quirk, but it was fine. The police thanked the trio for their assistance and pleaded with them to just rely on the heroes in the area next time they came across something like it in the future. Izuku didn't mind it, but the girls gave the police their mind before Izuku had to pull them away, spouting apologies for how they weren't from Japan and that he's just showing them around all before running away. Never before had he been happier to just lead a couple of girls within the city. By the time the trio reached the neighborhood where he used to live with his mother, before she had been killed in a villain attack, Izuku came across a beach. He remembered it being clean before his mother died, but now though it looked as though it were nothing more than a dump for those within the city, and an angered expression came over his face. Izuku remembered his mother bringing him here as a child growing up, so to see this place become so trashed and destroyed hurt his soul. Even Albion felt it. Summoning his gauntlet to his arm, Izuku created a magic circle to destroy all the trash in an instant. Once it was all gone, the girls watched as he stepped down the steps leading to the beach before taking his shoes and socks off and walking through the sandy beach. The girls followed him as well as they watched him slowly calm down from the large amount of rage hidden behind his eyes as he soaked in the serenity of the beach itself as though he were meditating in his own way. He looks calm and at peace here. He's never shown himself to be at peace before. Zenovia thought to herself. I wonder what's wrong. Irina thought to herself as she stared at Izuku. The boy in question was staring off at the ocean in front of himself. He'd never been one to let out his rage like that before. Taking a few calming breaths, Izuku looked at his wrist gauntlet before summoning the divine dividing sacred gear from his back. Once the wings of Albion's sacred gear appeared from behind his back, Izuku took off his shirt and overcoat as he slowly let them fall to the sandy beach, letting the ocean water take it away. He let his bare torso be seen by the beach and the girls behind him, as though he were now going to live his life without even caring about his past, when in reality he was trying to bask in the stares they were giving him. Dotting along his arms, back and torso were burn scars. They weren't too bad, although the glaring one was the handprint on his left shoulder. It being pink and still never having been fully healed after Katsuki had given it to him all that time ago. He let out another huff of air before turning to the girls and pointing at the sun with a calm but sad expression on his face. Zenovia, Irina. Can you help me keep the world looking as beautiful as it looks now? Izuku asked, the two girls as they moved closer to him. Are you sure that this is your dream, Izuku? Irina asked, as Izuku stared off towards the setting sun. I'm not sure, I don't know what my new dream is going to be. Izuku said, as he sadly looked at the ocean pushing salty foam onto the beach. You can become a hero still, Izuku, there's still time. Zenovia retorted. Can I really still become a hero though? Even when nobody else but you two have given faith in me? Izuku asked, looking to them, tears falling from his eyes. It isn't the quirk that makes the hero, it's the heart and emotions placed into the person that does. Irina said, as Zenovia continued. The quirk doesn't make the hero, it's their mind, body and spirit. Zenovia said, as Izuku's body trembled even more. Falling to his knees, he felt his wings suddenly fall into his back and be replaced with the angelic wings that he'd gotten from becoming Raphael's Jack. They wrapped themselves around him as Zenovia and Irina had done the same, making sure the boy could feel both the warmth of their hug as well as calm down. His tears fell in waves, like the ocean, as the boy sobbed into their arms as they wrapped around his body. He heaved and choked a bit before eventually, after a few minutes of non-stop crying, he managed to get a hold on himself. He was now sitting on the beach as he stared off at the sun as it disappeared fully off in the distance, and it was soon replaced with the moon and stars. He let out a soft sigh of happiness, the two girls sitting next to him as they stared at the dark sky with the stars shining brightly. The wind blew his hair a bit before he glanced at both Irina and Zenovia as he felt his heart skip a beat as he stared at the two of them. The wind blew their hair as it gave them a serene look, the ocean water giving small stars around the two before he realized what had been happening to him. It wasn't them falling for him, he was slowly falling in love with these two women. These girls who had done everything in their power to make sure that he felt loved and cared for. Even if it was as a roommate at first, that built into a friendship. Izuku still couldn't help but hope that whatever friendship the trio had could become something far more. Then his thoughts stopped as a voice called out to him. Izuku? A familiar feminine voice called out. Turning around, Izuku looked up at the top of the steps for the beach before finding a familiar face. Her ash-blonde hair done in a similar fashion to her son, her red eyes staring down at him in both worry and sadness as she saw him sitting with two random girls. But the clothing she had been wearing was completely different to what he'd usually seen her wearing. She had been wearing a green sweater that hugged her figure, perfectly framing her body with curves for days. Her pants were sweats that were also as tight on her body, showing off her lower form, but the difference from the last time he'd seen her, however, was that she was wearing glasses. Aunt Mitsuki? Izuku asked, as he stared at the woman. Izuku, you know this woman? Zenovia asked, curiously. How do you know her? Irina asked, as Izuku stepped forwards to the woman. Mitsuki Bakugo stared at him in shock as she walked down the steps leading to the beach. For the last year and a half, she'd been searching for Izuku. The fact that he disappeared without a trace sent fear down her throat and mind as she made it her mission to search for him. It was why she had sent her son all the way over to Kuo Town a few days ago, as she had heard rumors of a boy with a similar appearance to Izuku. And now that he was here, she stopped in front of him. The boy now standing up to just under her BRSTS in his own height, all before she felt tears fall down the sides of her face as she put a hand over her mouth. Neither said a word before Mitsuki reached out to him in a flinching kind of way before she wrapped her arms around him. Both girls who were with Izuku watched the two closely as Mitsuki slowly pulled Izuku into a hug, the boy having been so incapable of knowing what a hug was that he froze in her hug but reciprocated it for the first time. Good God, Izuku! I thought you died a year and a half ago when you disappeared. Mitsuki said, crying into his hair. At that, Izuku held onto her form a lot more tightly. I'm sorry to interrupt this moment. But who are you to Izuku? Zenovia asked, as Mitsuki stopped crying for a moment. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Mitsuki Bakugo, and I'm this young man's aunt. I was a close friend of his mother, Midoriya Inko. Mitsuki said, as both girls looked at one another. Can we head to your house so you can tell us about Izuku and his mother? Irina asked, as Izuku looked up at Mitsuki. The woman smiled at the two before she nodded, before speaking again. Sure thing, ladies, I didn't know that Izuku was a true Casanova. But just know that my house might be a bit empty. Masaru and I got a divorce not long after All Might had announced his retirement. Katsuki is now living on UA's campus at the moment, but Masaru has the entire custody of the boy. Not that I really mind. Mitsuki said, leading the group over to her home. I thought you and Masaru were married? Izuku asked, as he followed the taller woman. Oh, we were, but remember how I mentioned a divorce earlier? Mitsuki said, as she walked with Izuku. Yeah. Izuku said, as Mitsuki continued. Masaru and I had a falling out, he couldn't handle Katsuki and I yelling at one another. Alongside the fact that I stopped really showing love to him after your appearance. On your mother's deathbed, Izuku. I made her a promise. Mitsuki said, as Izuku looked up at her. I thought she died before I could see her again. Izuku asked, as Mitsuki smiled at him sadly. She couldn't make it to talking to you, bud, she only had the energy to talk to me thinking she could make it to you. But she made me promise to keep an eye on you, no matter what happened. And I can't say that I've kept up on that side of the promise. And for that I'm terribly sorry. I tried all these years to adopt you, but nothing ever happened. Mitsuki said, as the squad entered the house. They found it barren of everything that had made up the Bakugo's life before Izuku's mother had died. On a nearby wall though, Izuku found a picture of his mother and Mitsuki when the two were in college. They looked so lively in the picture that it drew tears to Izuku's eyes again. Never before had Izuku ever thought that he would see a time when his mother was smiling and happy. Not after the diagnosis of his quirklessness. But before Mitsuki could continue, Izuku gave a look to her that begged her to stay quiet for a moment. Auntie, I need to tell you something. And you probably might not believe in it considering the world we live in. Izuku said, as both Irina and Zenobia looked at Izuku with alarm. Okay, what do you need to tell me, Izuku? Mitsuki asked, looking at him with the worry that a mother would show. The reason why I disappeared 1.5 years ago was because I was searching for a purpose. And I found it within the Vatican, for how short of a time they allowed me within their religion. Izuku said, before revealing his angelic wings. Mitsuki stared at Izuku for a moment as her brain was trying to catch up with his words. All before Izuku spoke again, as he summoned the divine dividing sacred gear onto his back as Mitsuki was gobsmacked at the appearance. Auntie. The reason why I disappeared was because I found out about the supernatural world. Izuku said, as Mitsuki stared at him blankly. So? What you're telling me? Is that what you're showing me? Isn't a quirk? Mitsuki asked, very wary. Yes. Izuku said, as the woman nodded. Huh? Never would have thought that I'd be pulling an Inko. Mitsuki said, chuckling. What do you mean by that, Bakugo-san? Irina asked, worriedly. Passing out now. Mitsuki said, falling back comedically and passing out. The trio of angels stared down at the unconscious form of Mitsuki Bakugo, before looking at one another and letting out a low breath of air in a chuckling manner. Izuku reached under the woman and lifted her into his arms, in a bridal carry, and moved her unconscious form over to the couch in the living room. Sitting her on the couch, he watched as she slowly moved about, meaning that she'd wake up soon, and he sat himself on the other couch with Zenobia and Irina. The two women sitting on both sides of him in a way that made it look as though he were a mafia boss who was talking to someone he was protecting. After a few more minutes of waiting for Mitsuki to wake up, the woman had roused herself enough to look about the room. And from the expression on her face showed that she wanted nothing more than to believe that she had actually seen Izuku and the two girls with him. As she laid her eyes on him again, she let out a breath that she didn't know that she held before continuing to fix her appearance and smile at the trio with nothing more than the love of an aunt. Sorry kid, I didn't mean to pass out like that. Information overload. Mitsuki said, chuckling a little. That happens a lot with those who knew my mom. Izuku said, with his very own chuckle. I'm pretty sure that when you found out some girls would like you the same thing happened, Mitsuki said, with a teasing expression. And not exactly, but I almost did. Izuku said, blushing. The two continued to talk about the life Izuku had lived all the way until this point. How he had been constantly bullied by Katsuki until around 1 year ago when he decided to leave Japan in order to train himself under the Vatican so that he wouldn't have to be hurt again by his peers. Mitsuki let out emotional tears as Izuku regaled his time as a victim of Katsuki's relentless bullying, even going so far as to tell Izuku to kill himself in a way to get the quirkless boy out of his life. Mitsuki may not have been someone who was very loving towards those she loved, her divorce with Masaru proved it, but there was one thing she knew she taught Katsuki. Never take the friends you have for granted, as well as the fact she never taught her son to wish death upon someone. And she sure as hell knew for a fact that Masaru had never taught their son that kind of thought process, since the man was normally soft-spoken and was meek as a whole. But when the man was set off or angered, he would be impossible to stop from being prevented from committing a crime in order to protect those who he felt needed it. Mitsuki let out a sigh of guilt and annoyance at how much of a F-up her son had been in the last decade. Inko, for one, would never abide with this kind of information getting out, since she'd probably wring the neck of her son for essentially suicide baiting her nephew. And even then, Mitsuki viewed Izuku as a son more so than Katsuki himself had appeared as her biological child. But thinking about it now, she couldn't help but think about what kind of life Izuku had now. And how he had been more well off than he was living in that pitiful orphanage and being abused there as well. She'd tried to adopt him, but the government wouldn't allow her to do so and stated that she already had a child of her own. And that Izuku was quirkless and that he'd be transported to somewhere that would take far better care of him than her own home, and Mitsuki was actually thankful for that at the time. Katsuki had been very vocal about not wanting Izuku in the house living with them, probably because he didn't want his parents to know about him bullying the green-haired boy for years. "I'm sorry for what Katsuki has done to you, Izuku. If there was anything you'd wish in return for everything he's done to you, I'll always be there on your side," Mitsuki said, patting his shoulder. "It's fine, it wasn't your fault that Katsuki turned out the way he had. Although, I did meet up with him about a couple weeks ago," Izuku said, as Mitsuki tilted her head at him. "He was on an internship a couple weeks ago. How did you meet up with him?" Mitsuki questioned, confused. "I ran into him in Kuo Town. Apparently he was using the internship as a way to find me. And we had a fight," Izuku said, as he winced slightly. Mitsuki said nothing as she stared into his emerald eyes. "Did you kick his butt?" Mitsuki asked, as Izuku blinked at her. "You're taking this far better than I had originally thought you would," Izuku said, as Mitsuki shrugged. "The little BSTRD has been basically begging karma to smack him right against the butt cheek ever since he started cursing in this house," Mitsuki said, with a giggle. "But I did beat him. Although he really didn't like how I did it," Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. "Oh, do tell," Mitsuki said, wanting nothing more than to hear about it. "I basically continued to have his strength over and over until he couldn't even fight anymore. Then I just left him lying on the ground, unable to use his quirk to even defend himself should he be attacked in his sleep," Izuku said, looking a little guilty. "Wow, you really gave it to him in a way that was so disrespectful of how he loves to fight. You basically told him to F off and leave you alone," Mitsuki said, with wide blinking eyes. "I was going through a lot of things in the moment, and I couldn't afford to waste any more energy fighting him. I had to help the devils in fighting a foe who was so powerful that none of us could beat him on our own," Izuku said, looking at his palms with a very guilty expression still. "Don't beat yourself up, kid. You're still only you won't be powerful almost immediately. Just keep training yourself until you reach a level of power where you won't need to train anymore," Mitsuki said, with a consoling smile. "Anyway, I'm not sure if you heard me before, but these are my partners and friends. Quarta Zenobia and Shidu Irina," Izuku said, introducing the girls. "You did tell me their names earlier, and like I said before, it's always nice to meet friends of Izuku's. Although, if you hurt him like all those skanks in his previous school, I won't hesitate to find a shotgun and shoot you both with it," Mitsuki said, before warning. "We wouldn't hope to hurt him in such a way, we'd rather him stay happy," Irina said, with conviction. "Well, I better not take too much of your time today. It was nice to see you again though, Izuku," Mitsuki said, giving the boy a very tight hug. As the boy's face and head were pressed right into her very ample chest. And as the boy tried fruitlessly to pull himself away from her chest, Mitsuki had begun to sway side to side as she did her very best to get as much warmth from his body. Once Izuku had managed to pull his face out from her very ample chest, he looked up at the woman who had a vastly different expression than what she had before. His point of view had Mitsuki staring at him with a forlorn expression, one that was very lonely and wanting nothing more than someone to be around to be with her for the time being. Izuku stayed in her grasp for a few moments longer, not even trying to escape from her hold. Thinking to himself, he thinks that he could try and get Lady Raphael to let him live with Mitsuki. That way he could make sure that the woman's life isn't so lonely and without fun anymore. Especially since the woman seemingly had lost all the spark she had when his mother was still alive and lost even more since she was now divorced and without a son living with her anymore. And pulling up a small magic circle next to his ear, Mitsuki had given him a tilted head in response. Izuku called up his master King Queen? "Midoriya-kun, what do I owe the pleasure of having my Jack call me today?" Lady Raphael's voice rang through the small magic circle near his ear. "Lady Raphael, is it alright if I stay with my Aunt Mitsuki? She already knows about how I'm an angel working for you know who," Izuku asked, in a low tone. Does she know about Irina and Zenovia being the same species as you? Lady Raphael questioned softly from her end. Yes, and I don't think I can willingly leave Aunt Mitsuki all alone in her house without any family. Izuku said, his face gaining determination. I would never take you away from your family, just be sure to tell my brother about your decision. He'll make the arrangements for the house to be renovated for free. Lady Raphael said, as she ended the communication. Izuku tilted his head at that before glancing over at Zenovia and Irina, who had tilted their own heads at his conversation. He gave them a nod of approval before looking up at Mitsuki only to see tears falling from her eyes, and for some reason he couldn't help but feel as though he should be worried. But almost as soon as he began to worry that he hurt Mitsuki emotionally, she hugged him all that much harder, squishing his face between her breasts and crying into his hair. Mitsuki would continue to cry into his hair for the next few minutes as she thanked him over and over for deciding to live with her for the foreseeable future, even going so far as to kiss him on the cheek. Izuku blushed once the kiss was given to him on the cheek. Once the waterworks were done and Mitsuki could finally let him go, Izuku waved her goodbye at the front door of the Bakugo household. Irina and Zenovia did the same before following Izuku into a magic circle and disappearing from the house as a whole. Mitsuki staring at the small paper on the ground that held the Vatican symbol of the church that would summon Izuku directly to her position should Mitsuki wish for his presence. Picking it up, Mitsuki placed the paper between her breasts as it was the perfect place to hide it. Please be safe. Mitsuki whispered to herself, pressing a clenched fist to her chest. 0W0. By the time the trio had arrived within the borders of Kuo Town, looking down at it with nothing more than an impassive expression on their faces. Due to how the trio had thought about how they should reach Kuo Academy in the future, should they be required to go to the school here, they decided to talk to Mitsuki about it later. Entering the town, Izuku and the girls continued to learn more about the small town with every fiber of their being. The boy was doing everything he could to learn about how to traverse through the town without garnering the attention of the police for suspicious activity. Izuku had also made sure that there weren't any heroes or hero students actively searching the area for him. Especially after what Katsuki had done before he had to fight the young man due to how he had been attempting to bring him back to Musutafu, Japan literally a few days prior. Izuku could still feel the pitiful amount of power that Katsuki had given him in their fight, and the boy couldn't help but wonder how the boy had managed to keep up with him. It wasn't that Izuku was becoming more arrogant in their fight, he was genuinely confused with how Katsuki was capable of keeping up with him considering how much stronger he was than the boy. Based on his knowledge of those who were stronger than their opponents by at least 1.5-2x, Izuku felt as though he should have been capable of blitzing Bakugo before he could even realize what was happening. But looking back on it, he really knew what the answer for that was all about in hindsight. His mental image of Bakugo as someone who was to be feared caused his body to freeze at certain points in the fight. It was so minute that he didn't catch it until looking back on it now. The moments before he threw a punch, divided the boy's power, he froze for all but a microsecond before continuing with what he was doing at the time. Now that he's back in Kuo Town though, Izuku really hoped that he wouldn't really be having any issues with Bakugo anymore. He wanted to move past the whole Katsuki situation and wanted nothing more than to think of the bully and complete of a human being to be forgotten. Just a small pebble in his life of misery and despair before meeting Zenovia, Irina, Griselda, Lady Raphael and Lord Michael. Taking a deep breath as he and the girls traversed through Kuo Town, he made his way towards the high school known to the place as Kuo Academy. The very same place where he had fought Kokabil to an almost near standstill. He leaned against the rocky wall that had been the border of the high school before the girls leaned on the wall on both sides of him. Izuku had also gotten another technique that he'd learned from Albion, the ability to sense when his rival was going to appear in front of him soon. So as he stayed there, Izuku looked at his notebook about quirks and how they could be utilized in the supernatural world. He felt the energy of Drake and Issei slowly approaching with a few others. Izuku believed that it was Rias Gremory and her peerage coming towards the school, at least not far behind Issei, as the young man was going to be his rival. The White Dragon Emperor within the Divine Dividing had made it a point that Izuku shouldn't think of Issei as an enemy, but more of a rival who could help him increase his power, adopting Izuku's more acceptable signs of not wanting to fight to the death but for getting stronger. So accommodating Izuku's wants to not kill their rival, he provided a new idea of the whole fighting against his fated rival. They could view Issei as someone who could fight them in order to become stronger. Although, Albion made it a point to make sure that Izuku didn't fall from grace due to Issei's very charismatic speech about BRSTS and buttes in his own perverted way. "Do you really think this will work, Albion?" Izuku asked, a little worried. "Why are you asking me this? Weren't you the one to ask me to look at Hayadu as a potential rival who could help us become stronger? Albion questioned, a little angered. I'm sorry, but you're the one who told me to come here and act as though I'm indifferent to everything. I don't wish to be seen as someone who is a delinquent. Izuku grumbled as Irina and Zenovia chuckled next to him. The two women were watching the young man actively muttering to his wrist in a way that was adorable in their eyes. The way he had been speaking to a literal dragon of the past as though they were a mere child and parent at the same time was amusing to say the least. But that was going to be interrupted as soon as Rias and her peerage took note of Izuku's presence with the two women right next to him, the peerage as a whole immediately standing against him. They knew that the current host of the White Dragon Emperor was not someone to be messed with, not to mention how kind he really was to others. But to see him still around concerned them. Was he going to attack them? Was he going to fight Issei to the death? Would they need to interfere with the fight as a whole that might break out from the two young men? All sorts of questions moved about their minds, but Izuku, noticing how he'd been noticed, stood up and walked to Hayadu. The young man looking down at Izuku with nothing more than a smile on his face before patting the boy's head and taking note of how fluffy it really was. Hey Midoriya. It's been a few days since you left for the Vatican. I didn't know that you were coming back. Hayadu said, with a smile on his face. Lord Michael will be meeting with the other leaders of the underworld to have a peace meeting. Izuku mentioned as the girls of the peerage tilted their heads. We weren't told about this, how do you know? Rias questioned, her guard still up. Oh, Lady Raphael informed me about it. Wanted me to protect Lord Michael as he came here to talk to Serzex, Seraphal and Azazel. They'll be holding a summit later this week in order to talk about making a peace offering. Izuku informed as the women and Kiba stared at him with blinking eyes. Well, at least you informed us. I was wondering why my older brother was so excited. Rias grumbled whilst folding her arms under her BRSTS. Izuku blushed at how Rias was further accentuating her BRSTS in front of him, so he looked away. And the two girls behind him, getting a bit jealous at how Rias was unintentionally seducing their favorite dragon, immediately placed their arms around him and pulled him back to them. Well, as much as this was fun to meet you all again, nice to see you again ISE, but we should really find a hotel for ourselves. Lord Michael will be arriving soon, probably by tomorrow or the day after. Irina said, as she waved to Issei, who reciprocated. Do you like Midoriya? Issei asked, curiously. Allowing Zenovia to take Izuku away, she walked back to Issei and smiled at him. I used to be in love with you ISE, but I decided that we should stay as friends. Not to diss you and how you are, but I think I prefer the shy, meek but powerful kinds of people you know. Irina said, as Issei nodded. I had a crush on you growing up as well, but I grew out of it. Now I have Bucho and the others. I hope that you have a good life with Midoriya. I think he really needs to have you and Zenovia-san around. Issei said, actually not talking about perverted things for once. I know Ise-kun, just know that I will do my best to make sure Midoriya doesn't need to feel alone. Zenovia and I will do our very best to stay as strong as him to help him in the future, also. Albion now views you and Drake as rivals who don't need to be proven their strength. It took a lot of convincing on Izuku's part, but he'd managed to get Albion to have Izuku use you guys as a benchmark for how to get stronger, though not in the way you do it currently. Irina said, before running away, comical smoke leaving her. Well, at least we can be prepared for the upcoming summit. Rias said, with a smile on her face. How long do you think it will take before those three become a couple? Akino questioned, placing a hand over her mouth, giggling happily. I'd give them about a month and a half. Kaneko said, before walking ahead. I think they look cute together. Asia said, looking to Issei. Hopefully they can help him. I can see something sad behind his eyes. Something he hasn't even told them yet. Issei said, frowning. What is it? Rias questioned curiously. I'm not sure, but it's definitely bad enough that he doesn't talk to the girls about it. Although I might be looking too hard and reading way too much out of my pay grade, I don't get paid to read people's eyes. I want to get paid by touching melons. Issei stated, before yelling to the sky above with a fist pointed to the air. The rest of the peerage slapped their face comically with a sweat drop falling down the side of their face. So close to normal. They all thought to themselves. 0W0. On the other side of the world, a new threat was making itself known. They all sat at a table before glancing at one another with nothing more than a scrutinizing gaze, angered expressions taking over their visage before the first one spoke. I should have you all know that the new Satan faction has been making waves in the underworld. The first one spoke. I know, they've been talking about making a peace treaty with those blasted angels. Another spoke, feminine in their tone. They're going to be having a summit at the end of the week, think we should. I don't know. Accommodate, the last one questioned with a cruel smirk. Kill their leaders and return back. Once the leaders of the new Satan faction are killed, we will take our rightful place as the true demon kings of the underworld. Just like our ancestors. The last one spoke before his face was revealed. The last man appeared human in appearance, but he was the furthest thing from a human. He wore a fur-collared cape that fluttered over his back, with large black combat boots that made clicking sounds whenever he walked on the hard tile floor. His eyes were a dark brown color that were narrow in nature, his brown hair covering one of his eyes that were straight with slight curls on the ends. He looked to be around the age of 30 as he stood at around 6 feet 1 inch as his frame was lankier than it was muscular, but it didn't stop him from being intimidating towards those who were at the table with him. His name was Shalba Beelzebub. Another person who sat at the table was a brown-skinned woman who had been similar to the first, although she wasn't of the same family. Her BRSTS bounced as she leaned back a little, but the clothing she wore was skimpier and revealed more skin than most of the other devils who sat at their table. Her name was Kateria Leviathan, the daughter of the original Satan Leviathan who fought in the Great War against Heaven and the Grigori. And she had dark brown hair that had a couple of braids and appeared to be placed up in a bun. The clothing she wore had a very large melon's window that revealed the middle part of her chest between her BRSTS. Her eyes were that of a dark violet that were narrow as well, and she stood at a height of around 5 foot. Her body was that of a very beautiful woman who had a voluptuous form, and her clothing was worn to accentuate her appearance, what with her looking like a very skimpy magician. Shalba looked between the others before he smiled at Kateria Leviathan. You shall be the one to head to the summit in order to kill those false satans. You can use the vial that Ophis gave you as only a last resort. We all know what her power does to those who do not know how to properly control their magic and full strength. Shalba said, as he grimaced in slight anger. Of course, Shalba. I will do my very best to kill at least one of them. Kateria said, with a mock bow. This meeting is adjourned, bring us victory. Shalba said, before watching the others disappear from the meeting room. You do know that you're sending her on a suicide mission, right? A deep baritone voice questioned. Of course, I do. I just choose to believe in the fact that she can at the very least kill Seraphal Leviathan. She is not worthy of the Leviathan's title of Satan, nor does she hold the power that a Satan has, only being around ultimate class devil in terms of strength and power. Shalba explained as the figure remained in the darkness. Sad, I was hoping to see her fail miserably against those pitiful beings. But no matter, I have other plans that require my full attention. The figure said, preparing to leave. And what plans are those, Lucifer? Shalba questioned, an angry expression on his face. Why, bringing back the one creature that God himself had sealed away. It took most of his power to seal them away after all, and there is nothing that I can't figure out. After all, I am the descendant of the original Satan himself. The man said, before disappearing in the darkness. Izuku and the girl stood inside the top floor of the old school building for Kuo Academy. They had been told to wait here for the remainder of the day so that they wouldn't need to be summoned to the place later on when the leaders need to make their appearances. So they stood in the meeting room, making sure each and every sigil that was used in the protection field that was going to keep the place hidden was up to code and completely safe for those inside to walk around. The moment anyone entered the dome of magical energy, nothing aside from those who were stronger than the trio was going to be capable of escape. Izuku sat in a lotus meditation pose as he breathed softly through his nose, the simple fact that this was going to be an extremely important meeting making him anxious. The boy was not one to be very anxious after he'd gotten to know Zenobia and Irina, but when it became a serious matter that anxiety always returned in a massive way. Hence the reason Izuku is meditating at the moment. Albion had actually mentioned it to him a few hours ago, stating that it helps calm down the mind and body. Not only that, but it's an excellent way to increase one's own spiritual energy within their body, thereby making them more powerful. Although, the user had to do it in small bursts, otherwise they'd be placed in a coma. Thankfully Albion told Izuku that when the summit would begin that he'd wake him up before that would even happen, but one can't be too cautious. The girls were watching him from the corner of their eyes, the green hair on his head fluttering as a small gust of wind in the room had caused it to move softly. Both girls looked at one another before reaching a hand out and softly rubbing their fingers through his bed of hair, unaware of the fact that Izuku was indeed awake to feel this happen. His face blushed a bit but focused entirely on calming his mind, body and spirit for the inevitable meeting that will take place here. Not to mention the fact that after the girls just decided to mess with his hair a little, their own curiosity turning into elation at how soft his hair was, Izuku actually really liked it. If he had a tail of a dog, dragon, or a cat, the women in the room would see it wagging slightly in an appreciative and happy way. This would continue onward for at least another few minutes, when the leaders of both the Grigori and the new Satan faction arrived, the girl stopped patting his shoulder to pull him out of his meditation. Standing back upright, Izuku glanced between each and every person in the room. Ria's peerage were standing behind Surzex with Sona's peerage. And looking at the current king of hell, Izuku couldn't help but feel as though he were an insignificant speck in terms of power compared to the man. His long crimson hair reaching near the lower half of his body, with his regal appearance making him truly look like he was a king of hell, and for Seraphal Leviathan. She looked to be wearing something far more along the lines of a secretary. Even if she was one of the leaders of hell, her power was no joke. Being a Satan whilst also being ranked as an ultimate class devil was not something to be taken lightly. But it was Michael who had shown up late, as his white glow encompassed the room. Once it was shown for him to be seated after teleporting into the room, the leaders got right to business about why they were here. They spoke about the small skirmishes that have been happening over the last few millennia since the previous Great War between all three factions within the Christian pantheon. Izuku tuned most of it out, as he was focused entirely on making sure that Lord Michael was protected and kept safe from any and all threats that might be posed from this meeting. But the more Izuku glanced around the room, the more his gaze fell upon the silver-haired young man who was with Azazel. Azazel was the leader of the Grigori. Not only that, but he was what used to be an archangel of God. But due to him falling for one of the 7 deadly sins that God created, lust, the man fell from grace. Now did the man give any signs that he regretted his decision, from Izuku's point of view? No. The man seemed to actually be extremely content with the fact that he was a fallen and could practically do whatever he wished and whatever he wanted without any kind of rules from God telling him no. That was when Izuku tuned back into the conversation at the forefront of the meeting. Azazel, can you tell us why you have been collecting sacred gears over the last 100 or so years? Surzex questioned, his face not showing any kinds of worry but more along the lines of caution. If you're thinking that I'm planning on starting another war from where Kokabil left off, then you're wrong. I am only collecting those things because Dad had created them in the first place, and I would love to poke and prod at them to see how they tick. I'm not planning anything nefarious, nor am I making plans of world domination. I can leave that to Hitler and Stalin. Possibly Putin and Donald Trump. Azazel said, with a chuckle. Okay, but is there another reason as to why you are collecting all these powers in the first place? Michael questioned softly. No, I am giving into the sin of lust here. I want to see what kind of power these sacred gears Father made can do and possibly see if I can watch them grow in power from here on out. Azazel said, as Surzex glanced over at Michael. And you, Michael. Don't think I haven't seen what you've been doing with the church in the last 1,000 years, making a holy sword project that was killing children in the bid to make normal people who aren't worthy of them be capable of using them is not okay. Surzex said, as Michael sighed knowing this topic would come up. It was a mistake on my part. I wanted to make sure that everyone who joined the church had an equal chance to use a holy blade. It ended in failure, if you remember. And as much as I am loath to admit, it hurt me greatly that the man who was placed in charge managed to get away after we excommunicated him. Michael said, as Azazel chuckled. Still managed to get what you wanted out of those dead kids though. Azazel said, as Michael glared at him. They were not worthy of such sacrifice, nor of the needless demise they were given. I still greatly regret how they were dealt with at the time. Had I come down to take care of it myself it would have been peaceful. Michael said, as Kiba stared at Michael. How would you have ended the Holy Sword project, if you don't mind me asking, sir? Kiba asked, as Michael looked to him. I would have made sure you all died in your sleep, if the project had failed. That dreaded archbishop had killed you all as soon as the project was finished however, and I never was informed until around a decade after your escape. Michael said, as Kiba nodded. And if you were informed about it, and how it was a success? Kiba asked, dread filling his features. I would have made sure the church welcomed you all with open arms and granted you survivors high ranks within the church. For the sacrifice you had all suffered in the journey to help others. Michael said, as Kiba nodded and stepping back. Now on to the real issue at hand right now, the problem about the heavenly dragons who are sitting in our meeting room as we speak. Azazel said, looking to Issei and Izuku. Both boys glanced between their leaders as well as the leader of the opposing factions. Their expressions looking confused and more along the lines of worry as each leader gave them an expectant expression on their faces. Surely you both know how to behave for this treaty to enter its effect. Azazel questioned as Issei stood up. What are your thoughts about this Hayadu? Do you, as the Welsh Dragon Emperor's host, stand by this peace treaty between us three? Surzex questioned. I'd honestly rather have peace around for everybody, that way I can continue with my dreams of obtaining a harem. Issei said, with a completely serious expression on his face. Thank you Hayadu, I'm very thankful for your rather lewd comment. Azazel said, with a chuckle before glancing over at Izuku. All three leaders of the Christian pantheon looked to Izuku now, the boy looking at each one with worry evident on his features. It was as though he were under a microscope of a scientist who was poking and prodding at him to see what he would do next. He glanced over at Michael to see his expression, and his face fell when Michael was giving him an expression that borderline on concern but also worry for the others in the room. As though he were nothing more than a potential threat if he didn't answer this question with the right answer, and if he didn't, he'd be immediately either expelled into the Grigori or killed outright. I haven't had a decent enough life to have enough experience about what being an enemy to you all can do. That doesn't mean that I would like to chance that right now, honestly. I'm in the same boat as Issei in terms of peace. I'd rather not think about girls right about now. Izuku said, rubbing his arm as a nervous tick. Everyone could hear the slight scoff from Issei as the boy muttered to himself about getting Izuku to see the value of women soon enough. But the leaders let out a breath of air that they didn't know they were holding. Truth be told, they were hoping that Hayadu and Midoriya wouldn't wish to fight again. And that would be disastrous if the two decided to actually fight one another during this entire event, as it would place everyone and both hosts in danger of death. But to hear that the two would rather live in peace rather than wartime. It was actually nice compared to the previous iterations of the emperors. Reaching a hand out each, they were about to sign the treaty. When everything around them all froze. 0W0. Izuku blinked when everything around himself gained a sudden grayish hue. Glancing outside the window, he found that there was nothing seemingly wrong with whatever had happened aside from these weird golden portals appearing from the sky. Inside the dome he and the girls made. Glancing over at the leaders, he found that everyone in the room aside from Sona's peerage had been majorly unaffected by the seeming grayness of the world. Tilting his head at that, Izuku wondered what in the world was going on when Surzex let out a sigh of exasperation. To think that they would attack now of all times, I really have to hand it to them. They really know how to choose the perfect time to attack. Surzex hinted softly. You really think it's them? Michael asked, curiously. It is most definitely them, they are the ones who are attacking us after all. Azazel said, before glancing out the window. This is the work of your first bishop, Rias. I think you and your pawn should go deal with it immediately. Surzex stated as Rias and Issei nodded. I could just kill the brat causing this mess myself, although I'm pretty sure the Crimson Princess wouldn't like that. The silver-haired young man stated from afar. Izuku got a closer look at the young man now. He had silver hair that was short. His black t-shirt and biker jacket had covered most of the lanky but muscular form he had hidden underneath his clothing, the same for his ripped black cargo pants. His boots, however, were combat-oriented, but at the same time the hard look on his face was showing that he was not joking at all when he made that comment, especially since Rias got defensive immediately. Once Rias and Issei were sent out to take care of her bishop, Izuku glanced over at Irina and Zenovia, who had been kept safe due to his proximity. What in the world is happening? And who are you all talking about? Izuku asked, feeling as though he were the only one left out of the real problem at hand. Well, if you're taking the initiative like that, it goes like this. Azazel said, before continuing. After the Devil Civil War, there has been rumors spreading around about a potential old Satan faction who have been gathering allies. They created a rogue group of devils, angels and fallen angels, as well as bringing other factions into their fold to take out everyone. But that isn't all, they came up with a name for their group. The Crazy BSTRDS. Azazel said, as Izuku tilted his head in confusion. Why would anyone be against peace? Isn't that like the one thing everyone and everything strives for at some point in their life? Izuku asked, greatly confused. Don't ask me those questions, just know that not everyone is a fan of peace. Kokabil is one of those who weren't a fan of it. But seeing as you and Valley are here, how about you thin out the herd out there of magicians before they break this dome entirely? Azazel suggested as Izuku leapt out the window first. Everyone watched how fast he had leapt out to battle and was followed shortly after by Zenovia and Irina. By the time Valley had left, the leaders of the room had finished setting up the treaty between all three of their factions and were sending the copied papers to their respective factions. Now though, they could focus on the fact that someone who was much more powerful than the magicians attacking this place who had made their appearance and began to attack the barrier. The leaders of the Christian pantheon had to give Izuku and the girls some credit though. The trio had managed to work together on a barrier that could hold back the power of a member of the old Satan faction with somewhat ease. Although being attacked relentlessly was not a good thing. It only took a few more minutes before a woman appeared before the leaders spouting nonsense about killing Seraphal for stealing her title as Leviathan. Back with Izuku, the young Dragon Emperor used all the powers and training he'd accumulated over the last year and a half. These magicians were dreadfully easy to defeat. The only problem he had with them was how each time he'd defeat one of them, another would appear and replace the one who had lost. Izuku wasn't one for showing displays of anger, aggression, hatred and frustration, but the girls could see that visible tick marks began to appear on his head the more that the magicians he defeated were replaced with new more powerful ones. His aura had also begun to expand throughout the fight, something that neither woman had even known about. It was a deep forest green with a black outline that the moment it touched one of the magicians they were pulled out of their magic circle and fused into the earth below. Their bodies wilting from the planet, taking all the energy they'd accumulated in their multitude of years of study into magic as a whole. But soon enough, all the magicians were defeated as they couldn't risk sending more than what was necessary for their leader to attack the new Satan faction heads, Heaven's leader, as well as the Grigori's leader. Needless to say, that after the fighting with the magicians, Izuku and the girls were moving back towards Surzex and the others. Their bodies were only minorly damaged. Something that Izuku had made a point to do was cover up the girls with his divine dividing wings, as their clothing only got torn up enough that if he watched them for longer periods of time, his nose would begin to bleed and cause him to wonder why he was thinking about them so much. Looking up at the current fight, however, Izuku soon realized where his place on the pecking order of the world was. The way that Azazel was fighting the dark-skinned, large-breasted woman had been so blatantly unserious that Izuku was beginning to think that Azazel wasn't taking the fight seriously. The fact that Azazel had dodged and weaved through the woman's attacks as though they were mere child's play caught him so off guard that he thought that it would be how he'd act with him should the event he ever fought the fallen angel all on his own without any kind of backup. He watched as the woman then pulled out a small vial with a weird black snake hidden inside. Immediately realizing what could happen, Izuku took off whilst using magic before he left to repair the girl's clothing as he flew swiftly towards the woman who floated across from Azazel. The two noticed his ascent before he smacked the vial away from her as she glared hatefully at him before he planted his palm on her face. She looked at him with an unimpressed expression on her face, completely overlooking the divine dividing wings flaring up from his back, the feathers stretching as far as they could. "What do you think you're doing, boy?" The woman growled at him as Izuku glared into her eyes. "Stopping someone who doesn't appear to be as powerful as she needs to be in order to defeat Lord Azazel," Izuku said, before a large black hole construct appeared around the woman. "What is this move?" the woman yelled as she felt parts of her power get halved. "This is the power I've developed, half dimension," Izuku yelled, as the woman let out screams of agony, her body feeling an impressive crushing force on her body. The area around both Izuku and the woman who had attacked the summit of powers began to warp. Izuku lifted his palm away from the woman's face as she flew backwards in an attempt to escape from the half-dimension technique. But by the time she'd escaped from the half-dimension, she had felt her power continue to have away from her. Her body slowly losing the energy she required in order to kill those within the newly appointed Christian pantheon. That was when she found the vial that Izuku had thrown away from her. She reached out to it and opened the lid, only to find the snake that was inside of it completely gone from it and nowhere to be seen. That was also when Izuku touched down in front of her, Azazel flanking him as he stared down at the woman with a confused expression on his face before he spoke aloud to both of them. "Didn't think that she'd use some underhanded tactic. Good eye, kid," Azazel said, before forming a light spear in his palm and pointing it at the woman. "What are you talking about? I should be faster than the boy is," the woman growled as Azazel smirked at her. "That boy you're talking about is the current Hakuryuko, the White Dragon Emperor, and he defeated you with only one special technique and constant use of divide," Azazel explained as the woman glared at him. "So it seems as though the Hakuryuko is not on our side this time. But that doesn't mean that I am without any kind of a cease-dash," the woman said, before a fist pierced through her chest. The woman let out a cough of confusion and shock as Izuku stared at the fist that had pierced the woman's chest. The hand held a heart that had been in the place before it pulled back through the woman's body before it suddenly turned to ash. Her clothes fell to the ground, revealing Valle standing there with a still beating heart pumping in his hand before he crushed it into nothing as it turned to ash not too long afterwards. Valle smiled at both Azazel and Izuku as he took a step forward, the young green-haired boy taking a step back in confusion and worry as the silver-haired teen stopped in front of him. "You did a good job in defeating her. You've grown much since your last fight, Midoriya Izuku," Valle said, as Izuku stared at him, his breath hitching. Izuku took an involuntary step back. He'd never told this young man his name. Nor had he thought the young man should know of his name, as he wasn't seen near the church in the last week at all to even find his name. The young man noticed the boy's growing fear at how he knew his name and continued to walk towards him in a predatory manner. "You know, I wonder what kind of life you've lived to get this far. Born quirkless, human, completely worthless in the eyes of the entire planet. You don't seem like the type of person to actively want peace, you seem like someone who is waiting for the perfect moment to snap. Vala said, leaning down to meet the boy's emerald eyes with his silver blue. What makes you think that I am like that? Izuku questioned, trying to keep himself calm. Because I can see the pain, the misery, the want for death, all behind your eyes. Vala said, pointing a finger at him. You are suicidal, and you think that dying in battle will save others. You are a suicidal maniac, and one who probably should die. Vala said, before turning to walk away. Who are you to judge me? Izuku asked, his face serious. Who am I to judge you based on your eyes? That is a good question. I am someone who is watching the life of someone so insignificant that no matter how strong you become, you will never achieve the dreams that you wish to achieve. There will be not a single person that you will save, all because you are the one thing you wish to never become. A coward. Vala said, before glaring down at Izuku's emerald eyes. Azazel had been watching the scene from afar, not wanting to interfere. He knew that the boy in front of him, Izuku, had a lot of confidence issues more in lines when it came to talking to those of higher rank and of the opposing section. But to see the boy visibly look scared in front of someone who had never met him before and slowly make himself smaller in front of them caused some part of his mind to want to protect him. And this was just to make sure that he is hardened for those who will say far worse things to the boy. In a way, it's just going to prepare him for the future. Like any of that is something I've never heard of before. Izuku said, scoffing. Oh really? How about being told to kill yourself? Valley questioned. Izuku stayed silent, his gaze looking to the ground with pain behind his eyes. Your power would be far better in the hands of someone far more potentially greater. Someone like myself, but I can't choose who will be the next holder of the divine dividing. Vala said, as he watched Izuku's face. It shifted many times over, multiple emotions showing before they were schooled perfectly. The boy then turned around and walked away from Valley, finding that the conversation that the young man was giving him to not be worthy of his time. But as soon as he made the third step away from his original position, Valley had to open his mouth again in a taunting manner. Maybe I should take your women from you as well. At least then they'd have someone actually willing to stuck them. Vala said, before feeling something pierce through his stomach. Everyone stared in shock as the young man's blood fell onto a white gauntlet that was slowly turning red. Valley looked down at the boy who had managed to do this damage to him without seemingly trying before he pulled his arm back towards himself and flinging the blood away from him. The young man had to give it to the boy. If this was the amount of power he held right now, it wouldn't be long before he was strong enough to face off against a Dragon King all by himself. But something was odd about the wound on his stomach. It wasn't healing like it usually did. Blood continued to pour out of his body as Azazel rushed over to him to heal his body. Izuku chose that moment to speak. Don't you ever say their names in such a manner ever again. Otherwise. Izuku spoke, emphasizing the words he'd yelled clearly. Izuku held the organ that had dealt with Vala's capability to consume foods in his hand and crushed it entirely. That will be you, the next time you even think about threatening the safety of the girls who have done nothing but make my life far better than it was. You don't know me personally, you don't know what I'm capable of. And most importantly, I am not a coward. Izuku growled, his eyes becoming slitted for all but a moment. Then, he walked away back towards the others. The very next day, Izuku found himself in a hotel room that was bought by Lord Michael. The young angel in training having been sitting on the bed within said room for the last few hours ever since the whole summit interruption with the Cows Brigade attacking the place. He let out a sigh of exasperation as he thought back to the moments that he had spoken to Valley after the young man had nearly placed everyone, including his own leader, in danger of being killed. As much as Izuku would love to deny it, but multiple times in the battle against the Cows Brigade he had nearly been killed by the random magicians, and it was only thanks to Albion's magical defense that he was able to survive. This just proved to him that he had a long way to go before he could ever become as strong or powerful as the elderly Dragon Emperor. Just thinking about his brush with death, especially in the fight against Valley, had brought Izuku into a thoughtful position as he thought about the man's words. What in the world did he mean how he would stuck Zenobia and Irina? And why did he speak about them actually liking him in a manner that was similar to that of a lover, and not a sibling? It was so confusing to him that he never even realized that the door to his room had been opened by the very women that he had been thinking about. Both women looked at him with concern as they had witnessed him nearly kill a man the previous night. Ever since then, the boy that they had gotten to know, as meek and shy as he had been since the first day they had ever met him. He'd always speak about quirks as well as their skills. Not once had the boy been as silent as he had right now. Sure, he was muttering to himself, but not even their angelic powers could assist them in figuring out what he muttered about. It was so fast that the only words they could glean from his mutter language was the words valley, lover, and confused sounds. By the time Izuku looked up to find the two girls looking at him in worry, he placed those confusing thoughts at the back of his mind. Standing up, he rushed over to the two girls and pulled them into a hug, not thinking at all as to where his head was currently placed between the two girls. As he hugged them both as tightly as he could, both girls reciprocated his worried care with a hug of their own, making sure that they put everything they could into it to make him feel loved. Neither side aware of the fact that in terms of how Izuku was acting, it was similar to that of a small pet who had been scolded. "I'm sorry for how I acted last night, it was not right. And I shouldn't have let my emotions get the best of me." Izuku apologized to the girls. "Why are you apologizing to us? You protected us as well as defended our names." Irina questioned as Izuku looked away with a blush. "That may be true, but Valis spoke about how he would stuck you both. And I got so angry that I've never seen myself get that furious before. I'm not one to fall into anger that easy." Izuku said, looking at the ground in guilt. "Well, that just means that you reached the absolute limit of how much mental and physical abuse you could take. And let me tell ya, Izuku, it was a lot of mental and physical abuse. I'm surprised it didn't happen earlier." Zenobia said, placing a hand on her hip. "Still though, I need to rein in my emotions. I can't allow them to dictate my actions. Otherwise it could be either one of you being the cost of me not controlling them." Izuku said, clenching his fists. "Then make sure to not let your emotions blind you. It's alright to feel anger, hatred, fear. But it's what you do with those feelings that matter. It's alright to feel those emotions. But you need to make sure that you wield those emotions in a manner that doesn't blind you." Albion spoke aloud for everyone to hear. "Still keep forgetting that you have a heavenly dragon soul bonded to your own." Irina chuckled as Albion spoke up again. "As for your training, young one, you should speak to your leader in Lord Michael. He should have the perfect training regimen in order for you to gain full control of your emotions, that way you can utilize their strengths and weaknesses in battle." Albion spoke, giving sound advice. "Where's Lord Michael anyway? I need to ask him about this." Izuku questioned as Zenobia shook her head. "Lord Michael left town a few hours ago, said he needed to be back in heaven. Something about making sure he doesn't leave the confines of seventh heaven, I'm not sure why, but he's needed there. So we'll have to question him about that later." Irina said, with a sigh of exasperation. "What about Lady Raphael? Does she know how to use emotions and my power at the same time without losing my sense of self?" Izuku asked, as both girls shook their head in a confused manner. "I'm not sure, that's something you need to check in with Lady Raphael yourself. But I have news from Lady Gabriel, she called about an hour before we settled in last night." Zenobia said, as Izuku paid her with his full attention. "What was the news?" Izuku questioned. "1. She wants us to stay in Kuo town. Just to make sure the place doesn't get attacked by the Cows Brigade again. If you're capable of fighting Valley with Balance Breaker, then you can easily take them on with our assistance." Zenobia started, as Izuku nodded. "And the second one? There was a fight in Kamino Ward 2 days ago." Zenobia said, with a sad expression on her face. "What about Kamino Ward? I already know about All Might's skinny form, and the man had already fought that Kamino villain a few months ago." Izuku questioned. "There was another fight between someone named Bakugo Katsuki and Shigaraki Tamura." Irina said, as Izuku looked at them confused. "What about them?" Izuku asked, still confused. "Izuku, Bakugo Katsuki was killed in the fight against Shigaraki Tamura," Zenobia said, with concern etched into her expression. Izuku stared at her for a few moments, nobody even stating a single word. Izuku, however, his face had gone through so many emotions that nobody in the room, even the dragon soul that was attached to his actual one, was confused by it. All before Izuku began to chuckle, then move on to full hysterical laughter before tears could be seen falling from his eyes and moving down his face to his chin. Ha 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 ha. Izuku, are you alright? Irina asked, worried. Am I fine? And no. I'm not fine. Where is his soul right now? Izuku questioned. From what we hear. In the darkest pits of hell itself. Zenobia said with a wince. I see. I guess he reached his goal of becoming so famous that he would be forever remembered. Izuku said, moving a hand through his hair. The girls were starting to become even more worried. The boy had never expressed a clear happiness with Bakugo. But at the same time, he never explicitly stated he even liked the ash-blonde boy and was heavily implying that the boy had told him to commit suicide in the past. And to hear Izuku laugh at said boy's death, it was greatly concerning to both Zenobia and Irina, as his laughter was bordering on completely psychotic. But by the time Izuku got a grip over himself, he just left the room with the two girls looking at one another in clear confusion and worry. And not wanting to leave the boy to his own devices, the two of them rushed after the boy in order to stay by his side. 0W0. Izuku continued to walk down the hallway. Now that he was alone, his thoughts about the boy began to surface once more. The thoughts about how he could easily bring the boy to his knees, had he actively attacked the boy with the clear intent to do harm. But Izuku was not someone who wanted to hurt, he hated hurting others. But that wouldn't mean he would never defend someone else through a fight. Sure, most fights he had gotten into, in the past, were losses, but at the same time he managed to distract whoever was hurting someone else to focus their hatred and malice on himself. Useless Deku. Pathetic BSTRD. Defenseless Izuku. Quirkless freak. Quirkless loser. Hey, I know how you can become a hero. Just pray for a quirk in your next life and jump off a roof. Maybe then you can be a hero. Those words slowly etched themselves into the deep confines of Izuku's memories. Each and every single one gnawing at his mind, wanting nothing more than to hurt him so badly that he would give in to the words of others and finally give up. But then the words of others came up. That's a cool notebook. That could be used to help. If he can analyze quirks, then what happens when he analyzes the supernatural? Such useful skills, he'd be a perfect priest. SCKS that he's quirkless, but with us he can become powerful without those stupid powers. Just because you're quirkless, doesn't mean that you are powerless. Those last words were from Griselda, the woman who had taken him on as her charge. A woman who had made sure to keep him thinking positive thoughts in the year that he had been training under her tutelage. Taking a seat on a bench outside, as he had made it outside the hotel early in the morning, Izuku looked at the dark sky, taking in all the stars and the view the nighttime sky provided him. He smiled as he stared at the stars moving in the sky, so slow that he thought they were moving faster due to how he stared at the sky from his position. He then thought about all the times he'd spent with Zenovia and Irina. How the two girls had been initially wary of him from the beginning, due to how he had been sleeping in the very same room as them, all the way to now. The two girls were friendly with him, if a bit similar to a rival in terms of how they treated the boy. But at the end of the day his mind still supplied him with the information that he was falling for the two girls, really hard. I'm really in love with those two, aren't I? Izuku muttered to himself. That you are, partner. Albion spoke to him. How easy is it to fall in love with a girl, much less two? Izuku asked, as he moved from the bench to lay on the ground. Falling in love with a single girl depends on the situation, partner. But with those two girls, I'd have to say that you fell in love with them because of how kind they were to you considering the life you had lived up until this point. I'm surprised you hadn't ended your own life before now. Albion said, looking at Izuku through the sacred gear. Okay, how easy would it be to lose that love? How easy is love broken and turned into hatred? Izuku asked, looking to the sky. Love, hatred. Those are emotions that have been around since the dawn of time itself, so I wouldn't know that. But I do know this, partner. If you do not confess your feelings to either of those girls or hell, both of them, then you will regret it for the rest of your life. Albion said, as Izuku sat upright. So, in order to get rid of these feelings that I feel right now, I need to confess? What if I make things awkward? Izuku asked, trepidation in his tone. All you need to do is tell those two girls how you feel from the depths of your heart. Tell them how they each make you feel. After that, it's their decision whether or not to pursue a relationship with you. Although please be sure to spread your time with training for our inevitable fight with Drake and his host. Albion said, before quieting for the morning. Izuku stayed quiet as Albion could be heard snoring softly in the back recess of his mind. Sighing to himself in exasperation, Izuku fell back and looked at the sky as he continued to think about the conversation with Albion. Telling the girls about his feelings sounded like a good idea, but there was a flaw with that plan. He had no idea of what the reactions of both Irina and Zenovia were going to be. There were a lot of what-ifs for this whole thing and he wanted to make it right and do it at the right time as well. Taking a deep breath, Izuku stood up from where he laid on the ground and looked to his left, finding Zenovia and Irina rushing over to his position. Ask and you shall receive. Izuku thought to himself as both girls stood before him. Izuku, are you feeling alright? Mentally, I mean. Zenovia asked, worried. Please, tell us if you're doing alright? Irina pleaded. I am fine, just had to think about some things. And Valley was correct about a few of them, and I want to rectify those things. Izuku said, clenching his fists. What he said was wrong. He shouldn't have said that he could stuck us, that was wrong and immoral. Irina stated, a little confused by Izuku's words. Zenovia, Irina. Izuku spoke, catching both their attention. Yeah? The two girls asked, confused and worried. Ever since we first met, I've seen that you both focused more on your religion. It was everything you both have known for your entire lives, and I don't want to get in the way of that. Due to both Vala's words as well as Albion's, I realized something that I hadn't until recently. Izuku continued as the girls remained quiet. The first day we met, I thought you both would beat me within an inch of my life. All because of where I was placed in the church. Sorry about that, by the way, it wasn't my choice. Izuku said, as the girls giggled at his apology. But as time went on, I noticed that you both looked really pretty wearing your cloaks as well as any pair of clothing you wore. And not that I was paying attention to either of you when you were changing. But it was something that began to grow over time. Izuku stated, before taking a deep breath. It wasn't until last night, during the fight with Valley, that I realized something. I cared deeply about both of you far more than I normally should have. We've only known each other for around a year, and sure, that is enough time for someone to fall in love with another. But for me, it felt like it was too soon. I've never really had a crush before, and the same goes for falling in love. Nobody ever liked or wanted the quirkless loser. Izuku finished before taking one last breath to speak again. What I am trying to say is, would either one of you, or both of you, I don't want you to fight one another, like to be my girlfriend or girlfriends? Izuku asked, looking between the girls with worry etched onto his face. Neither girl looked at Izuku in the eye, both girls just blinking softly at the boy's appearance. The tears that fell from his face, from such a speech, made them feel honored to have him actually like them, but there was something odd in the way he announced his love for them. He was still being self-depreciative towards himself, and that wouldn't stand. But with some time the two thought they could essentially beat the self-hatred out of him. And Zenobia was the first to move towards Izuku, the boy looking at her with worry and fear in his eyes before she grabbed his shirt and pulled him to herself. Zenobia. What are Izuku went to ask before electricity sparked in his head. Zenobia had entered a lip lock with the boy, her lips touching his own as she put her all into kissing him. Izuku froze in place, his eyes wide open as he stared at the blue-haired young woman with nothing more than confusion and fear in his eyes. Once the young woman pulled away from him, saliva was the only thing that connected them before it too was broken away. That was until Irina pushed her way into it and gave Izuku a kiss of her own, pulling the boy's body plush against her own, her chest being squished against his chest in such a way that Izuku's face erupted in a massive blush. Once the kissing between the brunette and greenette was finished, Irina pulled away. This gave Zenobia the perfect time to reply to Izuku in such a way that the boy couldn't hold back a chuckle from escaping his own lips. For the first time since I've met you, I think we can make this work. So yes, Izuku. I will be your girlfriend. Zenobia said, as Irina continued where she left off. And Izuku, I would love to be your girlfriend as well. Can we wait until marriage before having kids? Irina questioned, rubbing her thighs together sensually. Hi. Izuku stuttered out. Finally. A voice from behind a nearby bush called out. Everyone looked over at the bush, only to find Hayadu Issei standing there with the rest of his friends. Eh? Izuku asked, before noticing Rias and the others behind him. And promptly passing out. The days after the summit, Izuku had found himself staying in a nearby hotel. The young man had been staying with Zenobia and Irina as they were trying to figure out their whole relationship status as well as how to tell their mentors about it. Izuku's very own mentor-mother figure was Raphael, the woman who had essentially adopted him, and he couldn't know if he should tell her about the relationship he was wishing to have with both girls. She had been the closest to an actual mother other than Griselda in the time he'd known the church and the girls. It was nice to see someone else acting as a mother to him. With how the woman had taught him everything about how to be an angel of God, he couldn't help that feeling of doubt. That feeling that he should doubt her teachings in the last few days since he'd become an angel. She had told him that in order to become the best angel that he could be, it was through hard work, many trials and errors, and most importantly the heart to protect. Izuku had listened to those core ideals, considering the fact that in his eyes being a hero meant to be holding those kinds of ideals of protection and self-sacrifice. It was the role of self-sacrifice that had caused Izuku to pause in his thought process though. All Might had instilled that ideal into Izuku's mind as the perfect ideal for what a hero should strive to become, considering that heroes had lots of things to protect and defend. But that didn't mean that in order to be remembered in history for his actions, he would need to make the hard decisions that a weaker person couldn't make. The decision that in order to save someone from the pain and suffering they either inflicted on others or themselves, it was best to make sure that they were put down to end their misery. Izuku had felt that notion when he fought Valley, the young man having shown that he could be so cruel. But his love of battle had made him cruel in order to defeat his enemies when they were either at their best or at their worst. Looking over at the bed right next to him, both girls were shown to be sleeping soundly, their halos hanging over their heads, looking as though they were having the best dreams of their lives. When thinking about sleep, however, Izuku had found himself restless, incapable of even having sleep considering the past he had with Japan and the entirety of hero society. He wasn't an idiot when it came to what happened to Bakugo. He knew that the young man was dead. He didn't even need to see what happened to the young man in order to know that the young man was gone from this world. Bakugo was nothing more than a cruel person who thrived upon the suffering of others, and Izuku knew for a fact that under all that hatred and anger, there was a good person underneath. It was just corrupted and corroded until there was nothing left but someone with bitterness and hatred for anything and everything. I feel as though I should be sad. Bakugo was someone I've known for years. Izuku muttered, looking over at the nearby bathroom. Standing up from his own bed, he walked into the bathroom and closed the door. He didn't wish to have the girls see him when he was at his worst state for his mentality. It had been around a year and a half since he joined the church. They had shown him a kindness that he couldn't ever forget, nor would he ever wish to lose for the rest of his life. It was something he always looked forward to seeing the longer he stayed with them. Now that he was an angel within heaven, he couldn't help but think that they were trying to push him into becoming the hero he had always wanted to be. There's no way I can become a hero anymore. I gave up that dream the day that Hiro had told me it was impossible. Izuku mumbled, staring into his reflection. Instead of a young man with a year and a half of experience in fighting the supernatural, Izuku found a small boy. One who had just been on the last dregs of life since he had been alone for a majority of his life. Mitsuki had always wanted him to be her adopted son, but Scan had prevented her from doing so. They had been suspecting of her being abusive to him, that they didn't even think that it was her biological son who had been abusing him. Due to this, however, she had been under great scrutiny whilst her son was able to roam free without any of their agents to look after what he'd done to Izuku in the meantime. He was pathetic, the way he acted. Izuku muttered darkly. His wings fluttered out from behind himself, and the more Izuku thought about these dark thoughts, his wings flickered. The young man had a lot of demons within his mind and he didn't know how to get rid of them. He could try and fight them, but there was too many for him to handle alone. As Izuku's mental state continued to fall further and further away from how he normally thought about himself, the door to the bathroom was knocked on. It roused Izuku from his anguish as he opened the door, revealing the dark bags under his eyes to the person who knocked on the bathroom door. It was Irina. Are you okay? I noticed that your power was fluctuating. Irina asked, entering the bathroom alone with Izuku. I am fine, just some bad memories coming up into my mind. Izuku said, looking away from her. You can tell me what they are, you trust me, right? Irina questioned, staring at Izuku with concern. Izuku stared at Irina in confusion and worry before he folded under her piercing amber eyes. I've been thinking about Bakugo, how he had used to be my friend. How he fell into darkness, and nobody helped him change into the young man I once knew him as when we were kids. Izuku said, rubbing his left arm. It's not your fault that he's dead. He made his own choices and it ended with the extinguishment of his own life. Irina said, as Izuku shook his head. Shouldn't I be sad that he's dead? I mean, he used to be my friend. But I don't feel anything. Izuku exclaimed as he sat down on the ground. What's the one thing that you were told growing up, Izuku? Irina questioned softly, rubbing his shoulder. That no matter what I did, I wouldn't ever achieve anything. That I was good for nothing. Izuku said, curling up and placing his face into his knees. They may have been telling that for you to give up on your dream. But I'm sure that there were heroes in the past who had no power, people who were in the wrong place at the right time. And they became heroes just for the sake of helping others. Irina said, kneeling down in front of Izuku. Izuku remained silent as Irina continued. You want to know what I see in you, Izuku? Irina asked, pulling his head up to look at her. What? Izuku stuttered out. I see a boy who has done everything in his power to become the best hero he could be. But at every turn he was given not encouragement, but strife. Fear and most importantly abuse. I see a boy who has done everything he could to prove to the world that he belongs, even so far as to stay awake at night in order to make sure he isn't falling behind others. Irina said, as she smiled at him. Why, you knew? Izuku asked, tears falling from his eyes. Of course I knew. Zenobia had known about it as well, although she was worried more about how you weren't getting any sleep. Irina said, chuckling at the end. But I made sure that you both were sleeping when I trained in secret. Izuku mumbled, looking lost. Yeah, you are extremely quiet when you want to be. I won't mock you for that. If anything, that's a boon to have when you are in a fight. Keeping your presence hidden until you want it to be seen is a skill that anyone would love to have. Irina stated, with a smile on her face. But How can I become a hero? I've been told many times that it's impossible. Izuku questioned, looking to Irina. Just be yourself. It doesn't have to be you changing your whole personality in order to become the best hero you can be. Just be yourself and try and make sure to look after your own safety since you are known to get into trouble from time to time. Irina said, giggling at the end. Izuku stared at her for a long moment before cautiously reaching out to her as she opened her arms. He pulled her into a hug, something that he hadn't initiated ever since they were in the church. Of course Irina wasn't unhappy with how he initiated the hug. She had been extremely happy with how he had been the one to initiate it since either her or Zenovia were the ones to initiate it. Izuku's really come a long way from the meek and scared boy that we helped train a year and a half ago. Irina thought to herself. It was also here in this very moment, after the two had a heart-to-heart, that something decided to give its attention to the situation. Irina felt something tent up and press against her thigh, catching her attention and forcing her gaze downward towards Izuku's lap. Her attention was brought over to where Izuku's crotch was located and found that a very large tent was pushing out of his boxers, which made her not want to turn her gaze away. Izuku soon realized the situation as well as he shivered whilst being underneath her as he attempted pitifully to move in a way that wouldn't press her further into his growing irkton. 4. The rest of the evening, the two couldn't get to sleep due to that moment of pure sensuality. 0W0. The next morning, Izuku found himself walking around Kuo town. He had been traveling with Zenovia and Irina as the two had been sticking near him, considering how low Izuku was mentally, seeing as Irina found him in the bathroom unaware. He'd been holding a razor blade. The dirt blonde girl had been keeping an eye out on Izuku ever since then, with Zenovia being brought into how Izuku had been acting the previous night as the young woman kept an eye on Izuku with her. The trio would arrive at a small mall as they explored around the place in order to remember every route. Izuku, Zenovia and Irina had kept to themselves as they window shopped for practically everything they would need to stay near the town. Unaware of the fact that they were being tailed by someone from the Gremory peerage, as they were keeping an eye on the current user of the divine dividing sacred gear. But even though Izuku and the girls were unaware of their unknown spy, Albion was the only one who noticed their stalker and kept an eye on their energy. Throughout the entire day, Izuku had been window shopping with the girls. He had a great time. It was one of the better days within his short time living on the planet, and if there was anything, Izuku wouldn't give it up for anything. This was the most fun he had ever since his mother died, and thinking about that caused his mood to damper a little bit before he shook his head and caught back up with the two girls. They were staring at multiple forms of clothing and weapons that they could use aside from their magical weapons from their faction and church. Is it really okay for us to be looking at these things? I'm getting a little worried about the people thinking that we're going to steal some items from them. Izuku asked, as the girls giggled at him. They're concerned about what you're going to be doing today. They've noticed that we were window shopping, but we hadn't bought anything. So they're worried that you're out here to carry something ridiculous like those little tropes in anime. Zenovia said, as Izuku blinked at her. I didn't know you watched anime. Izuku said, as Zenovia scoffed. I only watch anime for the plot as well as the fighting scenes. They are horribly choreographed, by the way. Zenovia scoffed before informing. For the rest of the day, the trio would just look at what they could own but didn't have the money to buy. One of the bad things about growing up without an allowance from any kind of parents, you were practically homeless when it came to earning money for your own group. It wouldn't be until later on in the evening that Izuku would come across an extremely rare event for the month he'd had in Kuo town. He'd be accosted by a villain who held him up whilst the girls were in the bathroom, and as hilarious as he now looked after dealing with the villain had the quirk to give anyone the features of an animal. Izuku was being petted by Irina and Zenovia at the moment. Do you both really have to pet me? I don't even know how long I'm going to be keeping these appendages. Izuku asked, concerned. But these ears are so adorable. Irina said, with ecstatic glee. I only like the feeling of patting your soft hair. What do you even do to it to make it so soft? Zenovia informed before asking. I only use conditioner. Izuku mumbled out as the girls continued to pet his head. It didn't really help his situation when the girls watched as his new fox appendages wag and twitch in appreciation. About an hour later, the group would meet up with Issei and the others as they talked about a recent event at Kuo Academy. Azazel from the Grigori had taken over the Occult Research Club as he would be acting as a teacher for their school, due to his experience of living for over 1,000 years. Izuku wasn't all that interested with Kuo Academy since he didn't go to their school, at least until he got a message from Lord Michael about what he's still doing in Kuo town. Lord Michael, hey, so you know how you have friends in Kuo town? Greenie, yeah, what about it? Lord Michael, you can stay there now, since so many things have happened there. Izuku stared at his phone with confusion on his expression. Issei had noticed this as well before looking over the boy's shoulder and found the message he'd gotten from Lord Michael and transmitted the message to the others. And as much as Izuku wanted to punch the young man, he felt that he shouldn't due to how it would paint him as someone who isn't very nice. Even if the young man needed to be punched in the face for perving on Irina and Zenovia for the last few minutes. "What are you doing here, Issei?" Izuku asked, putting his phone away. "Oh, Ryusbucho had told us about a stray devil in the area. We were going to hunt them down," Issei said, with a smile on his face. "Really? Is it alright if we come along?" Irina asked, curious. Izuku really wished that he hadn't gone to see what in the heavens name a stray devil was. It wasn't often that Izuku would be called into heaven for a meeting with the archangels, but this was one of those times. He stood next to Irina and Zenovia as the two girls held onto his hands, giving a soft squeeze as they stared at the door to the meeting room on 7th heaven. Once they prepared to enter the room where their masters, in terms of rank, the trio had let go of one another's hands before entering the room with a determined expression on their face. Upon entering the room, the trio found that Michael was looking at some pieces of paper with concern on his face, Uriel had an expression that bordered on confusion, and Raphael had given them a happy smile. There was one outlier with that, however. Gabriel herself had been looking at the trio with nothing more than a grim expression. It wasn't as though she was not known to be the most beautiful woman in heaven. Izuku had heard rumors about it through the other angels. But from how her grim expression was pointedly looking at the trio, he couldn't help but feel as though she were knowledgeable of the trio's recent relationship between one another. Aside from that, the grim expression could be for the reason why they were called over into the meeting room of 7th heaven as a whole, so they stood behind their representative master awaiting orders. Michael finished reading the papers and signing something on them all. He cleared his throat before glancing at each of the young angels with nothing more than an impassive expression on his face before speaking in a tone that belied a little bit of mirth. "If you are worried about us knowing about your little relationship, do not be afraid. We do in fact support it." Michael started as Izuku blinked at him in confusion. "Why, you're not mad about us?" Izuku asked, stuttering a little at the start. "No, I'm not mad. There were plenty of those within the church during the ancient times who had believed in God and actively had multiple wives," Michael stated, waving a hand in the air dismissively. "If anything, Lord Michael approves of your little relationship. Just make sure that when you all get into the lovemaking portion of your relationship that it's acted upon through love instead of desire," Raphael said, giggling a little whilst patting Izuku on the head. "Well then, now that the cat is out of the bag, we need to make sure you three are ready for another mission that we need you all to take part in," Michael said, with a grim expression on his face. "What's that?" Izuku asked, perking up at the change in tone. "There has been a large change in some of our churches in Europe. Our nuns who have been working directly in the church within Europe as a whole have been going missing. It's your jobs to make sure to find out what is going on," Michael said, his tone grim in nature. "Are we going to leave Kuo Town in order to do some upkeep on this mission?" Zenovia questioned, looking at Michael with concern. "No, the reason why I am giving this information to you all is because of one thing," Michael said, pausing as he tried to think of how to state this. The other archangels within the room glanced at one another with something akin to knowledge of what Michael was trying to say. Raphael's expression though was what caught Izuku's attention. Her face had gone from a somewhat light happiness into a very sad one. A smile that hides most of her own feelings on the matter at hand, a fake smile that he's very well versed in using whenever someone near him had tried to get through his barriers in the past. It had worked once, and after that he had decided to keep those feelings to himself without letting anyone aside from Irina and Zenovia in. The last time he'd worn a similar expression to Raphael was when he was found by a police officer in junior high. The man had abandoned him as soon as he found out about Izuku's very own quirklessness. Not a very good thing to think about at the moment though. "Is something wrong, Raphael-sama?" Izuku asked, placing a hand bravely on her hand. "Some of our nuns who have disappeared due to how a devil came near them. After a devil was near them, they disappeared soon after, never to be seen again," Raphael stated, with a grim expression on her face. Izuku would look between each of the other archangels before a determined expression befell his face. Pumping his arms a little bit to show his determination, although it was thinly veiled through his gaze, what mattered most was his next words. "So we're going to be placed within Kuo Town to join the devils in the underworld for their training then?" Izuku said, as Michael leapt at the chance to this knowledge. "Yes, you will be joining Rias and her peerage upon entering the underworld. Once there, you will train alongside each person in order to build up your own strength and magic before you will continue your search for the devil who had stolen our people," Michael stated, looking at each of them. "If you were to consummate your love within the underworld, then you all will be free to do as you wish, so long as you follow Lord Michael's mission. Gabriel said, looking between them all. All three angels stared at Gabriel with nothing more than a blush on their faces. Izuku, however, was the only one of sound thought to grab both Irina and Zenobia and rush away from the room as Gabriel pouted at the trio, watching as the door closed shut behind the trio. Once the trio were gone, Gabriel glanced at her brothers and sister as they looked about the room with nothing more than a cautious gait within their expressions. She took a deep breath as she looked at each sibling before speaking to them all with a concerned tone. There has only been one time that angels had fallen for one another. And you all know what happened to them. Gabriel warned, looking at the others. They managed to make a small family in the woods. What are you talking about? Michael said, questioning Gabriel. Those angels who got into a relationship with one another were killed for their actions by Father. Gabriel said, looking between them all. Father has been dead for the last few thousand years, he can't kill those three anymore. They are safe to have their own relationships whether you like it or not. Raphael said, looking to her sister in alarm. I'm not stating that they shouldn't be in a relationship, I love relationships between certain people. But you all know that he's the current generation of the hacker Yuko. They don't live very happy lives. Gabriel said, providing evidence. We know this, it is within our power to make sure that boy doesn't have to live such a harrowing life anymore. So long as he stays within our faith and faction, he will be safe from any and all undesirables who wish to do harm to him. Michael said, as Uriel glanced between the others. You all are also not thinking about the fact that Midoriya has become the rival to Hayadu. What happens when those two decide to actually fight to the death? They could cause untold amounts of damage to both the Earth as well as each of our factions. Gabriel reasoned. That's the thing though, Gabriel. Midoriya doesn't wish to have a fight to the death. And neither does Hayadu. Those two just wish to live out the rest of their lives in peace and quiet. Uriel stated, looking between the others as the neutral party. As much as I would love to think that your words can be trusted, Uriel, we've seen both Dragon Emperors state that they would rather live in peace. We all know that at some point that their mindset will change, probably due to their dragon spirits telling them to have one good battle. Gabriel stated, with concern etched into her features. You may bring a good point to that, Gabriel, but counterpoint. Midoriya isn't the kind of person to change his mind on something. Even if Albion tells him to have one final fight with Hayadu, the boy will most definitely try and keep the damage to a minimum. Raphael stated, as Gabriel glared at her. And what proof do you have of that? She questioned her sister angrily. The fact that he could have become a villain almost as soon as he was told to kill himself. Raphael said, with a grim tone. The room became silent at those words, and as Raphael let those words sink in, she continued. Midoriya Izuku had been on this planet for all but under 2 decades, and you want to know the amount of strife he'd endured? Bullying, abuse, loss of a parental figure, abandonment, and most importantly a loss of someone who could have helped him become a hero. Raphael stated. What's that last one have to do about anything? Those first few things were pretty in line with most Dragon Emperor hosts. Gabriel questioned with a raised eyebrow. In the time that we'd introduced the human race with quirks, another gift that our late father wished upon them before his demise. The humans have decided that those with powerful and flashy quirks have rights over those without them. They treat those without quirks as second-class citizens at best, worse than animals at worst. Raphael stated, as Gabriel just blinked at her. That doesn't explain how he was told to kill himself, Raphael. Gabriel said, with a confused expression. How about you live in a society entirely built upon the power and flashiness of quirks, and whilst everyone has their own quirk you do not have one. You are relegated to a side character in the story of another person who has a more powerful and flashy quirk. You are beaten for having thoughts that rival that of the person you are the side character for. You are mentally abused as well by your peers and the one person who is supposed to be your friend, and are abandoned by any and all forms of authority. Raphael explained further before standing up to leave. If you can't see how he survived that and still wishes to be a good person, you are probably as bad as those who made his life hell. Raphael said, leaving the room. After Raphael left the room, Gabriel felt a few tears falling from her eyes before she mumbled aloud to the other heads of heaven. I'm just trying to make sure that they don't make the same mistake as our brother. Gabriel whimpered. By the time Izuku and the girls returned back to Kuo Town, the trio soon found themselves standing before the ORC. They glanced at one another with nothing more than something akin to worry as they entered the building, Izuku the most fearful of them all as he trembled as they walked through the hall. It had been a long while since he had re-entered the old school building, and after so long it now looked far more haunted and scarier than it had been originally. He kept taking small breaths as Irina and Zenobia watched him with a mirth in their eyes, knowing full well how he handled strange and scary things. They all remembered what had happened during the time they all went to see what a stray devil was. Izuku had stared at the monstrosity in such a large amount of fear that the stray devil had to look away from their battle to see him staring at them in shock and fear. There will never be a time that Zenovia and Irina wouldn't laugh at Izuku about that moment for the rest of their lives, knowing that Izuku doesn't like scary things. Although a lot of things could scare him, they made sure to have him know about what they were about to show him due to the life he'd lived before them. Izuku had been very specific about the things others had scared him with, and some of those items that he viewed as scary were menial things. By the time they reached the clubroom, the trio found themselves looking into the room with confusion. Azazel could be seen sitting in the seat that Rias had originally sat within when they had all arrived in the room the first time trying to find Kokabil. Izuku glanced between each of the people inside the room as Azazel smirked at those who had just arrived at the ORC, and with a confused expression on his face he smiled when looking at Izuku and the girls. "Well, it looks like our star celebrities have arrived. We need to inform you all about your new positions within Kuo Academy," Azazel said, as Izuku blinked in confusion. "What about those positions?" Izuku asked, as Azazel tossed a couple papers onto the table. Walking over to the desktop, Izuku looked down at the papers on it. And what he saw caused his expression to pause from inquisitive to confusion and then change to worry and concern. He looked back at the girls who walked over to him. They all saw their names on the student numbers as they were placed in a couple classrooms that were specifically tailored to how they were shown to be in school. Izuku found that he would be placed within Hayado's classroom as he was, in terms of grades, in Hayado's grade level in terms of intelligence. Glancing up at Azazel with nothing more than confusion, the man decided to give his reasonings for why he placed them within Kuo Academy. "Due to the fact that none of you are even taking school classes, I and the others believe that you are capable of entering high school with those of Rias Gremmar's peerage," Azazel explained. "But what does that have to do with our mission?" Izuku asked, concerned. "What mission are you talking about?" Rias questioned. "We need to look for a devil who has been kidnapping nuns from the church. But we don't know how to find them," Irina explained further. "Oh, well, we're going to be heading to the underworld within the next couple of days," Rias said, looking at the others with a happy smile. "What reason?" Zenovia asked, curious. "My brother is going to be hosting the Youth Devils meeting. It will be where all forms of devils who are in any rank can meet up and converse. My brother will most probably have some big event lined up to talk about," Rias said, with a smile. "So we will need to probably find the person we're looking for at that meeting," Izuku surmised, rubbing his chin. "Probably, but what does that have to do with you all joining Kuo Academy?" Akino asked, looking to Azazel. "They still need an education, and they will get it with this school. Not to mention that I personally think Midoriya could use some more friends than Zenovia and Irina, as well as you all," Azazel said, with a sad expression. Izuku chose not to give a reaction to that. After leaving the Occult Research Club, the trio of angels find themselves back within the hotel that Michael gave them. The night had grown massively over the day the trio had before the girls had turned in for the evening, and Izuku sat at the small coffee table. He had a few of the files on each of the nuns who had disappeared over the course of the last few years that even the archangels had been having trouble finding the culprit for. The angelic boy had rubbed his chin in thought as he thought even more about who could have gone to the human world and decided to go after nuns within the church. Even the footage that he had been given by Michael before leaving had shown no signs of a devil manipulating the footage at all. Looking down at each face on the files he had been given before reaching Kuo Town from heaven earlier that week, Izuku stared at each face of the nuns who disappeared. The first picture he found himself staring at was a young woman with silver white hair and tan-colored eyes. The uniform she was wearing was similar to Asia's uniform from the rating game match against Riser Phoenix. Just from looking into the woman's gaze, Izuku found that this girl was highly intelligent and probably had a mental quirk to match. Looking down at her information in the files, he was proven correct when finding she had an intelligence quirk. As he looked over her information, he found that she had trained herself physically before realizing that her intelligence was a quirk in of itself. And looking over the files for how she trained, Izuku found out that the young woman frequently moved towards a nearby library almost daily in order to increase the skill she had with her quirk over the course of 10 years. Of course, her body showed a lot of physical training when it came to weapons and magic that the church had taught her. But there was something that bugged Izuku about the whole situation with the girl. She practically had everything she wanted by staying in the church. Why would she willingly disappear with someone after they had appeared at the church? Based on the information he had on the girl, she had rescued someone who had been heavily injured with healing magic and managed to heal him. Only to find out that the person they had healed was a devil and was subsequently dishonorably kicked out of the church literally a couple days later, losing the only home the girl ever had. As Izuku further thought about it, the only reason he could think of as to why she disappeared was because she willingly disappeared. That devil probably showed her a kindness that she hadn't been given after being kicked out of the church itself and probably became a member of their peerage. He then looked over the other files and found similar events happened to them as well, a girl with black hair that was cut short enough to reach their neck and a girl with orangish red hair in the same boat. Izuku felt his frown further as he thought about the reasons as to why these girls suddenly disappeared from the church's hands. Sighing to himself, he worked harder on looking through each of the files. Not wanting to wait for even a moment before he memorized each and every bit of the files that were given to him by Lord Michael. This was his first mission as an angel of God, and one he will always take seriously. He didn't count the whole protection detail for Lord Michael as a part of the whole first mission thing. His boss was there and Izuku's only reason for being there was just to protect the man from being attacked from outside sources during a meeting discussing peace between three major factions of the world. That was vastly different from searching for missing people within the church. Some of which were kicked out of the church for healing a devil who had appeared injured at their gates, which was something Izuku felt incredibly angered about. The fact that these girls were kicked out of the church for the selfless action of healing someone who they were under the impression was a human who had been incredibly hurt was asinine to him. Sure, the man was a devil, but that should have given the girls a warning to not do it again and keep their eyes peeled for any energies that were distinctly devil in nature. Just thinking about it caused Izuku to rub his forehead in exasperation before looking over the files once more. The last two files were hidden from view, seeing as the last two women in the church asked for their faces to be scrubbed from the existence of the church's files. And looking over the files, Izuku found out why they had done that. The girls had been quirkless. Izuku felt a kinship with them due to the fact that he was quirkless himself. Gathering all the files together, Izuku placed them inside the small dresser in the corner of the room as he found himself leaving the hotel late in the evening. Exiting the hotel, Izuku felt the cool breeze of the early winter wind brushing past his head. Letting out a small puff of air, Izuku walked down the path leading down the road and towards the nearby park that Kuo Town was really well known for. Upon entering the park, Izuku decided to let himself sit down on a bench and look up at the sky with nothing more than the expression of awe as he stared at the sky. The stars were out tonight, shining brightly with the moon slowly rising high into the star-filled sky, and Izuku couldn't find it in his heart to even speak about it further. Just looking high into the sky, he couldn't help the small smile that appeared on his face. It was something that he felt his partner should tell him about. "Albion, why do I feel so happy looking at the sky?" Izuku asked, as his partner woke up. "That's the dragon inside you. Due to my sacred gear bonding with your soul, a bit of my draconic blood etches itself into your bloodstream. The dragon within you is wanting to take off into the sky and fly around," Albion stated. "So, I am part dragon at this point in time?" Izuku asked, as Albion huffed. "Not exactly, if I had to put a percentage to your blood count. You're exactly 15% dragon," Albion stated. "That's a big percentage, Albion. How is it so large?" Izuku asked, concerned. "It's not that big of a deal, you're actually seeing a portion of what happens to us dragons," Albion stated with a mirth in his tone. "Not exactly giving me an answer," Izuku retorted as Albion chuckled. "It's because over time my blood is working its way into your own bloodstream, becoming one with it. It'll never be enough to transform you into a full dragon, but with the angel DNA coursing through your blood it will stop at 50%, Albion informed. "I see, then that means by the time I reach my adulthood I'd be at least 50% dragon and 50% angel?" Izuku questioned. "No. The dragon blood coursing through your veins will stop at 50%. You currently have a mixture of 15% dragon blood, 50% angel blood and 35% human blood," Albion informed Izuku. "Will my human blood eventually run out?" Izuku asked again. "Again, that is a toss-up on whether you wish to give up your humanity. You will still be human in your actions, just give up on your human body and blood that will soon be replaced with a larger amount of angelic blood rather than human," Albion said, before he shook his head in his vestige world. Izuku remained quiet from that moment onward. As much as he'd keep his humanity, he'd rather not be human anymore. But humanity is just a term of mentality for the boy. He can keep his humanity in terms of his mental acuity, but when it comes to physicality, he'd rather be rid of it. And the more he thought about it, the more he remembered being part human made it far easier for him to be taken off guard, not to mention his weaker body for it. His body as a human was very weak compared to those within the supernatural world. In order to keep up with those within the supernatural, Izuku would need to give up his human body to become stronger. Albion could hear all these thoughts entering his partner's mind and couldn't help the smirk appearing on his face. Not many of his previous hosts could have the bravery or sheer stupidity to get rid of their humanity in order to get stronger for the sake of being stronger. Because of that, he decided to increase the amount of blood entering his partner's bloodstream in order to get rid of all the human blood. It would take around a month before all the human blood was destroyed, but that meant the boy could also learn how to utilize a dragon's form of magic, their aura projection and aura manipulation. Although, at this point in time, his partner really needed to get home seeing as his first day of school was going to begin soon. As soon as he made sure the boy felt some kind of tiredness take over his body, the boy stood up and made his way back towards the hotel. Izuku didn't remember what time he went to bed that evening, but he knew for a fact that when he woke up early the next morning for his early training he was feeling far more reinvigorated. His morning run was also increased to take into account of how much energy he felt that morning to train as hard as he could before school began for him. 0W0. The fact that Izuku was going to school again caused him to feel extremely nervous. Both Irina and Zenobia were boons for him as they made themselves appear as though they were helping him calm down from his nerves. Izuku hadn't been in school for over a year and a half, and it was really showing how much social interaction he hadn't gotten since coming to the church. Izuku had been essentially forced to become a somewhat hermit with the two girls who had somehow, someway shown that he was someone who could achieve the level of love he'd wanted from others for 10 years. So the mental aspect of him going to school once more caused him to adopt a smaller stance. The whole bullying and past experiences with school not giving him a good idea of how to act towards those around himself. He adopted his meek and shy personality when it came to school as the trio entered the school grounds to begin their first day of school since they first entered the church and Heaven's very own faction. In an ironic sense, the boy had been holding a small cross between his hands as he prayed to Michael about keeping him safe in a sense that he didn't trust any of the other students in Kuo Academy. Upon being given his schedule, he found that he'd be in the same class as one Hayadu Issei. How he knew this was because he could practically smell the domineering presence the young brunette had been releasing the entire time he'd been near the young man. Izuku still didn't know how the young man never realized the aura he was projecting around the place when he was around the girls and those of the other boys. Sure, his perverted personality made it impossible to get to know the young man on a personal level, but at the same time it was very easy to become friends with him. The young man was very outgoing and social. It was everything that Izuku wasn't really wanting to have at the moment since he'd grown up in an environment who hated him for being outgoing and social due to his quirklessness. Get those thoughts out of your head, Izuku, you're the white dragon of supremacy. Well, his host, you can do this. Izuku thought to himself, hyping himself up. Waiting outside the classroom, Izuku had heard the sound of the teacher inside speaking to the class. Mostly thanks to the enhanced hearing he had due to both the draconic blood mixing with angelic blood given to him through being Lady Raphael's Jack. Alright class, we have a new student joining our class today. He's been treated awfully in past schools and is very shy towards others, please treat him with respect and give him space. The teacher said, as she looked to the door. You may come in. She called out, as Izuku slid the door open. Upon entering the room, Izuku felt as though his anxiety was taking liftoff into space. Walking over towards the podium, Izuku paused next to the teacher as she smiled at him before writing his name on the chalkboard behind him. His name is Midoriya Izuku, and he comes from the city of Musutafu. He came here due to the fact that his lifestyle there was dangerous to both his mental and physical health and wants to try to learn in a school setting again. So please make sure that you don't overwhelm him, your seat is over by Hayadu. The teacher said, as Izuku nodded and bowed to the class before rushing to the seat. Sitting down in his own seat, Izuku found himself letting out a breath of fresh air. Hayadu gave Izuku a smile before fist-bumping the boy and turning his focus back onto the lesson, something that Izuku was focusing on at the moment. Pulling out a small notebook, he wrote down everything the lesson spoke about. And for a major portion of the day Izuku found that he was happy in this school. It was a far better experience than those of previous schools as everyone looked at him as though he were someone from a different plane of existence. It also didn't help that most of the girls in here were staring at him as though he was the next Jesus Christ. Or the next Midnight in male form. By the time lunch had come around, however, Izuku found himself gathering his meal and heading outside. He found a tree underneath the window leading to the occult research clubroom. He sat down under the tree and began to eat quietly to himself. Irina and Zenobia were making new friends within the school's kendo club. Kates and Murayama were the two that Irina and Zenobia had become friends with. As of this moment, with his body relaxing under the calming winds coalescing around himself, Izuku felt a smile appear on his face as he began to feel far more relaxed since he first came to Kuo Academy. That was until someone else showed up. It was a boy, one who had short black hair and a pair of glasses that hid what his true eye color really was. The young man walked over to Izuku with nothing more than a confused expression on his face before he spoke up. You know, you're stealing all the girls from us guys. The young man said, as Izuku tilted his head at him. What? Izuku asked, confused. You're stealing all the gazes from all the women in this school DMN it? How am I supposed to get a girlfriend when none of them would even look my way? The young man said, as Izuku blinked before speaking back to him. I'm sorry? Izuku questioned. Tell me your secrets? The young man said, shaking the boy's shoulders. I already have a couple girlfriends. Izuku said, in a questioning manner. You have what? The young man called out, standing upright swiftly and attracting attention from everyone present. What's he doing over there? Is it something Midoriya said? Some students questioned. I already have 2 girlfriends. Izuku replied to the young man's reaction. Tell me your secrets already. The young man said, shaking the boy with comical tears. Hey, please stop crying. I don't know what I did to make you act this way. Izuku said, looking confused more than ever. As Izuku tried his best to get the young man to stop crying, a few girls came over to them. The leader of which being Katase and Murayama, the 2 being followed by Irina and Zenovia, as the 2 were training the 2 girls in sword fighting. They were also learning how to use kendo skills in their own sword skills learned from the church as a whole, and they found Izuku looking at a boy who was crying hysterically. Izuku was confused about everything. That was until Murayama and Katase visibly looked disgusted at the boy's actions before smacking him with a kendo stick. Izuku blinked at the action before the 2 girls spoke up about their reasoning. He is part of the perverted trio, the leader of which being Hayadu-kun. He was attempting to corrupt your soul with his actions. Katase said, as Izuku just blinked further in confusion. All he asked me is if he could learn how I got a couple girlfriends. Izuku said, as both girls snapped their fingers in a sad way. Darn, you're already taken? Wait, you've got a couple girlfriends? The 2 girls questioned. Why yeah, they're behind you. Izuku said, as both girls just blinked at him and turned around. Irina and Zenovia looked at the 2 girls with a smug expression before the girls just nodded. At least you're kind. I'm sure that you'll treat them better than most of the boys in this school. The 2 girls said, before walking away. Izuku couldn't understand what was happening at the moment, all before the girls around the yard glared at Irina and Zenovia. The glares they all gave was followed with a murderous aura surrounding each of the women in the area, and Izuku noticed that the glares were also on him as well. But they were so focused on glaring at the trio that Izuku had managed to bring both Irina and Zenovia out of the academy campus grounds before heading back towards their hotel. As they disappeared down the street, most of the girls in the school began to start attacking one another in pure fury. They wanted to be the ones to have been his girlfriends, not those 2 bimbos.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.